Our enemies be dying. Y'all gonna have to watch me eat because I had to eat. I haven't eaten since yesterday morning. I've been on one of them insane deep dive, long ass wormholes for the last 3 days. 3 days. So I'm gonna wolf this down real quick and we're gonna get started. So I can listen to our songs in the meantime. What? I got some good shit for y'all today though. Deep from within the earth, we subdue the rogue sun. We heal the heart. We instill courageous action. Our homie Power Kismet went off on this, y'all. What? All our enemies be dying. What? Enemies be dying. Kundalini just be rising. All our enemies be dying. Kundalini be arising. Hey. He went off on this. He really went off on this. If y'all want to hear these, go to there's a folder in my playlist. It's called Sacred. I think it's called Sacred Ceremony, and it's got all of the musical versions of the global conspiracy to right all wrongs, and it's in a folder called Sacred Ceremony in my playlist. It's all the conspiracy. It's all our conspiracy. It's just different renditions of it. It's dope. MamiWata. Mommy and I want EvoEmeTemp. MamiWata. EvoEmeTemp. Hear our freedom song. Come the wind, come the storm, come the light. Capture and judge, all God is the war and all betrayers of the mother's divine will. Bring them in their confusion and war to immediate. Bring them to oblivion, never to be resurrected. We have the power. We have the voice. We are the portals of change. We employ our sacred breath. We give life and sacred blood to this sacred conspiracy. Mommy and I want EvoEmeTemp. Future now is for me, EvoEmeTemp. EvoEmeTemp. Hear our freedom song. So good. Yeah, I know I wouldn't normally do this, but I wanted to go ahead and go live so y'all didn't think I was flaking on y'all. I got a bad habit of doing that. Divine rectification. Evolutionary justice. Mommy and I are one. We are the EvoEmeTemp, yes. of her will. Yes. So y'all like my shirt? Yeah, executors of our will. Hey. Calling my eye. Yeah, executors of her will. To this moment. Yes. Forever as we say, Mommy and I are one. Woo. I hope y'all in the room. Can y'all hear the music okay? Executors of her will. Mm-hmm. 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 Hey. Y'all, the homie, Power Kismet, he ain't on here, but he wrote out. He wrote out with these songs. Yeah, he did that. He did that. He wrote out. We are the breakers of curses, the casters of glorious conspiracies, and the creators of the new world. Let's go. Mm-hmm. I'm almost done, y'all. My mother's divine will is such, and guided by her sacred blood and water of my mother's body that anointed my entry into this life. Come on. I call on she who governs everything in between. She with 1,000 names today. It is Oya, the usheress of a new age. Mm-hmm. The curse, every cast upon the mother and her children in all timelines and in every dimension. Mm-hmm. Oh, it was so good. I was starving. Y'all have no idea. I have no idea. I was starving. I haven't bought no groceries. And so because I didn't have nothing to eat in the house yesterday, but I was so in my study, I ate some damn tortilla chips and some shredded cheese yesterday morning for breakfast, and that is all I have eaten since this moment. The sacred serpent deep from within the earth. We subdue the rogue sun, control the light. We heal the harm. We embolden the fearful. We instill courageous action. Yes. Mm-hmm. I'm on one this morning, y'all. I hope y'all ready. I didn't get cute this morning, but I got one for you. Yes. I'm almost done, I promise. But I'm starving. Mm-hmm. 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 Come on. Bring them in their confusion into Mm-hmm. Mm-hmm. We speak and will into the now to evaporate throughout time, all space and all dimensions. It is as we say forever and ever, They only say I'm ready as fuck. I love it. I love it. Man, my phone is tripping. Oh, like this don't work. I am a divine instrument of my mother's divine will. I am protected and guided by the sacred blood and water of my mother's body that anointed my entry into this life. This is not gonna work. Okay. I don't think that's gonna work. Oh, you know what? I'm not trying to do that anyway. I call on they who govern everything. Yes. Let's see. Cher Fowler. One. Her name is Mary Daly. Of existence of the new age. Okay. That was enough to stave off my hunger for a little while. Thank you so much. For allowing me to do that. My phone is straight tripping. But it may be for a reason. Is this one gonna work? It may be for a reason. This is my shit. We gotta listen to this one. It's my shit. Call upon all the divine ancestors in the ashes of every mother on earth. Yes. To break every curse ever cast upon the mother and her children, in all timelines and all dimensions. Hey. Let's get it poppin', Kalima. Yes. But I tell y'all, the homie wrote out on this. Forever bind those who have or would harm you. To destroy everything and everyone. My voice is low. Suffering and despair. Let's get it poppin', Kalima. Let's go for heck ahead. Let's get it poppin', Kalima. How am I gonna put that? Let's go for heck ahead. Yes. Okay. Is that gonna work? Nope. Hey, let's get it poppin', Kalima. Woo! Let's get it poppin', Kalima. So let me just say, while I'm waiting for the song to go off, if hey, like listen, I'll be letting this thing play all day, okay, all day. This is my cut. Let's see. All right. So weird. Yeah. Okay. So that's. Let's put that there. All our enemies be dying. Hey. Hey. So let me tell you, we're gonna have to create a culture because fortunately I got good peoples, I got good friends. So I took some of the tracks. Excuse me, I took some of the tracks to my homie who is a DJ. He owns the club where he DJs. And I was like, yo, I wrote these songs, you feel me? He was like, so you trying to get me to play your songs on my turntables? I was like, yes, the fuck I am. Yes, I am. And so, y'all, he played all my songs. The whole dance floor was turned the fuck up. Turned up. You know, that's what we got to do. We got to be able to get our shit like woven into the fabric of the culture and shit. You feel me? That shit was so hard. It was so hard watching all these people. They didn't know what they was dancing to. They couldn't hear the lyrics. That's all right. That's all right. The spell was cast, baby. It was hard. It was hard. It was so much fun. He was like, girl, that was actually good. I was like, okay. Hey. Yeah. Just see a bunch of people on the dance floor getting sweaty, juking to the mother's conspiracy. That's what the fuck I'm talking about. That's what I'm talking about right there. Feel me? All right. All right. Let's see if I can pull this off. If not, we're gonna go ahead and get started. I'm trying to kind of ghetto rig. You know what? As a matter of fact, yeah, I'm gonna do that. Ghetto rig. Simulcast it up. Okay. EvoEmeTemp. Hear our freedom song. That's not gonna work either. All right, well, we're gonna have to not worry about that. All right. So all my technology got an attitude with me. I'll tell y'all why. I went to in this long deep dive that I've been on. I say for 3 days, but it actually started on the solstice on the 21st on Sunday, and I took 1 day break. So without the break, 5 days straight, I've been on some wormhole shit, like 8 hours, sometimes 12 hours each day with this breakthrough. And so I went to the Philosophical Research Center because I've been sitting in this chair literally fucking 5 to 8 hour days, just going out to feed my cats and play with my cats and come back in. And so I was like, I got to get out of the house. So let me go study at the Philosophical Research Society. And y'all, there was a big book. I was telling them about it on the we did the Zoom on Friday night for the Matrix breakdown. The workshop that I've been telling y'all about. We did our second one this past Friday. And I was telling them that so there's this giant book that I want. I want this book. I want this book. I want this book. It is called The Secret Teachings of All the Ages by Manly P. Hall. So, of course, they sell little, regular size versions of the book. But I want the big book. The big book is $500. I'm just putting it out there to y'all. I'm putting it out into the universe. I want this book. Okay? I want this book. I need this book. I have to have this book. It is purposeful. It is not just for the leisure and pleasure of having a $500 book in my house. Let me go turn the music down and get ready to do this. Mommy and I are one. Yes. We are the Furies. We are the EvoEmeTemp, executors of her will. Find time of heaven on earth, divine reign. Yes. Yes. Kalima. Yeah, executors of her will. Birthright. Okay. Oh, the reason I got off on that diatribe about the book is because I was going to study, and I ended up literally standing up in front of this book for 5 hours, literally, not figuratively, 5 hours, taking pictures from this book, like taking pictures in this book. The what I would like eventually to see happen, right, is we get the book, you feel me? We get the book, and then we women get together, you feel me? And then our getting together, each one of us take sections, chapters, if you will. We each are assigned a chapter, and we deep dive on that chapter. Take all the notes, take all the pictures, all the things, and then we come together. You feel me? So like regular, you feel me? We come together, we take our chapter, we go hardcore through our chapter for like 2 weeks. And then we come together at the end of them 2 weeks and say, this what the mother handed to me out of this text. This what my conclusion is about this text. Then we compare notes. Then after the 2 weeks, we switch chapters. You feel me? We switch chapters. You had this chapter, I had this chapter. Now we gonna trade chapters. The reason to do this is because even when I was in the party and we were doing like a political education, the whole thing is everybody has to commit to read the text. We were all responsible for reading the text. The evidence that we read the text was we had to write down 3 questions minimally regarding the text. And each one of us, when we came into the political education, we all had to posit our questions to the group for everybody to answer based on their perspective, based on how they understood the text. This is how you, first of all, this is how you develop a unity of will. When the unity of will comes from a unity of understanding, you ain't gonna see everything I'm gonna see. I'm not gonna see everything that you're gonna see. So we switch the chapters, and we do this every 2 weeks until all of us have gone through all of the chapters of the book, and then we compare notes, bridge gaps. You feel me? this could even be the beginning of a process. I don't see her on here, but maybe almost a year ago, Tajali had suggested, because she was the one that was very excited about the review. It was a very half-assed review, I'll tell you, but the review that I started on the movie Wicked, and she actually made the suggestion that instead of just doing like a live review of the movie, that we do like a panel in written form of our contributions to the deep dive around the movie Wicked. I was like, that shit is brilliant. She's like, it could be our first book. We write the book together, our review of the movie. We each write our personal, contributions to our view and what we saw in the movie. And that could be our first book as the temple that becomes a fundraiser. And everybody who participates in writing the book gets a share of the proceeds from the book. I was like, that shit brilliant. Of course, I'm one person. I didn't move on it, but this is what I'm thinking in terms of like moving forward. Anyway, let me turn the music down. Let me pull myself together. I'll be right back. Executors of her will. We speak her will into the now to the firmament. Throughout time, all space, and all dimensions. It is as we say forever and ever. Mommy and I are one. The breakers of curses. Okay. That's that. All right. All right. I got a lot of stuff to share with you guys today. So first I want to say it's been a little while since I saw you last. I got my regular little what is it? My regular little SOS email last night inquiring about my statuses. Was I still alive and such? Because I haven't been up on here for a hot minute. You feel me? But just to be fair, damn, I should have got a toothpick. Hold on. Just to be fair, just because y'all haven't seen me don't mean I haven't been up on here. Y'all know I've been teaching that workshop, the deep dive on the Matrix movie. And that was this past Friday. But that is workshop. That is a workshop that I'm teaching. And I'm probably going to do it ongoing because we had some pretty radical breakthroughs on this past Friday. What was supposed to be a 2-hour workshop ended up being 4 hours, I think, maybe 5 hours. And it was dope because it was just, I love the Zoom workshops because I love the feedback. I love the, the back and forth. I love the questions. I love, especially this one young sister. She's probably about 24, 25. Baby, she had all the comments. It was dope. I just miss and I love the Zoom workshops because I can talk to y'all like this all the time, but I do like the interaction much more. I do like for people to share with me their observations. I like to have discussions, and it was real. Like we had a good ass workshop on the Matrix that was heavily impacted by what I'm going to briefly talk to y'all about today in terms of this breakthrough that I've had since the winter solstice. So happy winter solstice, belated for for us, because there's been a powerful one if your ass has been paying attention. If your ass has not let the noise of this bullshit distract you, excuse me for a second. Just wanted to make sure I wasn't talking to you with a bunch of food in my teeth. Okay. If you have not been allowing the deliberately purposeful, strategic, distractionary BS, bullshit distract you, then you know that this last week, really the whole year, but particularly this winter solstice, baby, I've been up in here on one. On one. I'm gonna tell y'all, I'm gonna admit something to you. This is my I'm a Capricorn moon, you feel me? And so this is my Capricornian confession to you. This is my Capricornian confession to you. Okay. Oh, and today is what, the 28th, on the second day of Kwanzaa. Happy Kwanzaa to y'all as well. You feel me? My Capricornian confession is this, is that it's been a struggle. It has been I have been very deliberately aware, right, of when I have these moments where my old kind of reactionary default behavior attempts to prevail in a moment, right? To prevail in an instant. And then to be conscious enough, to be aware in a moment enough to say, oh, that's not me anymore. That version of me does not exist anymore. So I cannot allow that shit to happen. And so one of those things has been a big one since childhood, has been to internalize this language that like, you know, laziness. And if you are Black and from the South, you know that no matter what you're doing, no matter what you engaged in, no matter what you are doing, somebody is going to say, your ass ain't doing enough, AKA, why you being lazy? It's such an insidious spell. It's, y'all, those words, why you being lazy? Don't be lazy. You got to be productive. That type of shit, that is such a deep and profound, insidious spell, particularly levied upon the heads of Black skinned people. It's a spell, man. It's a spell. And that spell had an enormous impact on my entire life. To this day, now that I know better, to this day, still having to wage outright battle against that, the lingering impact of that spell, as it is always trying to show up in my consciousness and sabotage some shit. I'm trying to tell y'all, I'm trying to give y'all a word right now. Yes, Veoni, endless trolling in your head by the patriarch, the remnant of the white ass slave master, telling you that no matter how much you do, nigga, you ain't done enough. And if you sleeping, you being lazy. If you resting, you being lazy. If you eating, you being lazy. You don't need to eat that much. I'm convinced even that shit. Like your doctor or your nutritionist telling you should get into a habit of only eating to about 75% of fullness. You don't want to eat till you're full. You want to eat till about 75% of fullness. I'm convinced, man. I'm convinced. So anyway, on the 21st, on the solstice, me and a homegirl, shout out to Luciana for letting us use her space yet again. She was like, you still gonna come over and have people over for the solstice? I was like, yeah. So we did like a, cute little potluck, nothing major, some little libations, you feel me, on the mountainside in Mount Washington. We built a beautiful fire. We had about 10 to 12 people show up, right? And it wasn't anything like organized. It wasn't anything that was like purposeful. We didn't do any rituals. We didn't do any ceremony, as it were, the way we think about ceremony. We didn't do any ceremony. You feel me? We were just like, you know what? It's been a wild year. It's been a wild ride. Anybody who want to come over, get some drinks, get some snacks, some beverages, a little food, you feel me? Sit by a nice fire on the winter solstice, overlooking the beautiful overlooking the city from up on high on the mountain. Come on through. We ain't gonna be out here late. Bring your babies, because we ain't gonna be out here late. I think we were all out of there by 9:30, 10 o'clock. But even as it was, quote, not deliberate or purposeful or organized, or we didn't have no spell or no conspiracy, or we didn't do no ritual or no ceremony, it was a ceremony. It was a straight, and the impact of it was the evidence of how deep and profound the ceremony was without even trying. Without even trying. I'm telling you, we on the precipice of something so radical that I still don't think we're ready for it. And so on the solstice, we got together. Bunch of people. Y'all, 10, 12 people, all impromptu, because I don't even think I sent out the text until like 4 o'clock in the afternoon. And we were supposed to be there at 6. Most of us didn't get there till 7. And we hung out for about 3 hours. The fire was beautiful, the snacks, the conversation. There's some little conversation over here, some little conversation over here. We catch it up. It was great. It was really, really great. As a matter of fact, I would actually say that all of the ceremonies that I've done on this sister's property, where it was structured, it was deliberate, it was purposeful. We had an objective, we had a vision, we had a ritual laid out. That stuff is great. It is. But typically, because as the Temple of Evolutionary Emergence, I'm pretty much the Temple of Evolutionary Emergence. And then because I have so many people around here who care about my life and my vision, I can corral them into, assisting as like a logistical team. Help me with the setup, help me with the breakdown. But in terms of like executing something for people who show up, that the burden is on mine. The preparation for that, the study for that, the trying to get into a spiritual space directly after having done a whole bunch of logistical shit. That's been what the temple has been since its founding, right? And I enjoy those things, but they are extremely energetically and spiritually taxing. Every time I host an event, and this has been for forever. This has been even when I was a political activist. It's like I need at least a week, preferably 2 weeks, to freaking recover after every event, every time, right? And so just observing in hindsight the fact that, I had big ideas for the solstice this year, but I didn't have the resources, I didn't have the brain space, I didn't have the support to do what I had visualized at the beginning of last year, what I wanted to do for the solstice this year. And I finally had to just relinquish control over that and say, okay, the idea is brilliant. And if it's brilliant today, it'll be brilliant a year from today. Fine, right? So we had the people over, chill, no playing, just some little music playing in the background, nothing deep whatsoever. And baby, when I tell you, it was so much more profound, in my personal opinion. And some of y'all have participated in these ceremonies that we've done in Mount Washington, because every single one that I've done so far, I have, allowed you guys to participate in via Zoom or just a straight up live, letting y'all into the space that we're conducting ceremonially. And I didn't do that because, again, in my mind, there wasn't going to be anything to see. It was just going to be a bunch of us locally trying to blow off some steam, get off some stress, and just come together, because we've all been kind of terrorized into a certain kind of involuntary isolation, that we need to come together, we need to link up, catch up with everybody, bring your babies if you got babies. People brought their babies, and we just gonna chill, right? And it was great. But when I tell you there's a lesson in everything, if you are open to receive it, if you are open to receive that, no matter what is happening in the world, you have to be open. You have to be open to receive miracles before miracles arrive, boo. You have to be open to the reception of epiphany for epiphany to arrive. You understand what I'm saying? If your ass, I wake up every day saying, today I expect a miracle. Today I expect magic to happen. And every day that I don't forget to say that, I am telling you, breakthrough happens just as sharp and clear as when I made the declaration when I got up in the morning. I'm trying to tell you, I'm not being like, hyper spiritual or anything like that. I'm talking about on some base level, real world shit. If I wake up in the morning and say, and I haven't said it yet, so this is my reminder, today I expect miracles. Today I expect magic. Today I expect to witness everything the mother wants me to see. This becomes a way that even if you aren't conscious in the moment, you have spoken this out loud, and every last one of your billions and billions of cells say, okay, we ready. We ready. We ready. We ready. Because, baby, we got together on Sunday for the solstice, and the mother has been up in my shit every single solitary day. Now, I have been stuck in what people would call a deep and profound, psychedelically induced wormhole of mountainous epiphany since Sunday. No psychedelics. I'm barely eating. I eat when I can. I eat when I think to. But I can count on one hand how many times from Sunday to today I have left my house because I just go in it. I'll wake up with an intention like I'm gonna go clean my kitchen today. And as soon as I hit the floor, something comes down on me, and I'm like, oh shit, let me write this before I forget it. And then it turns into a whole thing. So let me just tell you, that's the overview. First of all, let me say, my name is Cassandra-Floyd, also known as the Daughter of the Fates. I am simulcasting, if you will, from YouTube, and my YouTube channel is Daughter of the Fates, Fates. From Instagram and from TikTok. Okay. All three of those are Daughter of the Fates. The Instagram is Daughter of the Fates, but underscore between each word. Okay. So we're gonna do a little house cleaning because I got a lot to tell y'all today. This is the first like technical first technical Temple of Evolutionary Emergence service that I've done in some time. Like I've done videos, I've done lives, but like technical, like I have prepared something specific for you. This is going to be the theme, whatever service, right? Once we get past the hoopla of the new year, I'm going to get back on the schedule of doing regular Saturday services for the temple. And I'm going to make a calendar because I want to get back into the habit of using Saturday as the service day. Wednesday is the day that I do live readings for you guys. So like I'll do a poll for the entire temple. And then if you want to get like a 1-card pull or a 2-card pull or a 3-card pull live, then we can do that. So do that on Wednesdays. And then one day where we do a straight up like a Bible study. You feel me? So what I want to do is, first of all, housekeeping. If you are, because the other thing that I'm going to do, I've been talking about this for about 2 weeks, and I have been in an actual process. It is tedious as hell, but to basically reclassify a big chunk of the videos that I have on my YouTube channel as members only, to encourage people to become paid members of my YouTube channel, because a lot of what I have on my YouTube channel, I am actively, I think I deleted 40 videos last week. Y'all won't notice because I got 800 damn videos on my YouTube channel. So it's probably not, you're not able to notice it right away. But yeah, I deleted about 40 videos off my YouTube channel last week. And that is a process that I'm going through rapidly. I'm downloading everything onto my external hard drive so I don't lose it. And then the things that I do, several of the things, there are a few things that I will keep accessible to the public. But a great majority of the stuff that I'm going to allow to remain on my YouTube channel is going to be for members only. And I think the cheapest membership I have is like $2.99 or $5.99. And I'm probably going to change the prices of the membership too. But anyway, I'm saying that because there is a lot happening. And I have to be kind of like creating a whole new strategy about how to inform you of what you need to know. This is not me just talking to you. I want y'all to hear that, because sometimes, let me just do the housekeeping first. So the housekeeping is, all right, the Temple of Evolutionary Emergence is a religious. Well, looks like that's going to be how that shit go down all day. Great. Yeah, man. So what I was saying about my technology, I might have to just bypass it. That on both my phones, I stood up for 5 hours, literally, not figuratively, 5 hours taking pictures in that book, The Secret Teachings of All the Ages. And so I must have taken, I don't know, y'all, easily 200 pictures on this phone, and I haven't dumped the pictures yet. So it's like messing up my I ain't got no room. I ain't got no storage left on the phone, on both my phones. So both my phones are tripping right now because I done took like a gazillion pictures from this damn book. Um, uh, because we have to have the book. So anyway, let me see if that'll work. If it goes out again, I'm just gonna have to bypass it. But anyway, so housekeeping. So you can join my YouTube channel. So my YouTube channel again is Daughter of the Fates, Fates, Daughter of the Fates. So you can become a paid subscriber to my channel. And then the other thing that you can do, I'm going to give you my email address. The temple's email address is EvoEmeTemp at gmail.com. That's EvoEmeTemp at gmail.com. So that email you can use for a number of reasons. To make donations or contributions to the Temple of Evolutionary Emergence, you can use that email, EvoEmeTemp at gmail.com, to send a donation or contribution via Zelle or PayPal, that email. If you want to send a Cash App, it is $ Daughter of the Fates, Fates. You can use Cassandra-Floyd, Cassandra-Floyd, Floyd, to send Venmo. So those are the ways that you can support that way. I have an active GoFundMe that is happening right now. So if you go to my YouTube channel, which is the primary way that I'm communicating with people right now, though I'm in the process of resolving that. But right now, all the videos that I am posting has the link in the description underneath the videos, at least for the last 2 weeks. Under the description, under each video, there is the link to the GoFundMe where you can get more details about why the GoFundMe and all of that, right? So you can support that way. You can support temporarily, because I'm telling y'all, I am going to shut down my Etsy store. Okay, so I'm probably gonna, you know what? I'm probably gonna keep it open just till the end of February, because I usually do have a little spike in my sales during Black History Month, and I usually run pretty generous sales. I have a sale going on right now until January the 1st on my Etsy store. If everything on the store is 25% off, I'll probably do something similar to that in February. But after February, because I want to, first of all, I want to narrow. I want the temple and building the temple to be my full-time job. So that's what I'm trying to resolve right now, is how to, between, doing grant research and all of these other things, to make building the temple my full-time job, instead of having a multiplicity of side hustles that are feebly supporting my life. Okay. So with the Etsy store, you can still support. Hey, Tangela. Oh my God. That's so dope. That's awesome. So with the Etsy store, that is another way that you can support. So let me just tell you what I just made for myself last week. So you all know that our Yeye Assata Shakur passed away a couple of months ago, and so I have a lot of pieces with her on it, but it'll be like Sisters in the Struggle. So I have a bunch of Black revolutionary ancestresses on the bracelet. So I decided to do one that was just pictures of Assata Shakur. So let me just show y'all that I just made that last week. Can y'all see it? IG, TikTok. So this is my ancestor bracelet of Assata Shakur. That's the other side. And so you can see her mug shot there in the center, right? Yeah, so I've been wearing this joint nonstop since I made it. Who's the author? Oh, the author of the book, The Secret Teachings of All the Ages, is Manly P. Hall. And there's a reason that I brought this book up, not just the fact that I completely bummed out both my phones taking all these pictures. Okay, so those are the ways. Let's see. The Etsy store. Oh, and also you can use that email, EvoEmeTemp to email me if you are interested in receiving divination, divination, the multiplicity of ways that I do divination. And also, if you are interested more in getting a 5 elements wellness consultation, I can provide that as well. So those, as far as I can think, are all the ways that you can support the work of the Temple of Evolutionary Emergence. Again, this is a religious 501c3 based out of Los Angeles, California, but there are people all over that support the temple. Okay. Then the other thing I want to say about that is with the Etsy store, I might have to. I don't know. I may even just start a new one. You know what? While I'm glad I'm having this conversation with y'all, but like with myself as well, because some things become more clear when I'm talking out loud as opposed to trying to just reason in my head. I think I'm going to do a whole separate Etsy store. So like Sleep, my primary store that I've been using since, I don't know, 2008 or whatever, because I have been posting, I've been uploading for about 6 months now, maybe a little bit longer than that. I just started doing it this year. Books and pamphlets, and even whenever I develop like a new ritual or ceremony, or I compose a new man, y'all, I'll be going through ink pens like water. I swear I pick up every pen, don't none of the pens work. Anyway, I've been posting a lot of books and a lot of and then anytime we do a ceremony, like if we do a collective ritual together, like a correct collective ceremony together, then I will draft it along with the instructions, the times, and all of that stuff for the ceremony that we're going to do. And then I will post it on the Etsy store for you to be able to purchase it. And typically is really inexpensive. I think we did the conspiracy to the global conspiracy to right all wrongs. I think I might have charged $4 for that, which was crazy, but that's what I did, right? And that's what we did for 3 months. That was a 3-month ceremony that we did, right? So what I'm thinking I'm going to do, as opposed to I'll keep the Daughter of the Fates Etsy store, but I will make that exclusively the jewelry thing, and then sleep that. I'm going to sleep that after February for a little while, like put it on vacation mode for a while, for a long while. Like the last time I put it on vacation mode, I think I didn't open it back up for like 2 years. So when I put it in vacation mode, it's because the Daughter of the Fates Etsy store, the jewelry making, craft making, wand making, the physical like earthware alchemy stuff will eventually be, this is my vision, is once we have a brick and mortar, that aspect, the jewelry making, the craft making, like all of that, right, will be a fundraiser for the temple that will be run by young people. My vision is like, once we have a brick and mortar, we have a cute little store, you feel me? And the store will be run by our young folks, our children, primarily between the ages of like 13 and 24 is what I am envisioning. What I am envisioning is that the store, the product making aspect of the temple will be taught to young people, so that they have the ability not only to make a living wage. I don't want to say living wage no more. I hate that. A thriving wage. That's what we're going to start calling. We're going to call it a thriving wage. You feel me? And but then if they decide after some time they don't want to do it no more, they still have all the skills that they need to go out and create their own thing. That has always been my vision, even as an acupuncturist, was to have a teaching clinic, was to have a teaching hospital, with every aspect from beginning to end. There are little shadows following around every aspect of what I do as a healer. Same thing with, even when I was teaching art in middle school and high school, I was not teaching bullshit. I was teaching stuff that these young people could take off in the world with and have themselves a little side hustle while they go into college or whatever. That's what I want to do for the store. And so that's the vision. So I'm only going to put it on vacation mode so that I can narrow my time, because I told y'all that also I am plotting and scheming. I have an election to run. I have an election to run this year. We can't like I can start fundraising after I get this checking account open on Monday, but I can't start collecting signatures until February. But I am running for office in the city. And so I cannot be spread all over the place, making jewelry here, doing this over here, doing this over here, and doing this over here. I have to streamline, at least for the next year. The election is in 6 months. And then depending upon what the outcome of the June election is, will determine if I have to continue to campaign for the November election. So for the next year, I have to streamline how I am supporting my own life so that I can completely devote have my brain to running the temple and have my brain to running this campaign in the city. Okay. So thank you all for the donations. Baby Zoe, Java Watson, and Rising Sun Books of the Stars. So that being said, there is one more way that you can contribute, which I love. Yes, YouTube takes a percentage of it, but it's still helpful. So these super chats, super thanks, and all of that stuff that you can do in the live, you can only do it in the live section of the YouTube. But yes, I encourage that. I love it. I love to see it. I love the emojis. I love all of it. So thank you so much for those who have contributed that way. Okay, so that. Oh, and then I was going to say, and then what I will go ahead and make the commitment to do is do a different Etsy store just for the temple, like by the temple's name. And that will be where I start to do all of the posts of the books, the pamphlets, any kind of music that we continue to produce. So like the links to the MP3s for all the temple, the global conspiracy to right all wrongs that y'all were listening to earlier on in this live, all of that will be posted in the Etsy store that is just for the Temple of Evolutionary Emergence. I think that is a great way to make a clear distinction between the two. Okay, so yes, so let me take a breath and take a drink, and then we're going to shift gears. So that's all the housekeeping that I can think of right off the top of my head. Yeah, and let's go ahead and start talking about, that took an hour, but let's go ahead and start talking about what I want to talk to y'all about today. It's going to seem, because y'all know I teach off the dome. I may have notes, but like the way we used to teach, like bullet points, and I may get back to that. I may do some PowerPoints in the future, but right now I'm teaching primarily for free. And so I'm not really trying to do all of that, but I do want to try to keep very succinct about why and what I'm teaching you that has come down on me over these last 5 days since the solstice, and why it is important, not just as some information for you to possess in your skull. How this information, once it enters your skull, how will it change you? How can you use it? You understand? Because my personal position, it is not enough, man. It's not enough for us to know a lot of shit. It's just not enough. It's not enough for us to have a bunch of shit in our head. And I talk about this often, but I want to reiterate it today. I got 2 comments this morning before my feet even hit the floor on 2 old videos. So, I always go back to old videos when somebody new comes on my channel and is like, oh my God, this is amazing. This shit was right on time. 2 of those came through today. And I wish I would have written the sisters' names down. But regardless, while I was getting myself together this morning, I'm listening to these 2 videos that these 2 different women brought my attention back to. And when I tell you, they were so on time, creepily on time. Every day this week since Sunday, I have had a singularity of consciousness, a singularity of thought. Even as all these things were attempting to distract me, there was one thing on my mind, and everything that I studied, no matter how seemingly unrelated, always brought me back to this thing that I'm going to share with you. And I'm telling you this because that ceremony that we had on the solstice, that wasn't a ceremony, that ceremony that we didn't plan and chart a course for and write out what our prayers were going to be and how many candles we needed to buy and how many candles we were going to light. None of that. Y'all homies, y'all want to come over and light a fire and watch the sun go down and eat some food and drink some drinks? That was the ritual. That was the ceremony. And baby, when I tell you, instantly, an hour after I left that woman's house, fucking breakthrough. I mean, breakthrough, y'all. Breakthrough. I'm going to tell y'all a story about what happened on the solstice. And then we're going to talk to you. I'm going to talk to you about why that was the starting point for what became, from the outside looking in. If you were outside looking in, watching me for the last 7 days, you'd be like, this bitch is insane. We need to call somebody. We need to call somebody to come and get her. She's crazy. All of us were talking at the solstice thing, and there were almost everybody there is some type of artist. A dear friend of mine who was staying here for a little while, he's a musician. You know what I'm saying? The sister's house, she went to school for art. She has a master's degree in art, right? Another sister, she got a bachelor's degree in art, but she's been teaching art in school in LAUSD for 30 years, right? Everybody in one way or another was involved in the arts, okay? And so I'm checking in with people. Like, I'm talking to the one sister who has been an artist since she got out of high school, and she my age, you feel me? And she was telling me that her 50th birthday is coming up, and that she is as a gift to herself, she is going to curate her first art exhibition. Now, how I met her is as an artist, but she is the only medium that I have seen her engaged in is paper mache, but like big, like enormous, like people size freaking paper mache. And she plays a big role in this city as a paper mache artist. And so I was like, oh, that's dope. I can't wait to see your exhibition. Her daughter is an artist. And so her daughter is going to curate her mother's first exhibit. Okay. And so she proceeds to tell me this story where I'm asking her, I was like, what other mediums are going to be a part of your exhibit other than paper mache? She said, that's not my medium. I said, what? I've known this girl since 2018. She's like, that's not my medium. She said, the thing is as a teacher for the school system here, I have executed a lot of mediums. And it's always as a consequence of that being needed from me as a teacher. So I will learn a new medium, I will execute the medium, and then I will teach it to young people. And she said, so that's how I learned, that's how I got involved in, and that's why I continue to get hired to do these massive paper mache pieces, is because, she gets hired to do that giant paper maches for like parades and shit, like big shit. But she said that has never been my medium. It is one of the many skills that I have as an artist that was required of me out of necessity to teach someone else. So my life as an artist has been defined not by making art that is my passion, but my life as an artist has been defined by me acquiring the skills that I need to execute an assignment that is required of me in my role teaching other people art. And you could hear like kind of the latent kind of resentment of that, because now she is about to turn my age and she is telling me this is going to be the first time in 30 years of working as an artist that she has had her own exhibition, right? That her life as an artist has been as an art teacher, teaching other people how to create art, right? And so she said, I said, well, that's crazy. That's great. So what is your medium? And she's telling me, you know, about the medium and what she was passionate about and how she's never been able to do it. Then she told me this. She said, I said, what are you going to call your exhibit? And she said, letters to so-and-so. Okay. I ain't calling no names, but letters to so-and-so. I was like, huh, right? Because it was a male name. I was like, huh. And this is to, you know, she pretty radical, pretty progressive. You feel me? I said, why, what's the basis? What's the history in this title? And she tells me that she was working at this museum when she was 24 years old. And she was kind of like, you know, on not the overall board of the museum itself, but like on the board, like the logistical board, like the day-to-day workings of the museum. Okay. And so she was showing her portfolio to a coworker at the museum. And he was like, oh my God, I didn't even know that you were an artist like this. He said, I thought you dabbled. He said, I didn't know that you produce like brilliant work. And she was like, yeah, well, you know, I'm young and I just finished college and stuff. So, you know, I'm just doing what I do. And I thought starting my life as, you know, working in an art museum would be a good way, you know, to put a good progressive step forward. The guy was like, this stuff is great. He's like, and we have, you know, they had, I guess, like an upstairs exhibit that was all sculptures, but all the walls were empty. He was like, I have an idea. He was like, we need to get your work on the walls that are naked up there where the sculptures are. She was like, oh my God, really? He was like, yeah. He said, I'm going to bring it up. This was a higher up. I'm going to bring it up in the next meeting. So they go to the meeting. It's like 30 something people in the meeting. And he says, I want to make a proposal. I want to pitch a proposal to, you know, to the committee and see what y'all think, because the walls were not being used. They were not typically reserved for paintings because the focal point in this area was the sculptures. He's like, well, since we don't use walls anyway, I want to propose that our young artist resident, our young artist in the making, she showed me her portfolio, and I want to suggest that we put her work up. We present her work upstairs where the sculptures are. And everybody was like, oh my God, that's a great idea. That's a great idea. All of a sudden, out of this kind of low rumble of great idea, one guy says, I don't think that's a good idea. I think any space in this museum needs to be reserved for somebody with more experience. And she said the room fell silent. And everybody in the room turned to look at her to see what her response was going to be. And she said in that moment, she didn't say anything. She put her head down and didn't say anything. And so because she did not defend her work, she did not accept the affirmations of the other 30 something people, that she internalized this thing that this guy had said and chose to run with that she didn't fight for her work to be on that wall. And so because she didn't fight for herself, the committee couldn't give her the space. And she said that it plagued her and it you know, fucked up her confidence. And so from that day, at the age of 24, and she turning 50, she has not had an exhibition. She has not attempted to, do an exhibition. Her daughter is younger than my daughter, and her daughter has already had an exhibition at the Getty. So it was like this thing that she had deeply internalized as this wound. And so now, as a gift to herself, she's going to do her own exhibition. They've already got the place and everything. Her daughter's curating it, so it's a really beautiful process. And she said that, it's just my way to like overcome my and what we would call an insecurity or a wound. She called her this guy's name. This guy's name was the name that she gave to this insecurity, this fear, this this place where she has halted her passion. She calls her wound this guy's name. And so she was going to name the exhibition letters to this guy's name, right? She said, I even had this idea that when I do the exhibition, I'll talk to people about the exhibition and why the exhibition, and then I will ask the audience, at the opening event, who is this guy's name? Who is the person in your life that this guy's name, challenged your confidence, that, caused an emotional wound that you couldn't see yourself getting past, or whatever. Now, inside my spirit, I'm screaming, hollering. As a matter of fact, I'm hollering. But I don't want to be presumptuous, or come off like, reductive or anything like that. This is my homie, and I love this woman. So I was like, that's interesting. That's deep. You know what I'm saying? And I let it be. And so we were talking about some other things, right? The next morning, I got up early. This girl had been on my spirit all night. And I got up in the morning, and spirit was like, look, you got to tell her. You have to tell her what you were experiencing. You have to tell her. She still got sovereignty. She can do what she wants to do. But it is your responsibility to tell her why your spirit was screaming last night when she told you this story. You got to tell her, and you can't let the sun go down without telling her. And so, and the reason why I thought it was just, because how it is, when you a minister, or when you a doctor, or when you you a healer, or when you just in your family and you the one that always help people. It's so easy for you to see how, to give good advice. Everybody like, you give such good advice. You feel me? It's really easy for us to do that. Look from the outside in, because we can look objectively. We are not emotionally tied to the decisions that these people that we are attempting to intercede on behalf of. We are not emotionally tied to the decisions that they about to make. And so it does become easier for us to objectively look from the outside in and say, look, I know you're really passionate about this, but right? And so that was why I thought my spirit was screaming the night before. And then I woke up in the morning when spirit was like, get your ass up out of bed, get shit done that you need to get done, but don't you let the sun go down without calling this woman. Call this woman today, okay? And I had a cataclysmic breakthrough, child. Cataclysmic. Because even with the work that I have done and the way that I teach you all, and I am constantly, I'm constantly at work on my own self. You feel me? That as much work as I've been in, and as light as I feel like I am in the constant sifting back through my past, right? Because I'm not telling you to disappear your past. I am saying that when I'm always talking about going back into our past and recognizing when our past has met a moment, it's not to quote, ignore the past. Because we hyper-focus on the traumas of our past, not recognizing that if we're still enough and if we're non-judgmental enough about the past, that we can see that there are many, 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 many more lessons and blessings that we can extract from the past than there are our wounds. But we're taught to hyper-focus on our harms, our hurts, our wounds, our fears, whatever. So I'm driving. I'm like going to the store to get some cat food or some shit. And I'm like, oh, this is why I was so moved by this girl's story. As even though I don't have this guy's name, like she was saying it, that is severe as like the impact that this thing had on her. I have my own, this guy's name or this person's name or this woman's name type of events. And so all these years when I had said that I had, forgiven or moved past these traumas, inflicted by others. There was something in between that I had not yet met. I had not yet resolved. That I was able to see crystal clear in this woman, but did not see crystal clear in myself until she shared this experience with me, and I had the response that I had. I had the experience that I had. So let me tell you. The next morning, I have a little recorder. Oh, my purse ain't over here. I have a little recorder that I carry around with me that was gifted to me by one of the sisters who flew out here from a birthday party. And baby, let me tell you something. I'm going to tell you the basis of this thing. I have, y'all know I have an extremely sharp, rebellious nature. Like, especially at this age. I wasn't always this rebellious, but at my age, it's true. Once you get a certain age, old people be like, I can do whatever the fuck I want to do. I can say whatever the fuck I want to say because I'm old. Fuck that, you know what I'm saying? And 50 gave me that. I'm like, okay, now I am an elder. It's official. So I can do what I want. I can say what I want. And so my rebellious nature has like intensified. And sometimes that rebellious nature prevents me from seeing clearly and hearing clearly. So I'll have a knee-jerk response like, fuck that. You know what I'm saying? And I ain't trying to hear nothing past it. Fuck that. Right? So being able to discern the period where you need to, quote, trust your flesh, which I'm always saying, but that doesn't mean to reject the lesson that's coming to you. You feel me? So after this happened, I'm driving. I pull out my little recorder because I'm having a whole breakthrough that I can clearly recall every so-called crossroad, every major turning point decision in my life since childhood, and can clearly see in my mind what would have happened had I chosen the opposing thing. I'm not talking to you theoretically or metaphorically. I am telling you that these moments, man, since I was young, I could clearly see a moment that I understood, even as a child, I understood how pivotal that decision was. And right now, today, can clearly see what my life could have potentially been had I made the opposing decision. The thing that was always in these crossroad moments that I can literally pick out one by one, always came with some figure of authority imposing their worldview and will based on their authority on me that had me pivot in my original decision. Every single one. And so when I would tell these stories, some of these stories I have told to you, like the reason I play saxophone as opposed to playing the drums. I will never forget this man's name. I was in the 5th grade. It is that moment in the 5th grade where you had to go into the band room. You either had to choose a sport or you had to choose band. You feel me? And you go into this room where all these people from all over the city who have music stores will bring all their instruments and demonstrate the instruments. And then the little kids can pick the instrument that they want to learn how to play. My 5th grade band teacher, his name was Mr. Peak. When I tell you, I will never forget him. His name was Mr. Peak. And he was, if he wasn't gay, he was extremely flamboyant, right? But regardless, I knew, I'd already talked to my mama about it. I knew when I went into the classroom already what instrument I was going to choose. Hold on. I was going to choose the drums. I wasn't wavering, wasn't uncertain, wasn't debating. I was clear what I was going to play. I was going to play the drums. And my mama said, if you want to play the drums, you can play the drums, right? I walked into the classroom, told Mr. Peak that I wanted to play the drums. And he said to me, I will never forget, this was in the 5th grade, y'all. This is 40 years ago. He said, well, little girls should not play the drums. So you're not going to play the drums in my band. Now you can choose the flute or the clarinet. And my little baby spirit was so mad, but this is a white, affluent figure of authority in Ozark, Alabama, who was telling me, this little black girl, that I cannot do what I wanted to do. And every time some male child, white child, chose the drums, I could just feel the rage growing up from within my spirit. You feel me? And so he said, you can either play the flute or the clarinet, neither of which I wanted to play. So because he said those two that I had to choose from, I said, in my little baby spirit of rebellion, I'm going to play the saxophone. And so I chose the saxophone. That is how I began my journey playing the saxophone, right? I love the saxophone. I love it. But that was not what I wanted to do. And I had been denied sovereignty as a child. And I have multiple stories like that. Multiple stories where some person that was a figure of authority primarily in my childhood, not exclusively, but primarily until I was about the age of 20. There was another thing. I lived in Dothan, Alabama, had never in my life seen a metal sculpture. Never. Didn't know anybody that even worked with metal. Nobody. And at the age of 13, this shit is so clear. My life and my mind is so clear to me. At the age of 13, because I was just going into 12. The age of 12, I was just going into high school. I had a clear image of me being famous for metal sculpting. I became obsessed with the idea. I don't know how I'm gonna do it. I am going to be a famous metal sculptor, right? That's what the world's gonna know me for, is I'm gonna be doing metal sculpting. So in the 9th grade, you could choose home economics, or you could choose agriculture. And if you choose agriculture, the first semester would be agriculture, and the second semester would be shop, where you learned carpentry and you learned metallurgy. You learned how to do metalwork and you learned how to do carpentry, both of which I was interested in, right? So in the books, there was no, you can't do this, you can't do that. So when I go to talk to the teacher who is over ag and shop, he told me, I don't allow girls. It's too dangerous. I don't allow girls in the shop. Now, if you want to take ag the first semester, that's fine, but you cannot take shop the second part of the semester. You're going to have to take home economics. And so I didn't take agriculture and I didn't take shop because this old ass white man told me he don't allow girls in shop. And so I chose home economics, which I loved. I had a great time. I learned to sew. And so that became a whole thing. I still had never let go of my obsession with this vision of me becoming a famous metal sculptor. But once I went into home economics, I was like, that's it. I'm gonna be a fashion designer. And I was serious. Started studying all the fashion designers, started watching all the shows, watching all the runway shows. I knew they lines, this and that and this and that. I started making my own clothes. It drove my mother crazy because I didn't care how bad it looked. I didn't care how jagged my lines was. I was like, this is how I'm gonna learn. I loved hats, so I was making all kinds of crazy hats. My nightmare was to show up to school in the same outfit as someone else. So my mom would have to browbeat me, put me in handcuffs to make me go shopping for new clothes. I didn't want no new clothes. I didn't want no shit that you could get at the mall. That was my nightmare. And so I started making everything, right? I was going to be a fashion designer. And then as a famous fashion designer, I would make enough money that I can go and pursue my desire, which was to be a metal sculptor. Okay. Every time that I have had these pivotal moments that, quote, led me somewhere else. It was never anything bad that it led me into. I didn't play the saxophone. I didn't play the drums. I played the saxophone, and it opened up 1,000 doors for me. Awesome. But I still had this lament to this day, as a matter of fact, about never having learned to play the drums. And then same thing with the metal sculpting and this dude in a figure of authority, forcing me to pivot. You feel, forcing me to pivot. And it opened many doors for me. I love fashion to this day. Actually, I don't dress that way, but I still love fashion. I'm still obsessed with fashion, whatever. And then even, the out of concern, the way our parents teach us and tell us about what we need to do, quote, as adults to, quote, support ourselves and shit. That shit becomes a mantra, if we allow it to be, that can cause self-sabotage. You feel me? And so when this thing happened with the sister and this exhibit that she is going to be producing, and I was having such a time in my spirit, it caused me to reflect on these pinpoint moments of my life where I can see clearly how my life would have been different, not in lament and not in regret, just a clear, non-emotional recognition of what still exists as all of the possibilities. You feel me? And what it led me to conclude in that moment was this, was that even if as a child, right, as a teenager, there were choices that I made because I did not see any way to impose my choice within the circumstances that were put in front of me. Do you see what I'm saying? I made a decision to play the saxophone, but I didn't deviate from that decision. So even though, and of course I was a child, but this is still necessary work to go back into our own lives and see where we yielded power. So even as a child, Mr. P could say, yeah, you can't play the drums in my band. And so I choose the saxophone because I still wanted to be in band. I still wanted to learn music. But I could have also made the decision to say, since my mama had already said yes, can you still get me a little drum? Can we go get private lessons? Any of those things could have been a decision that I made. Not only that, I could have made a decision that even though this man used his position of authority to attempt to deny me sovereignty, because that's exactly what that was. We have to call a thing a thing. People in positions of authority over others who attempt to use, quote, power to deny others sovereignty, that's what we're dealing with. No matter what facet of life we are in, this is about people not recognizing your right to sovereignty by your sure existence on earth. Regardless of what that existence look like, regardless of what that existence looks like, your ass was born, you willed yourself to be, your mother allowed you to be, and in this relationship between you and your mama, she ordained you from day one with all the rights that come with being a sovereign entity on this planet. We born with them rights. We born with them rights. And I'm not being, I want you to understand, walk with me, because what I am saying is even when we are parenting, because this has been our relationship to the greater world, getting accustomed, man, submitting, man, to the denial of sovereignty. That's what we do. Our bosses try to deny us our sovereignty under threat of you ain't gonna have no money to get to keep yourself afloat or whatever, right? Everybody, our parents do that because in their mind, based on their relationship to the world around them that is perpetually and constantly denying them sovereignty, they see power as synonymous with the ability to deny other people's sovereignty. And who better to deny sovereignty to than the own children that you, quote, own and control? As a matter of fact, I'm gonna find this book because it keeps coming up and I keep saying I'm gonna look for it between, but the book, I wish I could have it. It's somewhere close because I keep threatening to read it to y'all. There's a book, very easy book to read, called The Prophet by Jalal Gibran. It's so close. I can feel it. I keep saying I'm going to pull it out. Let me see if I can. I have the complete works of his, but I have the single book. Let me see if I can grab this right quick because it keeps coming up and I don't want to miss the moment because it's important. hopefully it's in here. It says complete works, but bet money that'll be the only book that's not up in here. And if it's not, then I'll just have to really make a mental note to bring it for the next slide. But this is the complete writings of Khalil Gibran. So let me see if it's in here. And if it's not, I'm just going to have to paraphrase what I wanted to tell you. Yeah, it looks like it. Today. Nope. Yep. It's not in here. It says the complete works, but the one that he's most popular for, it's not in here. Well, that's whack. That's really whack. But anyway, if anybody has ever read the book The Prophet by Khalil Gibran, there's a section that is called On Children. The short version of the story is that he is, quote, the master, the prophet, the leader, the spiritual leader of this community, and his, quote, ship is on the horizon, meaning his time is up. He's about to die. He knows he's about to die. And so he calls the entire community together to give them one last lesson. And so he allows the community to ask him questions. And then he responds to each of the questions. And one of the people says, speak to us of children. And it is my most favorite section in that book because he says, our children are not, now I'm paraphrasing, our children are not ours to possess. They are of us, but they do not belong to us, right? They are of us, but they do not belong to us. That our job is not to own and control and, quote, shape and mold them as we think it is. That's not our job. It is not to own and control and shape and mold our children. It is to provide enough nourishment, love, and protection so that they can become the full and complete embodiment of their divine self that they saw in this world that they needed. You, as their parents, are what they needed to be able to execute their own destiny. Our job is to allow them to come through us as sovereign beings and protect not only their little baby bodies, not only feed their little baby bodies, not only cover their baby bodies and give them a home and all of that shit. It is to cover, protect, honor, and nurture the divine entity that you have allowed to come through you, the sovereign being that you have allowed. They are sovereign from day one. They're sovereign from day one. They are. And I think the first time I read this book, I might have been 19 or 20 years old. I just become a mother. And yes, oh my God, thank you so much, Goddess Daja. What an intervention. This is one, she just posted in the comment section, one of the lines from that section. It says, your children are not your children. They are the sons and daughters of life's longing for itself. God, they come through you, but not from you. And though they are with you, yet they belong not to you. Oh my God, this book is so great. I got to find this book. I've been threatening for a year that it was going to be the next book I read. Thank you so much for that, Goddess Daja. That was such an intervention. Thank you so much. And the reason I'm saying that is because in this moment that I was having right after the solstice and recalling how much what this is, not just what she said, the palpable emotional impact that what she was telling me had on her for all her life, for me to be able to feel that as she's telling this story in her excitement about this project that she's about to be engaged in. And so before I could call her and tell her why my spirit was screaming out loud when she was telling me this story, required me to sit my ass down for 2 hours talking into my little recorder and writing notes about my own life that mirrored her experience in a multiplicity of different ways. And the one thing that came to me over and over and over and over and over again is that though there are people around you who in their own trauma, in their own harm, in their own misguided beliefs will attempt to deny you sovereignty, sovereignty still remains. You still have sovereignty. Because even authority, even outside forces attempting to subdue, to do in the exact moment when a decision must be made, and that decision being made to benefit you, to for your own personal best interest, even if you have to create a new way to do your will, to execute your own will, to execute your own sovereignty, recognizing those moments where you didn't choose that, where you didn't choose sovereignty. That was what I had been missing in all of this work and all of the study and all of the ceremony and all of the things that I had done. Being able, because it was needed for me to recognize these moments that I had pivoted right when I should have gone left, or when I wanted to go left, right? And the people that the devil at the crossroads that was forcing a decision over what my little spirit wanted, what my little body wanted. The devil at the crossroads forced my damn hand, or for me to see the devil as forcing my hand. And in the forcing of my hand, I didn't come to new conclusions. I didn't know enough still to pivot around this kind. I didn't stage a contest for my sovereignty in any of these decisions. I complied, I conceded, I submitted, which is what each one of these forces was attempting to do. Whether they were aware of it or not is not the issue. Whether that was their intention in their brain or not is not the issue. The issue is when you are at the crossroads of some pivotal point in your life, and there will be these, quote, devils at the crossroad attempting to influence the decision that you make. The decision now, because now you can't say you don't know, because I done told you. The decision that we must always make is to side with sovereignty, to side with our own sovereignty. Come hell or high water, even if it's a person, quote, authority over your life that has the ability to, quote, do things to your life like your boss, don't pivot in opposition, because this is concession. This is you conceding. This is you yielding your sovereignty. This is you saying, I concede and I yield my sovereignty over to you. That's not what I'm saying. I'm not saying get fired from your job if your job is helping you to support your life. But if a person in a position of authority that can impact your life is attempting to execute their will on you, is attempting to deny you sovereignty, in that moment, you make you say, okay, it seems like you only got two decisions, this decision or this decision, right? You don't have two decisions. In every moment, you have a multiplicity of possibilities. And it is only like stress and anxiety that narrows your vision. So you only see this way or that way. And so fine, I'll just do what they told me to do. And then that's where regret comes from. Regret is the byproduct, child. Regret is the byproduct of cowardice. And I'm not condemning or charging. I'm saying regret functionally is the only outcome that cowardice produces. When you see an opportunity to exert your sovereignty, to demonstrate out in the world your sovereignty and how seriously you take it, and you make a decision that is completely contradictory to the expression of your sovereignty, the reason that you did that is because you perceive that somebody in a position of authority over your life that could impact your life negatively has says, I got to do this way, and so I ain't got no choice. You always have a choice. You always have a choice. But when you're not making a decision out of fear, out of anxiety, or whatever, or out of cowardice, right? Now, in the calm, you can say, okay, this is my job and I have to do X, Y, and Z, but it don't mean I have to do it the way this motherfucker right here say. I can navigate the possibilities to where my sovereignty is still openly executed, so that this person, when they come to me next time, they won't come to me the same way, because you got done for you what you needed to do, what you needed to get done out of your quote employee, and I still got my way at the end. But you cannot make clear, courageous decisions about your life that display in all spaces your sovereignty, your inherent understanding and possession of self-sovereignty by way of willing yourself here. And that's the starting point. That's the foundation. You feel me? That's why this thing is always attempting to terrorize the hell out of you. Everywhere you turn around, this monstrosity is attempting to terrorize the hell out of you so that you can concede your sovereignty. That you can, y'all call it something political, and that's fine. There are multiple ways to communicate an idea. You say you're under the auspice of fear, you're willing to give up your civil rights. Okay, fine, if you want to communicate it that way. But that came from someplace. There's some fertile ground from which that evil ass weed shot the hell up out of. You feel me? And so it is only when we face ourselves, man, because what this thing did for me on Monday was have me take true responsibility for my life. That even as Mr. Peak in the 5th grade told me little girls should not play the drums, and so you choose the flute or the clarinet, and my little rebellion was I was going to choose the saxophone. That teeny little rebellion, I didn't get my way in that moment, but I still didn't do what he said. He said choose the clarinet or the flute. I said fuck that, I'm choosing the next biggest instrument. I'm going to play the saxophone, right? Me not even until that day, Monday, seeing this little act of rebellion being blessed. Spirit gifted me with that little display of rebellion in the 5th grade little girl. You feel me? Because saxophone opened up so many doors for me. I went to school for the first 3 years for free. Didn't pay a dime for my first 3 years in college on saxophone scholarships. But the other side of that, so I got rewarded for my act of rebellion. And I didn't see that. I didn't see that as an act of rebellion until Monday. Do you hear me? So not only did I get rewarded for my little act of rebellion, but the other thing is can I take responsibility for why I never learned to play the drums? I can't blame Mr. Peak for forever. That was a seeding moment. You feel what I'm saying? I'm having this breakthrough Monday. Still in the energy of the winter solstice. Monday. It was like, well, goddamn. Cassandra, what's your excuse now? Shit, you wanted to learn how to play the drums when you was in the 5th grade, and the little white boy, Mr. Peak, wouldn't let you play no drums in his band. But goddamn, you were only in Mr. Peak's band for a year. The following year, when I went to go live with my dad in Biloxi, after Mr. Peak said little girls can't play the drums in his band, the next school that I went to, the very next year, in Gulfport, Mississippi, the entire drum line was black girls. The whole drum line was black girls. Did it occur to me at that time to say, well, damn, Mr. Peak is wrong. That's that bullshit. Let me ask the other teacher, can I change instruments if that's really what I wanted to do? Can I play the drums? Can I learn how to play? Y'all been playing a long time. Can I just learn on the side after school? That wasn't a decision that I made, that I was informed enough around those around me that I had a right to sovereignty. So we have to teach our children from day one, they have a right to sovereignty. Unflinching, unwavering right to sovereignty. I don't give a goddamn. I don't care how old they are. Stop telling your children they are to be seen and not heard, because that's why you don't hear them. You repeat this spell on your children. Children should be seen and not heard. And that's why you do not hear them when they tell you something terrible happening to them. That's why you don't hear them when they tell you that this teacher is always picking on them. They don't ever pick on nobody else. They're always picking on me. Just go in there and do what them white people say. That's what you tell. That's what my parents told me, because that's what their parents told them. So we have to embolden and strengthen and empower our children to recognize that there is nothing on this planet more important than their sovereignty. Nothing. I don't give a fuck. Not no goddamn bullshitting ass bourgeois respect. You respect your elders. You respect all grown-ups and all of that shit. No. You'll never have me telling my grandbabies that shit. Nuh-uh. Nope. Never. Now, minimum human respect, fine. Fine. But outside of that, no. You get what you give, bitch. That's it. That's what we have to create cocky human beings out of our young people. How else do you think they're gonna clean up the fucking mess we made? If you keep putting into them like a spell the same shit that prevented you from changing the world. The same shit that prevented you from changing the world is what prevented your parents from changing the world and their parents from changing the world. This goddamn white nationalist, patriarchal, lunomaniacal, warmongering insanity that requires slavery as its foundation. It requires your submission. It requires blind submission. It requires you to be quiet in the face of oppression, exploitation, domination, and all of that shit. It requires you to be quiet as you are being sexually assaulted. It requires you to not fight back as you are being aggressed upon. It requires that. And so it weaves it into the entire structure and then calls it morals. That's what it do. It calls it being, professional. That's what it does. It calls your oppression and your yielding in that, it's acceptance, that's just how it is, they'll call that professionalism. Meanwhile, your spirit is raging a whole goddamn contest, and since you don't give it the outlet to wage the contest, it ends up causing cancer, heart disease, colon disease, and all of this other shit. Like that, we need an outlet for this rage. And since you ain't gonna give us the outlet, we're gonna turn on ourselves until you get the message. Until you receive the message, we're going to make your ass sick until you give us the outlet to do what it is we need to do to ensure sovereignty for our own self. This us in our own personal universe. Every last one of you. Every last one of you. Somebody say alchemic energy, say autoimmune disease. What does autoimmune disease mean? It literally means you turning in on yourself. That's literally what it means. That your immune system, your fighting system, bitch, has turned in on yourself. It does not recognize enemy from self. Huh? It don't recognize your immune system, your warriors, your troops, your dynamic fighting self-preservation system does not recognize the enemy from its own self. So I had to sit up in there going off in my little recorder about these experiences where I have allowed those who in my mind I accepted were figures of authority over me. And in the acceptance of a person being an authority over me, what it simultaneously does is teaches me to not trust my own flesh, my own body, my own understanding, my own will, my own desire. It does not matter because I have yielded all of that to this person that I perceive is in a place of authority over me. That I only had one or two choices. And because they in a position of authority over me, I have to yield. Not having been taught. So this is a breakthrough I'm having right now on my own. To this day, man, to this day, never having been taught by some figure of authority, that if something is attempting to subdue you, a boss, a job, a circumstance that is threatening your ability to do this and this and this and this, right? To preserve your life, that there are not two decisions. There ain't no crossroads. There ain't no crossroads. Not only is there not no crossroads, there ain't no devil at the crossroads. Because at the crossroads, you still run the shit. And if you at the crossroads and somebody is trying your stilo at the crossroads, somebody trying to pivot you off the chosen path of your destiny, that there ain't just these two roads that intersect, baby. That there are endless possibilities that you can create. There are endless possibilities that you can create. That's what it means to be a fate. That's what it means. That's what it means. It's to be the spider. is to be the center. And from the center, create an entire structure that always gives you endless possibilities of how to execute your sovereignty over your environment that you have shaped and molded with your own behavior, your own beliefs, your own actions. Nobody built your shit for you. Nobody built your shit for you. This is the criminality of how this thing has been executed. It was a real breakthrough moment for me this week, y'all. I'm not, and this is a super, super simplified expression of the quality and the gravity of the breakthrough that I had on. This is just Monday. Here it is, Sunday, bitch. And I'm telling you, I've been up in here subdued the whole week, every single solitary day this week. Every single solitary day this week. Y'all are so many. Those of us who have been in fucked up, interpersonal relationships, marriages, booze, whatever, right? Your parents. There is a way, and I too am guilty, that we can say, even years and years into the future, right? I would have had this, and this. So many women can tell the story. See, if I would not have married that bum, I would have this and 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 this. I would have been so much further along. I would have had this and this and that and that. I would have made different decisions about the life of me and my children. Do. And I thought that because I am at a place in my life and have been for some time, that I can talk in retrospect about my ex-husband without explicatives being attached to his name, that was my breakthrough. That my breakthrough, the evidence of my breakthrough was that I could say his name in a conversation, you feel me, and not have a motherfucker attached to it or a son of a bitch attached to his name, that I could speak about his name without being emotionally triggered by the mention of his name or whatever, this and that, and such and such. And so I thought that was a breakthrough. I'm good. You know what I'm saying? Because it's been 10 years. I ain't said this brother's name. I ain't called him a nigga. You feel me? I ain't had nothing bad to say about this dude who I was married to, or the other dude who I was engaged to. Both of whom had, in their own peculiar ways, they both had an extraordinary impact on my life. But the deeper work, child, the more uncomfortable work, child, and it's uncomfortable, is to recognize that no matter how bad, no matter how deep and profound these experiences, each one of the experiences I can point to in a single moment and say that if he hadn't done this, if he hadn't said that, if he hadn't done this and this and this and this, has been wrong. It's been wrong. It's still been based in this idea that since childhood, I have accepted that sovereignty was only for the group. And that if you were a part of the group and you had a vagina, you had less sovereignty than the rest of the group. And that ain't no shit. I'm paraphrasing. I'm saying even in revolutionary organization, even inside spiritual and religious organizations, that the quote group is more important than what? The individual. Isn't that what we talk all the time? All the time? All the time? All the time? It's a spell. It's a spell. It's a spell. How are you going to secure sovereignty for the group when you deny sovereignty for yourself? All the time. That's why cults exist. That's why cults exist. Cults exist and behave just like the church, even though they appear to be offering you an alternative to the rigidity and the dogma of quote accepted religious beliefs, institutions, and ideologies, but they use exactly the same strategy, which is what they're designed to do. I'm convinced that all cults, everyone that has ever existed from the beginning of cults to this day, are goddamn psyops. I am convinced that they are a deliberately timed strategy to quell rebellion. That's my personal position. So when people be asking me, is the Temple of Evolutionary Emergence a cult? Absolutely, 10,000, 10 million% no. I'm not interested in no shit like that. I'm not interested in no shit like that. That's why I teach you the way that I do. I don't hold shit from you. I don't keep mysteries from you and keep secrets from you. So I only give you a little bit of the teaching and then keep the rest for later. So I can make you pay $10,000 for this little piece. I can make you pay $100,000 for this little piece. And then once you become an initiate, then you can get the real juice. I'm not interested in none of that shit. When I tell you, I'm not interested in none of that shit. And that part right there is going to circle back to this damn book I was talking to y'all about at the beginning of this thing, about the quotes, Secret Teachings of All the Ages by Manly P. Hall. I am opposed to that bullshit. 1,000%, 1,000,000%. Because in a world that looks the way that it does right now today, and all we doing is perpetually looking for the worst, because we don't believe that today is the worst that it could, the worst that it can possibly be. We say today, we agree. Today is the worst that it can possibly be. And from this day on, it is not only going to get better, it is going to get radically better because we will it so. Because we will it so. So because of this bullshit about the end of the world and the revelations and the apocalypse and the Armageddon, we are always looking for something to be worse than today. For real. That's what we're looking for. That's what we're looking forward to. We tell these goddamn stories about a mythological Jesus fucking skateboarding out the sky on a cloud to come and swoop us up to rescue us from the heathens who have to stay here and endure even greater suffering. And we feel good about this shit. To hear preachers say, we should be excited that we seeing wars and rumors of wars. Because this is the evidence that Jesus is soon returning. And it's been such a good strategy that they have been talking about this motherfucker, that motherfucker, this motherfucker, that motherfucker for the last, 1,700 years? Do you know that there have been 32 proposed antichrists over the last 1,700 years? This story still get them juice. They're like, damn, these people still believe this shit. Let's milk this motherfucker for all we can get. 1,700 years later, y'all still talking about the Antichrist in the last days, and this is the signs and the symbols of the last 8. And they like, damn, even with internet, even with all the history in the world compiled in the palm of their hands to give them enough information to say, is this shit true? Is this shit not true? Let's see what this scientist over here say. Let's see what this researchers over here say. To come to an informed decision about how we can finally, once and for all, end this bullshitting ass political strategy to terrorize you into creating the worst. That's what it is. That's what it is. Is to create in you the agents necessary to ensure the worst outcome, because the narrative fed to you through all the propaganda, all the movies, all the plays, all the cinema, all the music. Everything is always teaching you all the time about all the possible ways that the world is going to come to an end. That's all you've been given. That's all you've been given. All the ways. And so in your mind, there's 1,000,001 conspiracy theories because they are all seeded. They're all seeded to ensure that the majority of your brain power is literally being exhausted on imagining the worst possible outcome. And then that imagination creates the thing. How does it create the thing? Not in ambiguity, not in a poof the magic dragon type of shit. No, all of your energy focused on the worst possible outcome becomes how you behave in the world to guarantee it so. To guarantee it so. And so I'm talking about seemingly small decisions that I can look back on and say, okay, that even as a child, I can give myself grace because I did not have the external or the internal information that taught me in this moment that just because he was bigger than me, just because he was a grown-up, didn't mean I had to yield sovereignty. What it meant was that I needed to look around at all of the other options that weren't obvious instead of just these two options that I appeared to have. I only had two, you feel me? And even though I rebelled a little bit, you feel me? I still conceded a little bit. Instead of being able to see that in every moment, there are endless possibilities in every single second. And so if there are endless possibilities and you know it now, because even in 15 years of political work as a political organizer, as a hardcore cadre style, self-acclaimed socialist, African internationalist, under the leadership of a multiplicity of awesome elder teachers, you feel me? Even in my 15 years as a devotee of Ifa, and surrounded by all of these elder teachers who have been the keepers and the progenitors of the tradition, no one, not one person from my entry into the world to this day, not a single person, I'm getting chills everywhere. Not a single solitary person in my whole existence, as Cassandra pulled me aside and said, actually, you know what? I'm lying. One person did. And I've only seen this person's face one time in my life. One person did. This person didn't know me. But aside from her, nobody that knew me, nobody that cared for my life, nobody who was my teacher, nobody who was my mentor, nobody who had more information than I did, not one single solitary person who had the responsibility to do it, but they didn't know either. That's how pervasive this shit is. That's how effective this shit has been. Said to me that no matter what I teach you, your responsibility is to behave with this information that I've given you as a sovereign entity, as a completely self-governing entity, taking in what you need in the moment, keeping what you may need for the future, and leaving in the past that shit that you cannot see can serve you. Everything that I tell you is not written in it's not wholly written for you to execute exactly how I say you need to execute. That, but above all other things, yes, we got to make a revolution. Yes, we got to do whatever. Feel me? That the seed of all of that is you willed yourself into existence. And that existence guaranteed you sovereignty from the first day to the last. You move as a sovereign entity in the world, and then let all of those things that you learn, all of those experiences that you have, let all of those things come into you, shape you, and mold you as your ass see fit. As your ass see fit. Because you are your sovereign. You are your sovereign. This your universe. That's why all the planets have a place in your body. That's why every organ is attached to a specific sign in the heavens. You are the microcosm. She is the great macrocosm. Your mama is the great macrocosm that teaches you how to be in right relationship with the earth. The only way to be in right relationship with the earth is to first honor your own divinity. Divinity is expressed as sovereignty, nothing less. Nobody said that except this one woman who stopped me in a store in St. Petersburg the day before I was leaving Florida for good to drive across this goddamn country for 6 weeks. And this woman who didn't know me, whose face I have not seen from that day to this. That was in 2018, in March of 2018. And she stopped me in the store. She said, "Girl, are you Bruja?" I said, "You just walk up to anybody in a grocery store and be asking them if they're a witch?" She was like, "I ain't trying to offend you. I just asked you a question." She had a whole attitude. She was Puerto Rican. She was like, "You a witch?" I was like, "Why you want to know?" And then she pulled out of her shirt her aleke. She sprung her aleke out on me. I was like, "Oh, okay, I see you," right? And so she too was a daughter of Oya. I was like, "Yo, this shit is crazy," but shit like that was happening to me a lot. And she said, "You want to go have coffee?" I was like, "Yeah, let's go have coffee. I got a perfect place." We go to this coffee shop called the Black Crow. We talking, and she said, "I read the Akashic Records." I had never even heard of the Akashic Records. All them years in school and all that shit, I'd never heard of the Akashic Records. I was like, "I don't know what that is, but you know what? This is an intervention. So can I book a reading with you? I'm leaving Florida tomorrow. So can we do it tomorrow morning before I leave?" She was like, "Yeah, let's go to the park." So she did my reading in the park. She opened my records for the first time in this park in St. Pete. And the first thing she told me, the first thing she said, now she didn't know nothing about me. She ain't know nothing about me. She said, "The first thing I want to tell you is," I can't believe I'm just remembering this in this moment. She said, She said, you have lived on this earth many, 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 many times. That's what she said. She said, and this is going to be your most important incarnation. And if you get this shit right, you will not have to come back again. You will, quote, be rejoined with the universal one, with the universal body. I was like, damn, that's the first little paragraph. That's what she said. She said, your first incarnation, your first time on this earth, you were a priestess in the temple of the lion-headed goddess. She said, that's all I'm seeing is a lion-headed goddess. She said, I don't know if that means anything to you. So she didn't even know it was Sekhmet. She said, you were a priestess in the temple of Sekhmet. She said, and this lion-headed goddess is the most misunderstood goddess. She said, because she has the head of a lion, she is always feared. And because she is feared, people never paid her the proper reverence. People never paid her the proper reverence because all they saw when they saw her face was fear. She said, but what they miss about the lion is that even though the lion may look, quote, ferocious, the lion is always led by great, great love. So the lion, even though appearing ferocious, the lion's stride is soft. The lion's stride is seamless. The lion shows up only out of love. So even when you see the face of the ferocious lion, what you perceive as violence or whatever, the only time the lion shows up is out of love for the greater whole. She said, now what this means to me is you have a problem. I said, damn. I said, what's the problem? She said, the problem is that in this incarnation, you have to remember that you have to be both. You have to be shrewd and you have to be soft and relaxed in your stride while always presenting the ferocious face of the lion. You need both. She said, and the reason I'm telling you that is because as we're sitting here in this park, this is damn near word for word. As we're sitting here in this park, she said, all your emissaries are like around all the people that are around you right now, all your emissaries that then came up in the room as I opened up your books. She said, it ain't just Black people. She said, so I see that you in the tradition, because I had my leke on. She said, I'm going to tell you something you don't want to hear. And I was a strict devotee at the time. I did not color outside the lines. I was a strict devotee. She said, I'm going to tell you something you don't want to hear. She said, what I am being told right now, what they are saying right now, is to take from everywhere what you need and move on. She said, your habit in the past has been that you will come into a space where people, an idea, a ritual, a culture is so new and exciting. And so you want to be respectful of the culture, the tradition, whatever it is. And so in your, quote, reverence for the tradition, what you've had a problem doing in the reverence for the person, the tradition, the culture, whatever, you have a problem. Your problem is that you often confuse submission for reverence. That's what she said. You often, this is what your emissaries is telling me, that you often confuse submission for reverence. She said, and that is not the work of a lion. She said, you go into these spaces, you hold the respect for the spaces that you need to get the information that is just for you from these spaces and recognize when it is the moment that you need to leave, to thankfully say, thank you so much. And now I need to evolve. She said, but if you submit, you will never get the lessons from your life and from your experiences and from others that you need to create something new. That's what she said. That's what she said. I can't believe I'm remembering this right now. That's what she said. This stranger that I met the day before. She said, the reason I'm telling you this is, she said, because all these entities around you, all these emissaries that are flooding this park that we sitting in, she said, the shit is crazy. She said, because they aren't all Black, boo. She said, they ain't all Black. She said, I am literally witnessing around you the faces of the whole planet. People dressed in regalia around you, people who obviously Asian around you, people who are ancient around you from all over the world. She said, so if you are going to be a, quote, strict discipline of a singular worldview, of a singular tradition, you are not going to be able to fulfill your destiny in this life. You're not. She said, take what you need and recognize the moment that you need to move on, that you need to evolve. Have the confidence to do it. You understand? She said, what else? I took 45 pages of notes from this one reading that sent me on my way across this damn country. She said, she said, you need to learn multiple languages. She's not the only one. In that month leading up to me leaving, making the decision to leave Florida once and for all, I got 4 different readings from 4 different traditions, from 4 different elders, just to make sure I wasn't going crazy talking about driving across this country and camping the whole way. I got 4 readings. 3 of the people that read me told me verbatim the same thing. You need to learn to speak multiple languages. One, a priest of Oshun, a priest of Oshun, told me not only do you need to learn to speak Spanish, he said you need to speak Spanish because where you are, I didn't tell him about my life. This was somebody else's misa that we were sitting in. He telling me this in the front of the group, right? He's a medium for the misa. And he tells me, you need to learn how to speak Spanish. You need to learn how to speak Spanish. He said, because not only do you need to learn how to speak Spanish, he said it would benefit you to learn how to speak the Cuban articulation of Spanish, because soon and it didn't make no sense to me. He said, because soon in your life, you need to learn Ifa like the Cubans do. He said, I'm gonna tell you something I ain't never told nobody else. And if you tell my Baba, because I was engaged to the Babalao who initiated him, who crowned him. He said, so if you tell my Baba I said this, I'm gonna call you a liar. He gonna believe me. That's what he said in front of all these women. He said, I've never told anybody to do this. And I met Ifa here in the United States. He said, but I'm gonna tell you what I'm seeing on you, who I'm seeing around you in this space. You not only need to learn how to speak Spanish, you need to, when you get initiated, you need to be initiated into Lukomi. You do not need to be initiated into Ifa as practiced here in the United States. He said, you need to go to Cuba and you need to receive Lukomi. That's what he said. I said, why? He said, because you need to learn Spanish and you need to learn the practice of the tradition to be able to articulate it in Spanish, because very soon you are going to be surrounded by people who need that information from you, who are going to look for that information from you. And at the time, it didn't make no sense because I was in Florida and all the Spanish speaking motherfuckers I knew in Florida already knew the tradition in Spanish. Everybody I knew in Florida was Cuban, was Puerto Rican, was Dominican, was Caribbean Spanish-speaking practitioners of Ifa, Santeria, Lukumi, and all of that. So it didn't make any sense to me. He's saying I need to learn how to speak Spanish because soon there's going to be a whole bunch of people around me that was going to need me to be able to communicate to them and to teach them in Spanish via Lukumi. The first woman I met in this city, 3 months later, the first woman I met in this city was a Mexican woman who had received Oya, the very first person. You understand what I'm telling you? 3 people told me I need to learn how to speak different languages. He was the only one that specified, but 3 different people said you need to quickly learn new languages. And of course, I haven't. But going back on this moment, this very pivotal point in my life, this woman doing this reading for me, this Akashic Records reading for me in this park the day before I left Florida for good. She was like, she said, what was something else she said? She said, you need to learn new languages. She said, because your emissaries, everybody that's rooting for you, everybody that's covering for you, everybody that is willing people into your life, and it seems random to you. Nope. There's nobody that you meet that's random. People are being brought to you, crossing your path, drawn to you. They don't know why, because your ass is outside of the realm of people that they typically meet. But somehow you keep drawing people to you that in your mind don't make sense, right? That these people are drawn to you. And she said, there's a reason. She said, because there are literally hundreds of multicolored, multicultural ethnicities and timelines. Ancient looking people. That scene in Sinners where you got kids from the future and kids from the hip hop era and people from all different walks of life in that scene. That shit resonated with me so much because that's what it was like when we were in that part. She's not the only one that's told me that. My godmother used to tell me the same thing. My godmother in the tradition, she's like, damn. She's like, I don't never see this. She said, every time I do a reading for you, girl, it's like all your native ancestors, they like taking up all the space. She said they taking up all the space. Like your native ancestors be really showing the fuck up in here. Like I rarely get any feedback from your African ancestors, but all your native ancestors be up in here squad B, taking up. She's not the only person to tell me that. One of my best friends, the one I told y'all who we went to medical school together, she graduated a year before I did. We got the same name. I'm only 10 days younger than she is. We both Virgos. We got the same name. I'm Cassandra. She's Sandra, but was raised Sandra. Her daughter was named Mariah. My daughter's name was Morgan. We both went to acupuncture school. We both started out as massage therapists. She's Lumbee Indian. And before I was getting ready to leave Florida, I told Sandra, I was like, look, I want you to do like an energy treatment for me. She's an acupuncturist, but she's also like born on a reservation, spiritual healer of her tribe, Lumbee Indian, North Carolina. So I was like, I want you to integrate a treatment for me. As a matter of fact, what day was it? It was the spring equinox. I went to her on the spring equinox. I was like, look, I need you to do a big, like, energetic treatment for me. I want you to incorporate acupuncture, stones, the medicine, the plant medicine, all the things. I need like purging. I need old stuff moved out the way. I need new fresh energy. I need all the things. Whatever you think in this moment as we're talking, do that. This girl, I didn't even remember this. This girl did this treatment for me. And I was the only patient that she had for a while. So we was up in there together. And she did, so in acupuncture, there are points on your, what y'all call your lifeline, right? From your genitals all the way around to your genitals. These are your first two acupuncture channels. The yin is the front part of the lifeline. The do is the back part of the lifeline, is what is said to have occurred with that first division of the zygote. Once the sperm met the egg, the first division formed your first meridian, your first acupuncture meridian. Okay, and along that meridian, there are points that correspond with what y'all call chakras in the Ayurvedic or the Hindi tradition. There are acupuncture power points, portal points that correspond with those points on chakras, right? And so she opened up the entire meridian by treating in the face-up position all of those points on the Ren channel. She did some crystal work. She did some sage work. She said some prayers. And then after she was done like applying stuff, then she put everything down and put her hands on my arm right here. So I'm laying there and she's got both her hands on my arms and she starts to speak her native language. She starts to pray in her native language. My eyes are closed. So I feel her hands as they go on me to begin praying. As soon as this girl opened her mouth to pray in her native language, all of a sudden, as obviously perceptively as I could feel her hands on me, I felt hands all over my body, all over my legs, all over my arms, on my head. I felt the pressure that felt just like the pressure of her hands on my arm. I felt that pressure everywhere on my body. I am scared to open my eyes, but she's praying and she starts crying. She says, girl, everybody is in this room. She said, this room is full. She said, your father is here. Your grandfather is here. Your grandmother is here. Your big papa is here. Your cousins are here. She says, This room is completely full. So she's still praying, but she stops to tell me that because I start weeping. And so she finishes praying, but I can feel, like when you're in a room, nobody have to touch you, and you can tell that you're in a room with 30 people, 40 people, right? It was like that, like the bouncing of energy off the walls because y'all all in this close proximity. That's what it felt like in that room. Once she stopped praying and she went out of the room to let me stay up in there, I just started sobbing uncontrollably, sobbing. And so there are these moments that I have that are like that impactful. But it's only when we are present enough that we can stitch those events of our lives together in a way that show us in real time what we are witnessing, that is the unfolding, the unfurling of the actual tapestry that is our life. That up until that moment, up until we're clearly present, that we can see how seemingly unrelated events are actually directly related, are directly impactful. That is not, that we still see our lives as a sequence of unrelated flimsy strings flailing all over the place. And so you do not see the God dang it. You do not see the importance of your life until you can be still and be clear and be present and be unjudgmental about your life. Those things that you are not proud of, those things that you are proud of. Because what I learned on Monday, I still ain't got outside Monday yet. What I learned on Monday was I was still harboring not rage or anger at these moments that I could pinpoint, Mr. Peak or this person or my ex-husband or my ex-fiance or any of these things. I don't harbor any anger when I think about those things. That's what I'm saying. I thought I had reached the breakthrough because I could say these people's names without saying cuss words attached to them. That's not the breakthrough. That even though I could speak in a calm way about these people who had wronged me in my life, the fact of the matter is part of the work of accepting the centrality of you being a sovereign being is not only that you can do what you want to do, it is to take responsibility for the things that you do, for the decisions that you made, and for what you allow others to do. There is a responsibility that you must take. And we are so tied to, so attached to, we are so attached to as a necessity of preserving our own emotions. We hold on tight to blame. We do. Y'all ain't gonna want to hear it. We hold on tight to blame. Because when we hold on tight to blame, there is no responsibility that we must take for the role that we played. Now, walk with me, because this is not the equivalence of victim blaming. I'm not saying the same thing. What I am saying is that there are moments in our lives that if we are honest enough, no matter who was doing what to us, in that moment, can we see? There may not be, but sometimes there are. And if we honest with ourselves, most times there are a clear defining moment that was present even then as a tiny little voice that we was like, I ain't trying to hear that shit. You feel me? That tiny little voice saying, there's another option. There is another decision that you can make. You do not have to give them the power to do what they gonna do. People gonna do what they gonna do. People gonna do what they gonna do. They gonna say what they gonna say based on their own traumas, past, fucked up ideas, whatever. They gonna call you out your name. They gonna call you fat. They gonna do all of these things. There's still a decision to be made, even in that moment, as they try to hurl some shit at you. There's a decision that you can make. You can say, I don't know what they got going on in their life, but that shit coming out their mouth, that ain't got nothing to do with me. That ain't got nothing to do with me. Or we can open up our heart, open up ourself, and receive what they're hurling. In the reception, the decision that you made to receive what they are hurling is going to have an impact because you've opened yourself up to it. You've opened your heart to receive what they dishing out of their hurt, out of their experience, out of whatever they got going on in their head and in their life that you ain't even privy to. They might just be looking for an open vessel for which to dump that which is happening to them. You feel me? In that moment, we have a decision. But if we are not taught regularly and well and having it reinforced all the time that we have an absolute unwavering right to sovereignty, just because you dishing it don't mean it's mine to receive, bitch. Just because you hurling it don't mean I have to catch it. I can dodge it. You know what I'm saying? I can pull a Neo on it. You feel me? There's a whole, I can completely act like I didn't even hear it. You feel me? But even in those moments. And so what has happened, it appears to me more today than ever before. Y'all call it, what y'all call it? Internet revolutionaries and, you know, like what y'all call trolls and what y'all call all kind of stuff. Because people be saying about internet culture, like people got a lot of, what do they call it? Virtual courage or some shit like that. Like people can say a lot of slick ass shit out their mouth when they ain't gotta be face to face with you. I just saw this cute little funny short yesterday about the little cartoon short about the little girl Veronica that's telling you how to, like, you know, deal with a toxic work environment. And so she's you know, a call, you know, like a call. She works in a call center. And so customers call, whatever. And the customer was going off, calling her stupid. And don't she understand English and all of this shit? She said, and the caller said, you better be glad we ain't face to face. Because I would blah, 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 blah. Like she going in. And so the little cartoon, the little stick figure Veronica say, look, man, I'm just trying to get you to calm down. Can you, I'm looking here to try to solve your problem. The woman going off. Can you just verify that we have the right address on file for you? She's like, yeah, that's the right address. She was like, I'm just going to put you on hold for a minute so we can find somebody who's better equipped to handle your problem. She going off. She's like, I hope they ain't as stupid as you. Do, right? Next thing you know, Veronica knocking on that bitch door. She done verified the girl address. She done verified the girl address so she can go knock on her door. She said, now what is it that you were saying that you would do to me if we was face to face? Because bitch, I'm here. I said, Lord have mercy. That shit tickled me so bad. So Veronica was like, look, today I'm taking that shit personal. You feel me? You can do that. Sovereignty allows you to do that. You feel me? But in her doing that, which we all be wanting to do, we all be wanting to do it. We all be wanting to give people what we feel like is they just desserts. Like sometimes, you know, sometimes a motherfucker need to get punched in the mouth. There ain't no 2 or 3 ways about it. You feel? Sometimes what the chairman of my organization used to say all the time, he was like, sometimes he was talking about black on black crime, horizontal violence, right? And he was like, sometimes, you know what I'm saying, we can reason with our people. Sometimes we can explain to them that what they're displaying, what they engaged in is what did he say? He would say they engaged in misdirected rage and anger, right? And so sometimes when we get people calmed down or we intervene in conflicts and we can reason with people, we get them out of their rage state and we can reason with them. Like your rage is misplaced. Are you really angry with this person? You know what I'm saying? Or are you really more angry with this bigger thing that you feel like you can't do nothing about? This is what the party has the ability to do for you. We can give you an outlet for that shit. I was like, that's right on. He said, but don't get it twisted. We ain't pacifists up in the organization. Sometimes the only language that even oppressed people can hear, the only thing that they can hear to get the teaching that we have to give them, sometimes you got to break a motherfucking kneecaps. Sometimes that's the only language they can understand. Then you break their kneecaps and all of a sudden they can hear what you're trying to say. They can hear you trying to reason with them. Sometimes people can have a political education and that be enough to shift their ways. Sometimes people need a physical education. I'm on that spectrum. Mm-hmm. But I am saying something else. I am saying that we too have to recognize within ourselves and looking back honestly on our lives, the times that we gave our sovereignty away. That even as bad as it seemed in the moment, there was a different decision that I could have made. I only saw two because I was only equipped in my learning in shit, in my environment, in my culture, in my religious. Your religion is killing you. I want to tell you that today. Now, I don't give a fuck what your religion is. I don't care. Name a religion, and I will tell you how it's killing you. Name a religion. When I tell you I don't give a fuck, name a religion, and I will tell you how it's killing you. So that's a big one, because that's the one that we are baptized in. That's the one that has been imposed on our little baby skulls without our consent. We didn't have the ability to consent to that bullshit. But now we know. Once you know, how are you going to move different? Because I can still continue to tell the story about Mr. Peak. Because to me, it was a foundational moment in my life. This man telling me that the one desire that I had as a child, the one desire that I could finally get my mom to agree on, and that my desire and her agreement was still less than his word in what was supposed to be an open space based on choice, but we couldn't have it. I couldn't have my choice. I couldn't have my way. And so I held on to this like latent resentment, not resentment towards him as the person, resentment towards him as the ideal personification of always overarching, aggressing power. You feel me? Him as a representative of the state, him as a representative of whiteness, him as a representative of maleness, him representative of all these forces that we are always seeing trying to exert power over us. And in their mind, power is always synonymous with a denial, a retraction of, a subduing of, a squashing of, an absolute murdering of any personification or presentation of sovereignty in others. Always. They don't have to be conscious of it for that to be the case. The sickness is the same, even though it may have a million different presenting symptoms. The root is the same. That in order for me to be my best me, someone else must suffer. In order for me to be the greatest that I can be, someone must be suppressed. Someone must be oppressed. Someone must be denied. Someone must be restricted. Someone must be silenced. Someone must be enslaved. In order for me, can you imagine creating a world like this? That the only way that I can be great, the only way that I can experience the full range of my own personal power, the only way that I can be an awesome artist, musician, this and this and this and this and this and this, the only way that I can be great is to deny the greatness of others. The only way that I can be great is to go down in history as the perpetual thief, the perpetual enslaver, the perpetual abuser, the perpetual megalomaniac, the perpetual warmonger, the only way I can be great is to impose violence in every space where I see sovereignty attempting to rear its head. And we believe it, and we accept it, and we move and adjust and contort accordingly. That's the breakthrough I had on Monday. That's the breakthrough I had on Monday. With This Is the Story, I was like, oh my God, I could see clearly when she's saying to herself, this is what she's going to do because this person living in her fucking skull rent-free for 30 years, child. 25 years. I'm calling my exhibit letters to this person who I had personified as the image of my insecurities for 25 years. Meanwhile, I can guarantee you, I would bet $1,000 that from that meeting where she allowed herself not to speak on her behalf, where she made two decisions in that moment. She made two decisions in that moment. The first decision, which was an irrational decision based on her relationship to the world. The first irrational decision was that what she would allow to come into her and inform the next decision was not the unity of the 30 people at the table, was the voice of narcissistic dissent in the one voice. That was the voice that she heard and received out of all these people rooting for her when the proposition was made for her work to go up on the wall. She didn't see the smiles, she didn't hear the clapping, she didn't say, damn, she didn't hear people saying, that's a good idea. What she received, what she heard, what she allowed to come into her and inform her next decision was the single voice of dissent. She don't know why that nigga made that choice. And it was a brother. It was a black man. Why he made the decision in that moment where he saw that he was the minority, him seeing himself as the minority didn't change his position at all. His cocky ass self opened his cocky ass mouth to this 24-year-old young burgeoning artist and said, I don't think your shit good enough. I ain't even synced it, but we need to have more. If we gonna put somebody on the wall, it need to be somebody more experienced. She ain't bow up and say, motherfucker, that's the only way you get experience is to be given the experience. So I think my shit need to be on the wall because the other 30 people in the room done said, yeah, that ain't what she did. She had a decision to make in that instant to defend her right, to defend her sovereignty, to stand up for her passion for art, to be an artist coming right out of college as an art major. And she didn't have no confidence to say, I don't know what you're talking about. But I'm going to lean toward the opinion of these other 30 people over here over your own. So if you need to see my portfolio, that's fine, because he didn't even ask for it. But what I'm going to do in this moment is I'm going to tell you you're wrong. And I'm going to tell you it's going to be your loss if you attempt to sway this position that the majority has linked to. The majority who was rooting for her was waiting for her to defend herself. And she did not. She made the decision based on that first decision, which was to accept what he said. Her first decision was to accept what he said. Her first decision was what informed her of her second decision, which was not to speak up in defense for herself. That was the second decision. And it becomes too easy for us to look back on our lives, especially upon those moments in our lives that were impacted by somebody else. Right? Some partner, some parent that, was reciting the same shit their parents recited to them that squashed daydreams. You feel me? Why don't you go get a real job? Art is a hobby. It's not a job. That type of dumbass shit. You feel me? But to be a sovereign is to look at those moments and say, Mr. Pete wasn't shit. Why he wouldn't let me just play the drums? Bitch, I was in the 5th grade. So Spirit was like, yeah, he could have said that. And the response that you had as a little baby that was not informed about anything, even your response could be legitimate. You didn't have enough information to tell you had multiple ways that you could address this. You feel me? But bitch, your ass 50 now. So why you don't play the drums today? Is it still because Mr. Pete told you in the 5th grade the little girls can't play drums in his band? You feel what I'm saying? Right? Every decision, every single seeming decision, I'm telling you, why am I telling you this? I'm having another breakthrough right now. Because every single decision where we yield sovereignty, we have to hold on to blame. We have to hold on to blame. Because to be sovereign requires bravery. To be sovereign requires a perpetual defense of your right to sovereignty. Until we create a world where sovereignty is assumed for everybody, so there's no reason for anybody to challenge your sovereignty, because everybody on the earth is a sovereign entity who has a right to be right where the fuck they at on the terms that they set for their very sovereign self. Until we create that world, we have to teach each other sovereignty through action, through how we behave with one another, through how we engage with one another, through how we speak with one another, through how we look each other in the eye when we communicate with one another. Right? To be seen and to see. You feel me? And so like there's another thing. Because when we yield sovereignty, and 99.9% of the time, the only reason we yield sovereignty is because of fear. That's it. It is the basis behind every decision that we have made one way that was in direct opposition to what we wanted to do, what we were on fire to do, what our flesh was like, yes, let's do that. And then we had to, quote, we had to make the other decision based on all these cultural factors that we have to undo. But this is the moment. None of y'all who listening, let's see, right now there's, I don't know if that's right. It looked like, that right? That ain't right. I can't tell how many people are tuned in on TikTok, but on IG, I can't tell on IG either. That's weird. Y'all think they usually have like live numbers? I can't tell on IG either. But up on here, there is 34 people currently listening. Okay, and however many of y'all on TikTok and however many of y'all on IG. From this day, here on December 28th, just a couple of days before we go up into the new year, you can't ever say in your life again from this moment on, just like I was able to say, you ain't gonna be able to say it. You ain't gonna be able to say, nobody told me that my sovereignty was the most important thing on earth, because it is. Because I just told you that there is nothing on this planet more important than your sovereignty. That's the starting point. That is the fertile ground through which everything else that will give you life and affirm your sovereignty will spring. The fertile ground that you have been handed in this malignancy, created to oppress you, the fertile ground that your flesh, your spirit, your ideas, your emotions have been all this time, has been the fertile ground necessary to continue to spring up goddamn choking weeds. That fertile ground that feeds the parasitic patriarch that has taken up all the space in your heaven. That motherfucker is fat. He fat right now off you. He fat. You feel me? He fat off you. Because that is what this thing has produced to secure itself, is to turn your entire person from the first moment you are born, to ensure that all the things that go into you, your mama's milk, you feel me, the caring and nurturing, the education, the belief, her belief in Jesus or Yahweh or goddamn Allah or what's that other motherfucking name? Whoever he is, the Buddha or whatever. He makes sure from the moments that the doctors see that you got a penis or see that you got a vagina, that there are a set of cultural norms that are going to come to seed themselves in this fresh, new, fertile ground to make sure that it, the great patriarch, remains fed and thriving, not only in this entity, but in this entity in its relationship with the rest of the world. That this cancer, the grand patriarch taking up all the space in your heaven, right? This grand patriarch does the work from day one, from your first enlightenment, from when you go from the dark realm to the seen realm, from the invisible realm to the seen realm. They go to work. That's why all these women out here becoming doulas and midwives, because of birthing trauma and all of the things that can happen over the rest of your life as a consequence of birthing trauma, premature cord severing, all of this shit. Don't you know that without a complete and collective understanding of what is happening on the whole earth, you will see that the only thing wrong is birthing trauma. Ain't nothing wrong with the birthing ritual of a patriarch. There is, in their mind, Ain't nothing wrong with the birthing ritual as procured by the patriarch. The bright, bright lights, the clanking of metal, the scurrying all over the place, the sense of urgency, the make-believe of, oh my God, the catastrophe, the chaos, and your entry into this new world from the world that up until that point had been calm and still and fluid and nurturing and loving. From that to bright lights, motherfuckers with face masks on and headdresses on and gloves on because they scared to touch your mama, little nasty body fluid. That's deliberate. That's your first lesson. That's your first lesson. As the patriarchy has wiggled its way into every space where sovereignty, and what comes with sovereignty? A guarantee of safety. What comes with sovereignty? Complete surrounding by love. What comes with sovereignty? Just natural care, like a fluidity, like a flow. That's what comes with sovereignty. And so he has to make sure that your little baby subconscious always remembers your catastrophic, scary, traumatic entry into the world as the default for what is expected for the rest of your life. Catastrophe, chaos, uncertainty. Yes, the shock, the cold, the bright, the blinding. You understand? And this is what you've become accustomed to. This is a ritual. This is a ritual. This is a fucking ritual. You understand me? And so while doulas and midwives are doing the good work to re-seize possession over the birthing ritual, over the sanctity and the sacredness of the birthing ritual, are the majority of them seeing it as the most important ritual that we are all engaged in, that this ritual will determine our success in life? This ritual will determine how we feel about our bodies on this earth that we are involved with, in, and surrounded by? I'm getting, because I know them. I know them. And so seeing the world myopically and narrowly and like in this compartmentalized way that we've been trained to, we'll never be able to weave the web with a bunch of straight lines. With a bunch of straight lines that don't touch, we ain't weaving shit. You feel me? And so let me go ahead and round this conversation up. This part of it anyway. So after having this freaking multiplicity, this cascade of epiphanies, the next day after the winter solstice, so last Monday, I finally called the sister. And I know how we can be. I know how we can be. Because I have been guilty of what I'm going to talk to you about in the past. That's why I try to be finesseful. This goes back to what the sister told me in the opening of my Akashic records. She said people are always fearful of the lion. Always. All they see is ferociousness. And so they don't understand the story of the lion, the nature of the lion, the heart of the lion. That though the lion may appear, intimidating, you feel me, ferocious, if you will, that the lion is pretty chill, first of all. Most of the time, the lion is pretty chill. When the lion moves, it moves with a finesse and an ease and a sway and an effortlessness, right? And that the only time that you really come face to face with the ferocious aspect of the lion, damn it, hold on. The only time you come face to face with the ferociousness of the lion is when the lion, from a place of love, because why? The lion is the king, right? And so the king, when he is balanced, when he's doing the right thing, right? She doing the right thing, surveys the terrain, surveys the whole kingdom, you understand, to ensure the best possible outcome for the kingdom, not for the self at the expense of the kingdom. The responsibility, the role of the sovereign as the king, as the lion, is to survey the terrain that is his kingdom, that is her kingdom. And wherever there is something that is not in right order within the kingdom that is disrupting the harmony of the whole, it is the sovereign's responsibility to say, this is my responsibility. This is my responsibility to resolve, to correct, to ensure the right flow, to ensure the right way, to ensure that people can experience their sovereignty, because they know they have a governing sovereignty that is always looking out for their best interests, because when their best interests are met, the entire kingdom can chill. The entire kingdom can relax, can be at ease. You feel me? And not anyway. And so the reason I'm saying that is because the reason I brought up the lion is because I have heard these exact words since I was a 10-year-old girl. Since I was a 10-year-old girl, I've heard some variation of what I'm about to tell you. And I was always so triggered by it. I always responded in a way that was the response of an ill-informed young person constantly relinquishing her sovereignty in response to, in reaction to, outside of a healthy set of foundational soil that could grow confidence. So since I was 10 years old, I've heard some variation of, why you acting like a tomboy? Why you acting like a man? She's so mannish. You look just like your daddy. And that was never a compliment, by the way, because my mom's side of the family did not like my dad. You feel me? So anytime, even if they saying it with a smile on their face, girl, you look just like your daddy. Even me not understanding, toxic shit, as a little girl, I could feel it in my body. And so I could always feel myself kind of turn in as soon as somebody, because I love my daddy. So what you trying to say with an attitude that I look like my daddy in some sleight of hands type of way that's supposed to make me feel some kind of way, but I love my daddy. You feel me? Girl, you sure look like your daddy. That shit happened my whole childhood. You understand? And or as I became an older person, my teenage years, my young adult years, and I responded. I used to hear that shit all the time. Why you so aggressive? Yo, I mean, you sure you look intimidating. Even as I was attempting as a girl child to cover myself up and make myself less invisible to everyone, I always wore my hair, in front of my face like this. You feel me? I would have so-called bangs, but I was always, walk around with my hair kind of like hunched over, making myself look smaller. I always wore before I started making my own clothes, but even my own clothes, I would make clothes and then wear in the summertime. My favorite piece of clothing was this long, almost down to my ankles, this long black trench coat, big baggy sweatshirts and t-shirts. So boys my age, 13, 14, 15 years old, would stop talking about my breast. You understand? So to wear clothes 2 and 3 sizes too big to keep motherfuckers' eyes off me, and maybe it would shut their mouths about their opinions that I didn't ask for about my body and how I was in the world. Constantly making myself smaller because it was one or two things. It was, oh, your titties so big type of dumbass shit, or it was, why you so mannish? Why you act so much like a boy? Why you act like a boy? Why your face always so intimidating? Even as I'm not saying anything, even as I'm deliberate. As a matter of fact, I just saw the title of I just saw a title before I got up on here. I was like, oh, I need to mark that. I want to watch that later. And the title of the presentation that the girl was doing was called Why Black Women Aren't Allowed to Be Introverts. I've seen this said in so many ways. Women who work in the professional sector saying, damned if you do, damned if you don't. If you speak to people or you answer questions, why are you being so abrasive? If you decide, okay, don't nobody like how I communicate, even though I'm just being straight, I'm not being any kind of way. I'm just communicating how I communicate. You feel me? I just had to say that shit last week. I just communicate how I communicate. And culturally, if that ain't how you communicate, that's fine. I still am clear and hear exactly what you say and receive it, right? But when we speak how we speak with a little seasoning, you know, we use our hands, or we inflect, you feel me? Or we you know, we have a dynamic for in highs and lows about how we talk, and we talk with our whole body and shit, you feel me? All of a sudden, you being aggressive. You taking up too much space. That's why I stopped going to the goddamn book club at the Philosophical Research Society. I had to say that the last time I was there. I was like, just because I communicate the way that I do, like sometimes I got a little frowny thing, but that's not a frown. That's just facial expression because I get hyped. You feel me? Y'all don't think I'm mad every time my little eyebrows crinkle when I'm talking or saying something deep. You feel me? But in this fucking space, I was like, okay, maybe I'm being too sensitive. Maybe it's not me. But the few times that I went, I was like, I peep every last. First of all, I know all of you better than your mama know you. That's how quick that shit go down for me. One meeting, I can see every single one of you, and I know you better than you know yourself. And so it's not my imagination. These little fucking microaggressions that I get because the one black bitch in a room of 35 people, you don't want to hear what she got to say about this supposed to be an open space where we just reading this text together, and this is what I'm getting from the text. But somehow my opinion is not valuable. And so everybody start taking these little short breaths and shit. But I know y'all better than you know yourself. I was like, y'all don't need me in this space. So I told the girl who leads the group, I was like, I won't be coming again. She was like, you're not coming. I said, motherfucking right. I will not be coming again. I will come to the research center because I love it. I'll study here. But this environment here, y'all don't need nothing from me up in here. Y'all don't need my opinion up in here. Everybody got an opinion, but mine is the only one where everybody looking at each other in the room, short breathing and shit. You feel me? And so I even said in the last meeting, I was like, I see what's happening here. I said, I get it. I'm from the South. You know what I'm saying? I have a little bass in my voice. And so because culturally, this is how we communicate, it may be unfamiliar to you. But just because I am, excited or in your view, a little, loud, I don't even know what that means. But, because everybody's so mousy in the reading. And I think that it's like, I think this is what he was trying to say. That's not my culture. It's not to condemn your culture. It's not my culture. It's not how I communicate. And instead of you, super progressive people, having the ability to adjust accordingly to cultural differences that come into a space, to automatically default see it as something that you should be antagonistic towards, no. What you will do is use your little minute, minuscule microaggressions that communicate louder than anything you should say out your mouth. You feel me? So I stopped going. I'm saying that because it is a prime example of how I have unfortunately had to train myself, using the lion as the analogy, had to train myself to be a master contortionist, to be it's a perfect way. It's a perfect analogy. To be a master contortionist. Because you motherfuckers are so sensitive, even when you can recognize that the person that is speaking to you, among you, with you, that everything that I am saying is the evidence that I give a damn about your life, that I give a damn about the world, that I give a damn about the earth, that I give a damn about the conditions in our city or in our environment, that the only thing that I am interested in is how my particular presentation in this space can grow the space. Just like I would hope everybody here that their participation in the space is important and valuable and has something to offer to the growth, development, and evolution of everybody in the goddamn space. But when your default is, like I said before, when your default presentation in the world teaches you man versus man, man versus nature, man versus himself, that's That's why I don't argue with white people, man. I don't argue with men. I don't argue with white people. When your default position is that you must be antagonistic, when you enter into a space, that every space that you enter into is potential warfare, then there's no room for you to hear. There's no room for you to intuit with your heart the intentions of everybody that you come into the space with. When you enter into a space, when you enter into a world that teaches you based on your proximity to whiteness or to blackness about whether or not you are entitled to sovereignty, and that sovereignty is negotiable, that your version of sovereignty means something totally different than the black person's interpretation of sovereignty, and that your sovereignty can only exist at the expense of others. Therefore, if anybody else that ain't you got something to say, it can't be important because I'm the only one entitled to my version of sovereignty, which means my greatness can only come at somebody else's expense. I can't be my best without my foot on somebody's life. So even as genteel as you present in the world, as nice as your words might seem, all I see is your malignancy. All I feel in my spirit is your cancer. All I can feel, no matter how, hey, Cassandra, it's good to see you again. But behind your voice, I hear, goddamn, I can't believe this bitch came back. She here again? That's all I hear. I don't care what you're saying out your face. I don't care what your lips are saying. Don't the Bible say something about what the Bible say something to the effect of the truth of your heart is let loose from your tongue, and it will betray you. Because even you saying the words, it's so good to see you. The energy, the substance, the ashe pouring from your heart, bitch, is I hate this bitch, and I can't believe we got another black person up in the goddamn group. Or whatever. You feel me? This old bitch. What she think she know? You know what I'm saying? I see y'all. I see y'all. And so again, back to the analogy about the lion and this girl, the sister. Me having learned over my entire lifetime, since girlhood, since babyhood, how to be a contortionist, to always adjust for the sensibilities of other motherfuckers around me. Because my presence, even at 5, my presence, even at 3, my presence, even at 12, was seen by everyone around me as something to subdue, as something to control. Why? Not because I was outlandish, outspoken, big, boisterous, had a voice. No, that even in my quiet, that even in my role as a contortionist in this society, even me trying to cover myself and make myself smaller so I would not garner the attention of people around me, my blackness and my femaleness in its expression any given time in my life, it has to be open for scrutiny to ensure that the monster growing up in me is never let loose. That's what it's always been about. That's why the video that the girl that I'm gonna watch after this, the heading said, black women are not allowed to be introverted. She said, you damned if you do, you damned if you don't. If you express yourself even calmly, in your mind calmly and directly and succinctly, you're not very personable. You know, you could be a little nicer. You could try to communicate with your colleagues, you know, better. How come you never come to Christmas dinner? How come you never participate in the activities of our job? Okay, so when you say, all right, cool, it don't matter what I say, it don't matter how I articulate it, somebody gonna have a problem with how I communicate, so I just won't communicate. I will communicate by email, do my job, and go about my damn life. And so I don't talk to nobody. I do not be engaged in a little, friendly environmental discussion at the job. And so when you decide to protect all these sensitive white people who are always triggered by how you communicate, you say, okay, fine, I will not trigger the sensitive white people by how I communicate by not talking at all. Then when you don't talk, I think we need to have a meeting. I've been getting a lot of complaints from your coworkers about how you're not very nice, you're not very personable, you don't really try to build relationships, interpersonal relationships with your colleagues. People are saying you're very quiet. When I say I instantly felt the title without even hearing a single word of the content. And the problem is that our understanding of this perpetual antagonism in every space that we experience, we will stop at quote white supremacy. That'll be our stopping point. We'll stop at internalized anti-blackness. That'll be our stopping point. We'll stop at why they can't just let us be? Why can't they just leave us the fuck alone? That'll be your stopping point. None of that's correct. It might be a contributing factor to what you are experiencing, but that ain't the soil through which this wicked seed has been sprouting, boo. It's not. Every microaggression, every act against you, whether physical or verbal or attitudinal or whatever, everything that has happened to you in your life, I don't care who the you is, I recognize that there is a difference in the personification of these things based on your proximity to those who have propped themselves up as the quote poster children for a successful life of power, and your proximity to those that they have also placed in your furtherness away from power and greatness and all of that shit. So based on your proximity to the illusion of whiteness and based on your proximity to the scary, ever-present, big bad blackness, you feel me, will determine the gravity of those aggressions, whether macro or micro, the perpetuity of those aggressions. It will determine whether you are adultified as a child or whether you are infantilized as a grown-ass woman. Those things, or a grown-ass person or grown-ass other. Those things and your proximity to what has propped itself up as the supreme face of power on this here planet, you feel me, that they have created not by themselves. This world exists not just because white men had an idea some time ago to set themselves up as the most high on earth. They had to elicit through strategy and ritual and political campaigns and barbarism and violence and all of the cultural norms and ideas and children's stories. They used everything to do what? They had to use these things to get you to comply to this idea that they have put out in the world. This shit that exists in the world could not exist without you complying, without you conceding, without you yielding your own sovereignty to make it so. Without you conceding. That's some hard shit to hear. But to be sovereign is not to say I can do what the fuck I want alone. To be sovereign is to take responsibility when it is presented to you that this shit could not be without a certain level of your complicity in it, your compliance to it. Sometimes you fighting to preserve it in your ignorance, in what you didn't know, because this is not a condemnation. This is the same shit that happened to me on Monday, sitting in my car, feeling spanked, feeling spiritually spanked. That yes, boo, you done had some people come through your cipher that really wanted to, that were successful in derailing your life. But you have to be honest enough with your own self in the quiet of your own mind to recognize just as clearly the role that they played, to recognize just as clearly the very specific decisions that you made to yield your sovereignty to another. That's some hard shit to shit with. Because we feel like if we can talk about, a bum ass baby daddy or whatever the fuck and not be clear, because baby, you know how the Bible always trying to scare you, say that God is always watching. She is always watching. But she ain't watching like Big Brother. She ain't watching trying to judge you, trying to shame you, trying to guilt you, trying to condemn you, trying to criticize you. God is always watching. But she is always watching. She's saying, baby, you have to face this part of yourself. You have to love it and let it go, baby. You have to let it loose because you are what is holding you back, not other people, not motherfuckers plotting and scheming against you. I know that's uncomfortable for you to hear, but you have to face you because even though Ajamu did this and said this and had this character and was out of alignment in his own self and had this background and this childhood that made him the person that he was, that did fucked up shit. But you can, because you, Cassandra, know better now. You have a memory that is like many around you. That's what your memory is for. Is so that you cannot hide in what you say you forgot. That's why I'm always making shit stand out clear to you, Cassandra, is because you have a responsibility. That's why your memory is what it is. You have a responsibility in the very quiet of your own self. Get out of the habit of lying to yourself. Don't do it. And the only way that you can be 100% truthful to yourself is treating yourself with the love and the peace and the safety that you want to see in the world, even as you dig up these moments that you can see clearly that Ajamu as your husband, the other person as your fiance, the other dudes as your boyfriend, do this and this and this and this, the noise of your parents or whatever. The only way that they were able to have an impact on your life the way that they did was because you had to make a decision. They could have done exactly what they were going to do at the exact same moment that they did your entire life. But if you had made an opposing decision, your decision was to accept everything that was being hurled at you as truth, to take it into your spirit, and to embody it in your behavior in the world, thus repeating it. Well, my mama did say this and that and this and that. Well, my daddy did say this and that and this and that. Well, Big Papa did say this and that and this and that. Well, these dudes do be saying I'm always acting like a man. Why you being so masculine and this and that and this and that? And so for 20 years, I never wore pants. My daughter came here to California. She's like, Mama, I've never seen you in blue jeans. That's what my daughter said to me when she came out here. She said, Mama, I've never seen you in blue jeans. And it didn't occur to me that I had been, quote, presenting as, quote, extra feminine all the time, always hyper compensating for this thing that people kept saying in me. Why you look like a man? Why you act like a man? Why you talk like a man? Not knowing until I had the epiphany in the desert doing ayahuasca at a goddamn vortex in goddamn Sedona with two grown ass gay men who said the same thing. These men have known me. One has known me since I was 19 years old. And while we were doing ayahuasca in the desert in Sedona, this motherfucker told me, because I told him about this white girl in the parking lot and her boyfriend that called me sir. Yes, sir. I said, excuse. I had on a long dress, a halter dress. My titties was damn near out. I had my hair in an updo. I was fly. And this bitch gonna say, yes, sir. And her boyfriend gonna say, ma'am, I'm sorry. I was like, yo, I'm sorry is not gonna do it. I said, I have got grown children, bitch. Who the fuck you calling? So I went off. I was so mad, right? And I go back into the room and tell them what just happened. And these two grown gay men who have been my friends for years, their knee-jerk response wasn't to defend my honor because they've known me my entire adult life. Nope, that wasn't their default. Both of them said, well, you do tend to be a little rough around the edges. I mean, you do tend to be a little bit hard. These two gay men say that shit. But their masculinity isn't challenged because they present a little bit feminine, is it? No. Are they denied the power that naturally comes with being male on earth? No. But what they can do is respond to the presentation of power emanating from a female body and say, the power that we're experiencing from this female body is some masculine shit. That was the moment that I had the epiphany that all these years of my life that people have been calling me tomboyish and manly acting and why you so intimidating and all of that bullshit, because they don't know either. What they are responding to is what they have always been told, that power is the sole possession of spirits inhabiting a male body, and that anybody's body that is not male, anybody's body that is not male. Because I experienced the same thing with even trans women. Trans women, whether they can articulate it or not, and I'm not saying across the board, but the ones that I have dealt with personally, trans women still have the ability to have access to a certain type and expression of power because their proximity to masculinity is still, quote, greater than those of us who emanate with a female body. Do you understand what I'm saying? And so they hold on to this expression of power, even if they can't articulate what the nature of that power is. And so all these years, I had been contorting to the comfort of those who were telling me that I was being masked, even wearing dresses for 20 years, never leaving the house without makeup for 20 years in an attempt to socially and culturally capitulate to this thing that I didn't understand why it was being directed to me, because I think I'm beautiful. I've always thought I was beautiful. I think I'm beautiful. I think I'm like an effervescent person. I think I'm funny. I like me. But the me that I was as a teenager, the me that I was as a young woman was always being met with opposition. And I couldn't explain. I'm like, damn, I think I'm awesome. You feel me? Like, I think I'm dope. So what is it that everybody is seeing in me that I don't feel, that I can't see? And then the epiphany in the desert with these two people who I trusted to say the same thing that the fucking white girl in the parking lot said. And she knew it was fucked up because she laughed right after. And her partner had to grab her and be like, ma'am, I'm so sorry. She's drunk. She ain't that drunk. That she can't see these big ass titties in this little halter dress and my hair done up and makeup on. You feel what I'm saying? That was the moment. It's not been masculinity or some evidence or presence of masculinity that these people, both male and female, since I was 5, has been responding to. That's not it. Their confusion is the culturally, socially accepted definition of power as the sole possession of only those born with male bodies. That's it. And so anyone in any expression of, quote, power, that could be anything. The expression of power can literally be anything. It can be, I want to do this. Or like you see it with little kids, you ask a little kid what they want to be when they grow up, and a little girl child say, I want to be an astronaut. I want to be a rock star. And a great majority of the time, somebody in their conditioning will tell them, little girls can't do that. But what else you want to be? You want to be a dancer? You know, you want to be, you should want to be a housewife. I think you'll be able to manage a house good. That's an honorable vocation. How many babies do you want to have? I'm 50, y'all. I moved to California. I think I was 42 or 43. And I started dating. And even before I left California, but especially since I entered into my 40s. I'm 50, y'all. And I know I look good for 50, but I'm 50. And do you know that if I am macking on a man that I'm interested in, I meet a brother at the bar or something, and we start chopping it up, within the first 30 minutes of the conversation, the male is, it doesn't matter what race, the male is going to ask me, do you still want more kids? Excuse me, did you not hear when I just said I'm 50? So you don't have a period no more? Yes, I still menstruate, but I'm 50. And throughout my 40s, it's not a presumption for the greater population. It's to them, in their mind, it is not an insane presumption to ask a woman 3 sentences into a conversation, you still want more kids? That shit was always bizarre to me. Like, absolutely 1,000% no. My child is 30. Hell to the, I got grandchildren. Hell, I got all these children, grown children that I have adopted unofficially over the years. I done did my time. I done did my time shaping and molding in my influence. These young people who were around me that were my daughter's age. I done contributed my portion to society. I did that. What you mean, do I want more babies? The fuck would I do that shit for at 42, 45, 50 years? Excuse me? It's like my greatest nightmare. I had a pregnancy scare over the summer. I hadn't had sex in a year. The first time I had sex, I'm like, goddamn. Literally having to contemplate. Like, damn, what I'm going to do? You know what I'm saying? Trying to reason to myself what would happen if I kept a baby at the age of 50. Child, please. Hell no. But the reason why I had these experiences is because, again, man, what comes to us, what comes at us is prolific. It's all the time. It's 24 hours a day. We are told, especially those who emanate from their mother's bodies with vaginas. Most especially those of us who emanate from our mother's bodies with vaginas and have the nerve to have black skin on top of it. There is no shortage of people around your community, around the globe, in your family, your friends. Everyone feels entitled 24 hours a day to disseminate their opinions upon you, with the expectation that you are to receive those opinions, those ideas, those beliefs, all of that shit, and gracefully smile and say thank you so much for the information. And so me having an epiphany in the desert with two gay men, two very masculine presenting, cishet presenting gay men, black gay men, one of whom I've known half my adult life. No, all of my adult life, half my life, to tell me, after I come in obviously upset, enraged about this white woman that has disrespected me in the parking lot, and her white boyfriend husband feels the need to protect her, to grab her and say, I'm sorry. And I tell my two trusted black companions, who we just spent 6 hours on the goddamn road to have a spiritual experience doing ayahuasca in the desert in this vortex that we done hiked the fuck up to, and their response is, well, she right. You do be hard. You do be, presenting a little masculine. I said, it is not me. I said, what I just experienced in these two friends, that I've heard so many women over my lifetime express. And if they was black, it was a guarantee. And it didn't matter if they was brown skin black skin black, or mixed race. If they were black presenting in any way, there ain't a woman that I know personally who has not at one time in her life had some person tell her she was being tomboyish, manly acting, masculine. You understand? This is about how everybody has been taught that power is the sole weapon that should be in no other place but the sole possession of those born in male bodies in general, and those born in proximity to the presenting face of utmost power at any given time. I say it like that because white skin is the presenting dominant face of supreme power on earth now. But we, as women of color around the world, know that patriarchy has had different peak personifying eras throughout human history since its birth on earth that have impacted our lives exactly the same way. Whether the supreme patriarch was a Negro, whether the supreme patriarch was Allah-ish in his presentation, he caramel colored in the desert, whether the peak presentation has been Chinese, whether the peak presentation has been Japanese, whether the peak presentation has been Russian, it don't matter. That what patriarchy has successfully seeded into the flesh of every person on earth is power is a weapon. Power is the sole possession of those born with masculine bodies, born in male bodies. And even those male bodies, the further away from your your ordained presentation of masculinity, the further away you are from our pre-described version of masculinity, the more power you concede, the more power you yield, the more harmonized you are, which to the patriarch means the more feminine you are, the more weak you are. The quote, you a pussy. Huh? How does vagina become synonymous with weakness, with powerlessness, with slavery? Because this is a political campaign, a strategy that has been partnered intimately with culture, tradition, ritual, ceremony, spells. The political idea is fortified by all the other shit. The cultures, the traditions of the many. Yeah, we'll steal your shit and weave this into what we got going on. The overall goal is power. It's political. It's a political strategy. All these other things that we think are ideas or entertainments or plays or music or culture or traditions of our ancestors that are all infected with the political strategy that always wields power as a weapon. And so you being born in a male body and you do not concede to the stereotypical mandated expressions of masculinity, you care about your babies. So you wear your babies on your back, right? When you go hiking. Remember that just a couple of years ago? And all these men was getting clowned by red pillars because they were showing videos of them like hiking with their babies on the little pouches on their back or little pouches on their belly. And they go shopping with their babies because they love their babies. Why y'all acting like simps? Why y'all acting like girls? And so the men was like, fuck that. We love our kids. And so it was a blowback because all the men who posted these videos of them with their babies was like, what the hell wrong with y'all? Like, my job allows me the freedom because I make a lot of money. You weirdos on the internet who ain't got no jobs and got to live with your mama talking about how I'm a simp, how I'm a quote pussy, how I'm doing women's work. Your ass ain't got no job living with your mama in your mama house, but here I am. I make enough money that I only got to work 3 days a week in the office, can work 1 day a week at the house, and can have all this free time to play with the children that I love. What the hell is wrong with y'all? You feel me? So that was a really wonderful example of the blowback. But the thing that I have been experiencing, and I know so many other women have experienced, is y'all still to this day, are uncomfortable with any expression of sovereignty. See, because that's where power truly lies. The power truly lies in sovereignty, not in brute force, not in who has the bigger gun, none of that dumbass shit that is created by a godhead of war. None of that shit. None of that shit. So you out there, bless you. Bless your whole spirit and your whole heart. May the devil, may the demon of patriarchal religions be chased from your flesh and your spirit and your consciousness. But in the meantime, while you still hold dear to the religions of your captors, the religions of those who were clear that the religious ideology was given birth to as a political weapon for the sole purpose of domination. That's the only reason it exists. Name a religion and I'll tell you how. None of them are exempt. Whether they present all stoic because they meditate in the lotus position for 8 hours a day and they have practiced the art of stoicism so that they are not emotionally responsive, reactive, or triggered to the ails of the world because they are always in a state of solemn, silent meditation. Fuck that. Fuck that. Those same stoicists, those same Buddhists, the Bodhis, the Hindus, the yogis, the shaman, they are agents of war, man. They are agents of a war god. They are agents of a war god. It's some sleight of hand ass shit. to dosify and pacify you into not honoring your own sovereignty. They teach you to not be affected by the things in the world, so that the giant within you that has always shown its face. Every time somebody try to subdue you, every time somebody try to shut you up, every time somebody wage some little micro or macro aggression against you, I'm telling you, it's the giant in you that they are responding to. That's it. Because if you ask them, they can't even explain it. I don't know why I don't like that motherfucker, but I always want to irritate that bitch every time you know what I'm saying? They can't even tell you. Something about you, y'all call it joy. Why white people hate black people having a good time so much? Why white people hate black people joy so much? Because how dare you be free, bitch? How dare you have a moment of peace, bitch? How dare you be laughing out loud in your own backyard, cooking your own barbecue, and I can smell the smoke from your barbecue in my yard, so I got to make you uncomfortable. Because what my version of sovereignty in this crooked ass shit teaches me is that the only way that I can have true happiness, the only way that I can be truly great, the only way that I can be truly powerful is to dominate someone else, is to disrupt the joy, disrupt the peace, disrupt the comfort, disrupt the safety, disrupt the sanity of somebody else. Because if I'm not disrupting, if I'm not perpetually acting like the goddamn police, why do white people always feel in everything they do, child? They always feel like they got to act like the police in their relationship with you. That shit is bizarre. For me, it seemed like a lot of work. It seemed like a lot of work for y'all to really believe that y'all have to be the police in every single space that you are up in, that it irritates your nerve. The presence of rebellion, no matter how small, irritates your patriarch, bitch. That's what's wrong. Ain't nothing wrong with your white skin, child. But y'all can't hear that. Y'all can't hear that. Because you still live in a worldview that tells you you are at war with the world. But it's a war you created. Even as you done created this war, it ain't nobody jocking for y'all. You still believe that you are the one in danger from everybody else. That is a sickness. That's a sickness. And so while we out here trying to live our life, do our thing, be peaceful when we can, be this and this and this and this, trying to avoid y'all like the plague so y'all can have the space y'all say y'all want. But as soon as we go out and say we gonna give y'all the space, see, y'all are the ones being reverse racist because y'all talking about y'all don't want to be with us. What is it? Which is it? Which is it? Child, we done did all the hero work. All the shit that y'all poor white people who just do not understand racism. You just don't understand. So we have been the perpetual teachers trying to give you the benefit of the doubt. We have been the perpetual peacekeepers trying to give you the benefit of the doubt. We done let you in our churches. We done let you in our neighborhood. We done did all the things to demonstrate to you that no matter how malignant you have been, no matter how malignant your ancestors and them have been, we still humans. We all bleed red. Y'all come on over here and get yourself a hug. We done rescued your fucking children. I can't tell you how many white female children came to live in my house when my daughter was a teenager because their mothers put them out on the street at 12. 12! 3 girls came to live in my house. White babies came to live in my house because under stress, their mamas one little girl, her mama put a note. The girl was, I don't even think she was 12. They were still in middle school. This little girl was in the 7th grade. Came home, her book bag was on the porch with some clothes. Her mama had changed the goddamn lock on the door and left a note on the door to tell her to find someplace else to live. A baby in the goddamn 7th grade. When Morgan called me, I was like, baby, why are you not home? I'm scared. What's going on? Where I need to come and get you? She said, Mama, I wanted to call you, but my friend, we went to the park after school because she was telling me that for 3 days, you know them little barrels at the park where you can, like, they look like, you know, like oil barrels, and they clean them up and put them on the playground so you can crawl through them. This little girl would go, quote, play at the park and wait till everybody leave like she was leaving and then go and sleep in the motherfucking barrel. 3 days. This baby had been sleeping in the barrel, going to school, not telling none of the grown-ups that her mama had put her out. This girl lived in my house for 6 months. When her mama found out she was staying with a black bitch in the South Side was when she came to get her baby. So we have done all the demonstrating we need to do. The work is yours. The work is yours. The work is yours. Because you are what's harming you. You are what's harming you. You are what is making your life miserable. The acceptance to the literal eating, taking into your body every day, all day. This cancer that has isolated you from the whole of humanity, that there's no place on earth that white-skinned people can go and people trust them. All they can do is say, well, at least they white, at least they got some money. Maybe I can scam them out of a little bit of coins. But to recognize that the conditions that they live in the Philippines, the conditions they live in Bali, the conditions they live in Mexico, the conditions they live in everywhere, that the conditions that they live in are a direct result of your whiteness in our space, because that is what your whiteness has done. You being used, your whiteness being used as a weapon by the very institution that chased y'all out of Europe all over the planet in the first place. That unleashed some of the stories I'm still continuing to read about Europe during the Inquisition, which was 781 years. Some of the stories I'm still reading, I'm like, I don't know. I don't know what we're going to do. Your sickness is because of a political weapon waged against you. And as opposed to bucking back, which is what I'm saying we all need to do, instead of bucking back, instead of using courage, presenting courageously in the world to demand your inherent sovereignty in the world, what you did was to take the aggressions, the fear, the trauma, the brutality up into yourself and become a satellite for that shit everywhere else in the world. The same shit that had been done to you and yours for 781 years, but you then proceeded to do under the auspice that is what is required for you to. That's what your church taught you. That if you ain't rich, white person, if you ain't nobility, white person, if you ain't a king or a queen or a lord, white person, if you are not a monk in the church, white person, then the only way that you can have what we have, nobility, the church, the clergy, the wealthy people, the only way for y'all to have what we have, so we will stop doing to you what we have been doing, is for you to do what we have been doing to you to others, and we'll give you a piece of the pie. We'll give you some cake. We'll give you some cake. That's the way they set out on the world. Is what our Father God has taught us, is for us to have wealth and abundance and comfort and leisure and pleasure and all of that shit. Somebody got to pay. Somebody got to die. Somebody got to be enslaved. Somebody got to be mutilated. Somebody got to. That's what your church taught y'all, and y'all ran with it. And the church gave you exactly what you promised. Y'all be our little satellite soldiers around the world. Y'all be our little executioners. Y'all just don't have to wear the black hat no more. Y'all be the little executioners around the world. Take the lessons that we have taught to you for 781 years of brutality, served as theater, served as performance, served on stages. Do to others what we have done to you. Take the lesson, spread it far and wide. You feel me? And you too can have wealth. You too can own a home. You too can be rescued from serfdom, rescued from slavery, rescued from barbarism. All you need to do is to take these very valuable lessons that we have taught to you and spread them far and wide. And so, I didn't intend to be on here this long. Don't let me hold you hostage. If you need to do something else or to be somewhere else, do you. But this leads right into what I was actually going to talk to y'all about today. Because this was just the start. This was still just about this conversation after the winter solstice. I called the sister and I told her, I said, look, Oh, that's how I got on that whole long thing about, treading lightly around people's emotions. I knew that was a long thing. Treading lightly around people's emotions, learning to be a master contortionist, this and that and this and that. The face of the lion is ferocious, but y'all forget that the lion is only present out of love, this and that and this and that. Because when I was debating about when and how to call this sister about this breakthrough that I had, and how spirit was trying my stilo, like, look, don't you do shit else. Don't you let the sun go down and I call this woman. I said, so I need to talk to you, but I need to preface in a way by saying first, before I tell you anything, before I give you an opinion that you did not ask for, that I honor your sovereignty. I will not feel no kind of way, either way, if the conversation that I am about to have with you does not yield, the outcome that I feel like is in your best interest. Girl, you still sovereign. You still sovereign. It's still your life. It's still your destiny. The only thing that I am doing is calling as a friend to communicate to you how the conversation that you initiated last night caused me to have a breakthrough this morning. And that breakthrough has fortified the original impact that conversation had. I said, when we was having that conversation last night, my spirit was screaming loud. But I did not want to be presumptuous in that moment. And that I needed that. I needed to take the time not to knee-jerk response to what my spirit was like, that's that bullshit. No, right? To take the time to inflect about why I had the experience that I had. And it wasn't about just her and what she told me, and me seeing clearly how this was not going to have the impact on her life that she was expecting, but to take the moment and see the me in her, to see the me in this story that she told me, that my spirit instantly responded to. It was for me to not only be able to, quote, have an objective response based on not having any emotional connection to the story she told me. It was to go deeper and say, you ain't objective, bitch. The reaction that you had inside your body is because what you were experiencing is the you in her. The story that she told you, you could instantly feel in your body as all of these goddamn memories, all of these interventions, all of these paths that are gone right that your spirit said go left. But you let some intervention, some make-believe devil at a crossroads impact what you wanted to do or what you felt the need to do. And instead of taking responsibility for the decision you made, you held on to blame like a fucking blanket, like a comfort blanket. Because if you can always hold these people hostage as the people to blame for why your life didn't go this way or this way or this way or this way, or if I wouldn't have married that motherfucker, I would have had this and this and this and this and this and this. Or if I wouldn't have, I would have had this and this. If I wouldn't have listened to my mama, I would have this and this and this and this. Right? Blame gives us a big old fat juicy blanket of comfort that will forever protect us from us accepting accountability for the clear moments where we could have made another decision. And in that decision, the person trying to do what they do because they fucked up too, like we all are, could not have happened. They can only do, to a degree, they can only do what your heart is open to receive, to allow them to do. So I was never abused physically in any of my relationships. That does not mean that I did not receive a lot of damage in these relationships. But in the damage that I received in these relationships, baby, I'm crystal clear and have been for a while. I have been using blame to comfort and cover the lie to myself that there was only one party responsible for this and this and this and this and that and this over here and that over there and this and this and this and this. Blame gives me the shield of protection to protect my ego from myself. Who is myself? It is the giant in my heart trying to wage a goddamn contest. My ego allows me to protect me from me. So I can blame allows me to do that. See, them, you know what I'm saying? That deadbeat, that this and that, that lying ass, this and that, whoop, whoop, whoop. Yep. And so in that car, after having this breakthrough, I said, oh my God, I take responsibility for my life because this is the power that God has. God, as me, in this moment, born of God, Jacqueline Jeanette Cook, when she was born, Jacqueline Jeanette Cook, me, as God, in this moment, as the descendant of God, Jacqueline Jeanette Cook, and all the mamas before her, and all my daddy and them mamas before them. This is the work of God. It's to not just do, it's to not just execute, it's to not just, quote, work miracles, that God, as the mother, is always shaping and molding in flux, is responsible for all good and all bad. She does that. She takes responsibility for it. She said, because this is how you shape and mold to perfection. It's always the ebb and flow, the in and out, the highs and lows. And this is the work of God. The work of God isn't just to prove you a magical motherfucker. No, that's part of it. The work of God is uncomfortable because God says, I cannot thrive as the giant in your spirit, as the giant in your heart. If you continue to allow the patriarch in your head to take up space that I'm supposed to be occupying. I'm supposed to be occupying your heaven. I'm supposed to be occupying your sky. Your sky is black, bitch. Your sky is jet black all the way out into infinity. But you got a big old giant white sky and a white cloud and a white sun and a white God occupying all the space in your heaven. And I cannot do the work that I need to do fighting from here if me here and me here is not in perfect harmonious communication. And so your quote comfort blanket of blame, that's this right here. Because the God in the sky is perfect. And if the God in the sky is perfect and he allows murder, if the God in the sky is perfect and he allows genocide, if the God in the sky is perfect and he allows rape, and if the God in the sky is perfect and he allows all kinds of terror campaigns, and if the God in the sky can always thrive knowing that you will not seek vengeance, you will not seek revenge, you will not seek to avenge those that you love, care about, or see yourself in them, because we got, what do these Christians say all the time? You got to give it up to God. You're too feeble. You understand? You're too ignorant to understand in the workings in the minds of God. And so everything that is on earth is because he allowed it to be. He is still benevolent and all good. And we just don't understand the grand plan. You see what I'm saying? We too feeble to understand the grand plan. But see, death and brigandage, murder and oppression, the stealing of children, all this shit got to happen because it's the divine plan as we prepare for something better. You feel me? That's what the guy up here, taking up all the space in your heaven, that is what he is fighting for. He is fighting for his very existence in your personal heaven. And as long as he remains in your personal heaven, everything that your heart seeks to do becomes his enemy. Every expression of your true voice is his enemy, will seek to sabotage your life. Every expression of true love, of perfect love, not patriarchal love, you understand? Of true love, of true care, of true empathy, of true happiness and joy and ecstasy. Dare not you be engaged in sex and it be epiphomatic, that the orgasm literally feel epiphomatic, like, oh shit, this orgasm shook something loose in my consciousness. That motherfucker is harassed. And I've had it happen. He is harassed. Yeah. Any expression of pleasure, of joy, of safety, of certainty. What did that movie, the movie Conclave that we was talking about, the movie Conclave that came out last year in 2024, and the priest, it was about them choosing a new pope. And the pope that was over the conclave, while he's welcoming all the bishops and everybody, all the people who were up for the election, he said the greatest enemy today of the church, of the global church. He didn't say Satan. He didn't say Lucifer. He didn't say the powers of darkness. He didn't say evil institution. He didn't say wicked organization. He didn't say none of that. Do you know what he said? I said, I don't care what nobody is saying. These motherfuckers are listening to every word we say. When I say every word we say, because in that movie, written in 2020, produced in 2024, and I have been saying this to you guys for 5 years. What have I been saying to y'all for 5 years? That faith is the sickness. Belief is a sickness. That why do you have to believe? Why do you have to have faith when you have certainty? When you have certainty, certainty is the fact that you go outside every day and know that at a certain time of the day, that sun, come hell or high water, is going to peek right up from behind that horizon. You don't have to believe that it is going to happen. You do not have to hedge bets, faith on whether or not the sun going to come up from one day to the next. That is a scientific certainty that you can bank on. That if you have a flower, a plant that is dying, that is not doing well, and you recognize your ass been gone for 2 weeks and ain't nobody been over here to water your plant, do you have to pray to the plant? Please get better. Please, plant, get better. Just please get better. No, you take your ass in the kitchen and say, damn, I've been neglecting my little plant. Let me go give my baby a little water. Is that based on belief? Do you have to believe to know that the outcome of your impact on that plant is going to ensure that the plant is going to be vibrant and healthy? It just needs a little water. I'm always saying that, ain't I? Faith is the sickness. Belief is the pharmaceutical that never makes the sickness well. It's a cycle of faith and belief that don't never get you nowhere. Don't never produce no scientific, observable, goddamn outcomes because you stuck on make-believe. Faith and belief is make-believe. The shit ain't real nowhere in the world. Nowhere in the world has it produced an outcome. No, it hasn't. What has produced an outcome is the certainty that in your mind, even with a third grade education, that if you do something consistently and you do it with a certain type of enthusiasm, the outcome is guaranteed. That's certainty. That's certainty. And if the religion of your choosing, if the spiritual tradition of your choosing does not fortify your sovereignty with a confidence of certainty, because you are a scientific being. You're not just a spiritual being. You are a scientific guarantee, bitch. You're a scientific certainty that your mama and daddy was going to have sex enough times that eventually there was going to be a baby in there. And that baby was going to grow through phases. And that baby's growth in phases was going to be a guaranteed outcome of an unseen being turning into a seen being. And the quality of that seen being determined by what? The mother's conscious internal knowing of I got to eat a certain way. I got to get a certain amount of nutrients. Even if I don't do this regular, I need to get some exercise. I stopped doing everything. I stopped eating meat. I stopped smoking. I stopped drinking. The moment I found out I was pregnant, I was like, okay, I can't do none of that shit no more. It wasn't even, I was 19 and didn't know shit. But intuitively, I was like, okay, I can't do none of this shit no more. Why? Because I wanted to guarantee the outcome that would be a healthy, happy, always laughing baby, as opposed to a sickly, poor, miserable baby. Understand what I'm saying? And so I tell y'all all the time that, that's why we say at the end of every one of our, at the end of every one of our conspiracies, it is certainly as we say, mommy and I are one. Certain as in definitive. Certain as in always calculatable. Mommy and I are one. We are not apart from each other. You feel me? That's why we end the conspiracy that way. Because why? Conspiracy literally means to breathe together a sacred oath to ensure a certain outcome, to ensure a definitive, that's certain, certainty, a definitive outcome. That's why we say we don't cast spells, we cast conspiracies. That's why we say we don't pray, we conspire. It's because of the certainty of this thing that we do together, right? And so, God, how I got on that? Damn. How did I get on that? What was I saying just before that? Oh, The movie Concave. That was so big. Literally 4 months before the Pope died. Literally 4 months before the Pope died. This movie comes out in November of 2024. The Pope is dead 4 months later. The day after Easter. And my homeboy was like, yo, you got to see Conclave. This is when it came out. He was like, blowing my phone up. Have you seen Conclave yet? Nah, I'm gonna get to it. Look, watch Concave. Have you seen Concave yet? Nah, I ain't seen it. Yeah. Listen, watch Concave. He was kicking my ass about this movie, right? And I finally watched it. In the end, I was like, how they even let this shit slide through? How they even let this shit slide through? But at the beginning, when they were calling the conference together to decide the new Pope, and that his opening speech began with saying that the world is radically changing, and contrary to popular belief, the most dangerous threat facing the church today is the spirit of certainty. That's what he said in the movie. The spirit of certainty. When I tell you I was up in here screaming, I said, no, he did not use that word. Not when we've been talking about this for 5 years. I said, I know. I said, these motherfuckers is watching our shit. That's all it is to it. They are studying us. Huh? His exact words were the greatest threat of the church, the global church today. It's not malevolent forces. It's not demons and devils. It's not, bad guys looking to do the devil's. None of that shit they be talking about. In a room where it's just them and they don't believe in none of that shit they be telling you. See, they don't believe in demons, devils, bad guys, conspiracy. They don't believe in none of that. They don't believe. I'm telling you. This ain't Jesus and the God and the angels and the devil and the war and all of this shit that they be teaching y'all when it's just them. When it was like 300 bishops up in this room trying to decide who the next face of the global Roman Catholic Church was going to be. They weren't talking about demons and devils and shit. They wasn't praying the devil away. None of that shit. None of that shit they tell you to do in this movie. They wasn't doing none of that shit. They were talking politics, bitch. This movie was so revealing. They weren't talking about none of that shit. Angels and devils and may the God be in here to influence our decisions in a way for the best outcome of the greater good. None of that shit. This man stood up in a room, hundreds and hundreds of men from around the world, black men, red men, brown men, all these men representing the interest of the greatest hidden empire on earth. And so when there ain't nobody out in the public, when there ain't no cameras, and it's just us talking to us, listen, we in a war, it's true. But the greatest threat to this institution right here around the globe is the spirit of certainty. I said, they know. You ain't going, they know. They know we up in here, and they know our giant is being unchained link by link every motherfucking day. Every day, a kink in the chain is disintegrated. And they know. They know. With every conversation, with every prophecy that comes through some black-skinned woman's face, with every epiphany, some person, some oppressed person around the world, with every epiphany that they have in the quiet desperation of their goddamn life, that this shit is unfolding and dismantling right the hell up in front of them every day. And the certainty of it is what is terrorizing the hell out of them. Faith keeps them fed. Faith keeps them fed. Belief emboldens them. Belief emboldens them. Because with belief and with faith, you do not have to provide any evidence. See how that works? As an institution, hope, belief, faith become the become the inert placebo that they can feed you all the time and tell you just hope for the best. Hope, just have some belief. Because if shit go astray, if shit go awry, then the fault is not our own as the leaders of your belief system. The fault is yours, because this The world going to shit, your life going to shit, you losing everything that you own and shit. This is the evidence that you didn't have enough faith. This is the evidence that your belief was not strong enough. It means that you ain't praying hard enough. This ain't our fault. We gave you the phony ass prescription. What Jesus say? Believe with your whole heart and say with your mouth that you are a sinner, undeserving of salvation. And so I now accept Jesus Christ as my Lord, a personal Lord and Savior. And the presumption, especially when they come to get you, when they come to witness to you, when they come to harvest you. Because that's what it's called. It's called the harvest. You feel me? And so when they come to harvest your ass, they come and knock on your door and ask you, if you died right now today, do you know if you would go to heaven, sir? Can I teach you how to go to heaven? That's the harvest. You feel me? And so your ass is scared because motherfucker done rolled up on your door talking about hell and shit. You like, damn, I do be fucked up sometimes. You know what I'm saying? I do like to do little sketchy shit sometimes. I am getting old, you feel me? I am internalizing my mortality and shit, you feel me? I'm closer to death now than I was 10 years ago, than I was 20 years. Maybe it's about time for me to get my life right with the Lord. And so you internalize this little intervention as divine providence, that Jesus is your homie and he got your back. So he sent this little person to come in and knock on your door as a part of what every Christian is called to do, which is to harvest for the Lord. You feel me? And so you say, you know what? You right. I ain't shit. That's what you say. I ain't shit. I ain't worthy of salvation. I ain't worthy of peace, prosperity, and this and that and this and that. So let me go on ahead. I am old. You feel me? Let me go on ahead and get my life right with the Lord. You feel me? And so you let somebody reap your soul. That's what you did. You understand? And so you need belief. What's the decision that you make in belief? Somebody tell me what's the decision that you make when you believe? Let me get some juice. Think about that. Ponder on that. Put it in the comment section. What is the first decision that you make when you are confronted with a soul winner? With a soul winner who say, "Don't you know you a heathen? Don't you know you a heathen? Let me show you how to get right with the Lord. Let me show you how to make sure that you have a prosperous and thriving afterlife when you go to meet your maker." And you be like, damn, I am. Okay, you right. Now I'm gonna go get some juice. Put in the comment section what's the first decision that you make when presented with one of these people who give a damn about your soul, but coincidentally hate your life. I'm saying. Let me get some juice. Let's see what y'all got to say. Yes, giving up your sovereignty, but I want you to be more specific. Let's see. Somebody say, you renounce the world and receive Jesus. Okay, be more specific. Yes to both of those, but be more specific. Easier, clearer. You don't have to, girl, why do you keep doing that? Phoenix Rising, you do that often. Stop erasing your messages. I'm not telling you wrong. I said yes to both of what you said. I'm just saying, be more specific. There ain't no wrong answers. Because this shit prolific. They did a whole ass number on all of us in a multiplicity of ways. But I'm looking for something more specific. That's about you. You renounce the world and receive Jesus as the Lord of your life? Yes. But there's a decision that you have to make right before that. And that's the deeper shit that I'm talking about this whole time. Is the deeper shit that we do not face. The first decision that you have to make is that you have to agree that your life has no value.
Did Africans really not try to get back their loved ones stolen?
The first thing that you have to believe which means you have to make a decision before belief can even enter into the equation. The first decision that you make in this scenario is to accept the idea that you are unworthy of heaven, that you are damned, that you are born filthy as a rag, undeserving of salvation and worthy of hell. Isn't that what your Bible tells you? What did Jesus say? You are born dead. That's what the Bible say. That Jesus said out of his mouth. You know, the little word, the little red words, right? That's what he said. The first decision that you make in this interaction with a soul winner is to accept that your life has no value. You have to accept that, because they can tell you that. Don't you know you a sinner, born filthy as a rag, undeserving of heaven and worthy of hell? That's what they tell you. Don't you know you a sinner? Don't you know that if you died today and you have not, quote, given your life to God, given your life to Jesus, you feel me, that when you die, you are bound for permanent, unending, eternal punishment, damnation, and all the like. What they are telling you is you ain't shit. You feel me? That's the short version, right? And that I am the only one that can teach you how to gain value from your filthy ass mama. That's the subtext. Because you being born from your mother's body, you are born dead. That's what Jesus said. You are born dead. You are born filthy because your mama filthy. You born dead, and the only way she could have had you in the first place is through a filthy act called sex. You feel me? So all of it is just filthy. And so, of course, you're going to be born dead because your mama had to sin in order for you to be born. You feel me? And she filthy. That's why she is punished forever and ever and ever with the gruesome task of bleeding out of her body and enduring pain during childbirth. This is the evidence of her perpetual damnation. The guilt and shame that she must carry for all of humanity. You feel me? For sinning against God. And so your suffering, females, you earned that. I mean, you just had the unfortunate luck of being born female. And being born a female ensures perpetual suffering. That is your lot in life, is to suffer. So when you want to get political about this belief that we all have been taught and held and defend, female people will defend this position. The basis of that position is the myth of the supremely ordained perpetuity of pain and suffering that is the lot in the female's life. This becomes the foundational underpinning. This becomes the vibrant soil through why none of us who still believe all this stuff are unmoved at the suffering of women. We are not outraged to action to defend women when they suffer. This is why we be so frustrated as women when somebody aggresses against our body in sexual assault or rape or any of these ways, right? Husbands abusing us, any of that stuff, how they rarely get, quote, time in jail, you feel me? And when they do, they can get out in 18 months on good behavior. Why we be so enraged in our bodies to see the kinds of crimes committed against females and their children, because we know that the institutions that are supposed to harmonize the world through the execution of justice does not ever appear to be on our side. These institutions that are supposed to harmonize, society through the prevention and punishment of crime don't never seem to reflect our interest in the maintenance and preservation of our safety. And so while we experience what we experience when we do not see the, quote, scales of justice swing in our favor under the auspice of harmonizing society, but on the other side, because there has to be an opposing reaction to what we experience, which means if we are not experiencing justice through the so-called justice system, then it means it is teaching the greater male population in society that, we can get our rocks off. We can get our rage off. We can get our aggression off. Our boss be doing this to us, then we can go ahead and take this out on some woman, take this out on some child, take this out on some wife or whatever. And I might get a little slap on the wrist. They might put me in jail overnight or whatever, but there ain't no real punishment that I have to be afraid of to monitor my behavior. So I will go to this job that I hate and listen to this boss who be doing all kind of dirt to me or whatever, and I will swallow that shit down and reserve it for my wife, for my kids, for my girlfriend, for my pet, whatever. Because there is no dues that they must pay. When, as a matter of fact, this time last year, when, what was her name? Giselle, I forget her last name. The elder woman, the 83-year-old woman, whose husband was found guilty of poisoning her, drugging her for 10 years, and allowing strangers, neighbors, people in their hood, her doctor, everybody that knew them for all these years that they lived in this same house, the same community, all the men, married, kids, all the good, upstanding citizens. He drugs his wife, gaslights her to the extent that she literally is asking him to institutionalize her because she is feeling in her body something is wrong. And the doctor who has been in on it is telling her maybe she needs to see a psychiatrist, telling her that ain't nothing wrong with her vagina. Come to find out, she got 3 sexually transmitted diseases because he has been drugging her and allowing whoever wanted to come and take advantage of her while she was completely unconscious. And then the only agreement was, you ain't even got to pay. You don't even have to pay me to come and assault my wife. Just allow me to watch in video. They find thousands of videos, thousands. And this man's hard drive and in his phone. And when she was like, no, I don't want anonymity. I want the whole world to see what this man who I have lived with and trusted for 40 years, they've been married, who I had children with, grandchildren with, and great-grandchildren with, what he felt entitled to do to me. I want the whole world to see the face of every monster who participated, so that you women can know that while patriarchy remains, every last one of them are suspect. They all suspect. They're all suspect. While patriarchy remains, they all suspect. And I want y'all to see every face. 88 men indicted. Not enough evidence to convict them all. 53 of the 88 were convicted. 53 men. This woman was 82. 53 men convicted out of the 88 that were brought up on indictment. The mastermind of the whole 10-year project he was engaged in, her husband, got 20 years. How the women of France didn't burn that motherfucker to the ground is still perplexing to me. 20 years. First of all, the nigga 80-something. So no, he don't get no 20 years. His judgment, goddamn it, his sentence has to be swift, goddamn it. Swift and public. That nigga ain't gonna live no 20 years, which was not enough. But since we know, realistically, he ain't gonna live no 20 years, we have to come to a redemptive alternative that matches the severity of the crime. But the problem is that the so-called justice system is run by patriarchs, the majority of whom probably have engaged in some behavior that is similar to that which they are supposed to be the objective judge over in the moment. This motherfucker get 20 years. And somebody can say in their spirit, this is justice. Her children, her grown children, were devastated. Her grown children crying in interviews that the person that they believed was their father, believed was their children's grandfather, who they loved with all their heart, the person who they believed to be an upstanding demonstration of integrity and moral character in the world, to whom they allowed into spaces with their most precious possessions, which is their babies, to find out that that motherfucker never existed, that he never existed. To find out that the person that they believed was father, the person that they believed was grandfather, the person that they believed was caring, devoted, faithful husband, he did not exist. He didn't exist. He was a figment of their imagination. You understand what I'm saying? He was a figment of their imagination. In the earlier stages of that case, they talked about how the wives of the men who had been indicted, that were facing trial, right? He did, honey, would you, Ebony, Earth Beauty 01? Baby, I'm sorry, but that is the understatement of the century. Of the century. See, I had this conversation with a sister last week, because I kept telling her, especially her being a political activist, I said, look, that's not to deny you emotions. I said, you have to stop, to me, especially with what we were talking about, you have to stop using emotional language to express what you are experiencing when you witness certain things in the world. She's in law school, but she is the founder of a really big nonprofit in the city. I said, you got to stop doing that. I said, that's not what I'm talking about here. She was like, but it does hurt me. It does hurt me. I said, I get that. I said, my concern is, and especially because she's native. She's native. She's small in stature. She's maybe 5'2", 5'3". She's very beautiful, stereotypically native looking woman, back-length hair, very small in stature. But she is a powerhouse. She a gangster, but and I'm talking about in terms of the work that she does, right? And the work that she does through her pursuit in a law degree, the raising of her children, and also the work that she does as a political activist, as a hardcore, long-time devoted political activist. I said, I've taught you for a long time. I've known you for a long time. And I said, my opinion remains consistent. I said, it's not to deny you humanity. It is not to deny you the right to the expression of your emotions. I said, but the problem that socialists have, and I won't even say it's socialist. I would say the problem that people who adhere to a socialist worldview and ideology, that are typically people of color or poor people, then emotions and the expression of certain emotions, especially within a socialist scientific worldview, become used against you. This is somebody who studied that shit for a long time. And within the context of studying that shit for a long time, my emotions were always weaponized against me. They were all inside my organization. My quote emotions were weaponized against me. And anybody that's come up in cadre life knows it's true. Comrade, why are you being so subjective? You know what I'm saying? Everything ain't about your feelings. You're, as a quote, socialist scientist, as a quote, a scientific socialist, as an adherent to scientific, historical, and material dialectics. You feel me? You got to take your emotions at the center, and you have to talk about what you are observing, you feel me, in a non-emotional way. Now, I'm saying this not to her and to y'all, because I'm addressing what the sister Earth Beauty just said. Not as a way to, quote, do to you what was done to me, the weaponizing of my emotional expression, right? Because I didn't understand as a young girl in the party what was happening. I thought they was trying to steal me and shit. No, they were trying to do what every patriarch does, is to weaponize, quote, emotional expression against women as a way to silence them and shut them up, especially when they are coming into a certain kind of understanding or power within themselves, an understanding outside of these dogmas imposed on us to weaponize ourselves against ourselves that function one way. It is to shut us up. It is to quiet dissent. It is to demote us, right? I didn't recognize that was what was happening. But what I'm telling her is this period, when we're talking about the greater presentation of patriarchy in the world, and this is across the board, I don't care if you're male, female, black, white, all the genders, all the races, all the classes, that our emotions, especially within the context of a political world that is that has as its underpinning patriarchal, religious, and traditional philosophies that guarantee that we will always self-police, And so for females who are constantly being told make-believe, child, we are constantly being fed make-believe. Especially when women say it, I be up in my feelings, especially when women become the parents for make-believe that males always say, well, you know, the reason, you feel me, that men evolved to be the head of the household, you feel, the protector and the provider of the household is because biologically. Show me that shit somewhere biologically, bitch. Show me that shit in the collection of biological, scientific, peer-reviewed, researched papers, published research papers where biologically males, you know, because we need to be protectors and providers, we are just naturally more logical than you bitches. You feel me? And that's not a dig at y'all. It's just to say y'all evolved to be more emotional so that you can nourish the babies and nurture the babies and take care of the man when he come home from protecting and providing. See, you just naturally evolved to be more emotional. And since you so emotional, it means you can't think. It means you can't reason. You feel me? It means you can't make no good decisions that can be trusted on your own. What that means is because you pulled around by your heartstrings, you feel me, that you must rely on my decisions because I just evolved to be smarter than you. I just evolved to make better decisions. I just evolved to dominate you. I just evolved to become your father in the place of your father. I just evolved. Meanwhile, any woman that has had any man in her house for more than a month knows that that is a mythology of grand proportion. Any woman who has had any male, I won't even say a man, any male in her house for more than a month knows that that, quote, scientific, biological, evolutionary statement of my supremacy in my logic and reasoning, you feel me? It also explains why I cheat on you, because I don't have the same kind of emotional, you know, response and baggage that you have. That's why y'all always be faithful, but every man gonna cheat because he really need more than one woman. This ain't an emotional thing. This is a science thing. And your spirit is like, bitch, I know you rolling your eyes, but your eyes ain't matching what your spirit is saying. Your spirit is like, bitch, you know this is a mythology, right? But you like, well, you know, I guess you might be right. You know what I'm saying? You know what I'm saying? But any woman who has had any male live in her house for more than a month knows that this is a myth of grand, gargantuan, toxic proportion. That the most illogical human beings on the planet are those who have become full devotees to the patriarch in their skull. There is no reason, there is no rhyme, there is no logic that can make sense. That they will see outside with their actual eyes that it is daytime and fight you to the death that your ass is wrong because it's nighttime outside. No rhyme, no reason. The living personification of madness personified, of illogic embodied, and will fight you to the death that your ass the one crazy. And so all you can do is walk around on eggshells. You understand? For this person that you live with, or they more than likely live in your shit. You feel me? All you can do is try to keep the peace in the face of madness. Not only the face of madness, because not only are they not stoic, not only are they not logical, not only are they absolutely opposed to science, absolutely infinitely opposed to science, but yes, somebody say here, like code 1212 say, he emotional as fuck. Yes, I love that. He emotional. Child, they talk about you in PMS, and they emotions is like the wind. You never know from moment to moment, minute to minute, day to day, what character is going to present within the four walls of your home. You never know. That's why so many children be so hyper vigilant, is because they have to be able, as a way to protect themselves, to be able to recognize even the smallest signs of whether they are safe in the space this day, or whether they are in danger in the space today, whether they can be seen in this day, or whether they need to keep themselves in their room and say, I'm studying, so that they do not have to come into contact with this person that they may trigger at any given moment. And then you call it, being an empath. Nope. You're just hyper vigilant. It's just your body attempting to preserve itself, save itself, protect itself. And so you become aware of social cues that nobody else is aware of. Taja Ray say, my husband told me I'm loyal to my emotions and called me the man of the house. So I called him the lady of the house. I bet he was ready to fight. Bet he was ready to put his dukes up. Literally. And that's Goddess Essence Energy say literally. And that's why I was a child. I already sensed my dad's emotional and mental instability, and it only heightened when he got back from being deployed. Facts. You feel what I'm saying? So and it's just the authority. It's just the authority of the bass in the voice that has us concede to that dumbass shit. It's only the bass in their voice. It's only the shit that we internalize, that we make a decision to accept. We make the decision to accept that they crazy as fuck, but we would never express that out loud. So what do? We contort. We adjust, right? We adjust to the behavior. We contort to the behavior. We tiptoe on eggshells, being sure not to engage in any conversation that he may take the wrong way, never to raise. Ask me how I know. So, yeah. What I was telling the sister, we had dinner last week. It's like, I'm not telling you to not be emotional, baby. I'm not telling you that you are not entitled to your emotional reaction to those things that you see out in the world. And my heels are dug in. What I am saying is that in the spaces that you are in, your law office that's run by all white people who are constantly levying micro aggressions against you, your work as the president and founder of a nonprofit that does this extraordinarily impactful work on behalf of the invisible in the city, the voiceless in the city, undocumented women with children who can't even speak the damn language. And I'm not talking about Spanish, because she speaks fluent Spanish. They are indigenous women, mostly from Central America, who do not speak a dialect of Spanish that anybody in this city can understand. Right? This is who her primary population is. I'm saying you do really valuable, impactful work. I said, and the position that you have placed yourself in as a leader of these types of work, I think is just really important that women save softness for spaces where they are safe. That's my position. From here until we experience a collective social breakthrough, women and others, so all others, whether that's LGBTQIA, whether that is marginalized men, with whoever has in their life experienced something that is clearly a denial of power, clearly a denial of sovereignty based on how you present in the world. Women, and I will always put women first, because every last one of you that are objectively, marginalized and oppressed and subdued, you all got a mama. And so your experience, even as marginalized or powerless or whatever, oppressed, could not exist without your mother's oppression pre-existing. So I would always put us in the center. If you got an attitude with that, you need to go discuss that with your priest. You feel me? So for us, especially women, and most especially if we are women who have given birth to human beings, most especially over that, those of us who have become crones, who have given birth to human beings, who have given birth to human beings. What the world needs to see from us all the time, every time we walk out of the house, every time we in public places, every time we present in the world, what the only things that they need to see from us as the quote expression, the outward expression of emotions, these are the ones that your teacher right here are telling you that you have the ability, that you only present in the world. These are the ones. There might be some else, but these are the main ones. You present with courage. You present with your spine always straight, your chin always up. You present with peaceful audacity. Meaning, what I mean by peaceful audacity is that when there ain't nothing triggering you, trying your stilo, that your presentation is a courageous, peaceful audacity. What that means is you laugh in public, you smile in public, not because somebody expects it or it's going to make somebody feel better, because my default state as a sovereign being is happiness, it's certainty, it's peace, it's harmonious. This is my default state as a sovereign being, is happiness. You feel me? Not because somebody say, girl, you sure would look cute if you were smiling. Not none of that dumbass shit. I'm talking about when you go out in the world as a sovereign being, my default is happiness, bitch. My default is bliss. My default is courageous, audacious beingness. Yep. Even if you leave the house with your hair not did and all you got on is some sweatpants and some goddamn house slippers and a motherfucking bonnet. Keep your chin up. Keep your face light and stressless. Because this is you. This your territory right here. This your atmosphere. This your universe. You the sovereign. And the only way people can get a reaction out of you in your universe is if you open your universe up to allow some bullshit they saying to impact and disrupt your harmony. 1. 2, we also are the sovereign of an empire that is always looking to protect and defend our right to exist, looking to protect and defend our right to sovereignty. That's the whole setup here. The whole setup for our flesh as the interface between heaven and earth. Our flesh is not a goddamn avatar, bitch. I hate that word. I hate people talking about us being avatars. No, the fuck we ain't. We are God embodied. That's it. We still God. Whether we in the atmosphere, whether we in the cosmos, or whether we on earth in the material world in a fleshly presentation, in a material presentation, we still God. We are still the many-faced. We are still the many-faced of the mother that gave birth to us and all the mothers that contributed to our birth. It ain't just our mama that gave birth to us. Every mother that existed before her had to be in the place, in the time, in the flesh that she existed in for you to be right here today. So now I'm not no motherfucking avatar for spirit to just ride the fuck around in like a goddamn chariot. I'm the many-faced. I exist on many planes. I exist in many timelines. I am the many-faced miniature personification of the absolute ever-presence of God herself, of the spirit of God herself, of the flesh, the God herself, and everything in goddamn between. I'm God. And as God, as a divine sovereign on this planet that I saw fit to exist on. And God bless her that my mama, as my God on earth, said yes to my right to exist. My mama said yes to my life, bitch. That's all the ordination I need. That's all the initiation I need. I don't need no secret ceremonies. I don't need no secret handshake. I don't need no behind the closed doors, mystical secret ceremonies that ensure of suffering, that ensure my right to gain and garner access to certain information that the neophyte is not entitled to. Fuck all that bullshit. All that bullshit. My mother saying yes to my life is all the ordination I needed. It is all the initiation that I needed. It grants me access to what is mine. What ain't for me will not come to me. So what you got going on over there, your little secret society, your little mythological bullshit, you keep that. You got it. Because if it's for me, it will come to me. And how has that happened? Y'all been sitting here witnessing it. Sitting here witnessing it. That breakthroughs and epiphanies and connections being made that have been denied us by secret societies, fraternities, sororities, myths, and mythology, and mystics, and gurus, and this and that. When I say fuck all that shit, if it presents, I'm calling bullshit. I don't care who it is. I don't care what it is. I had somebody have an attitude with me the other night because I was talking about they bullshitting ass Buddha. Fuck Buddha. Straight up. Straight up. Fuck Buddha. Fuck Jesus. Fuck Allah. Fuck, what's that other nigga name? Yahweh. What's the other nigga name? I'm just giving it to you blood raw, man. I'm giving it to you blood raw. I'm giving it to you blood raw. Your mother is on the fucking war path. That's what she on. And unlike the malignantly imposed culture of war of a malignant make-believe godhead with a penis, self-creating, bitch, fuck you. You understand? Unlike his malignant ass who needs suffering. He thrives on blood. He thrives on confusion. What is war? War, it means to cause confusion. What your Bible say about war, about confusion? It say the adversary is the author of all confusion. What's the adversary? Anybody who is opposed to your sovereign state. That's it. They ain't make-believe. It ain't a mystical motherfucker in the earth or under the ground or in some mythological hell or some mythological heaven. The adversary is the war raging within you in this contest for the giant that is your mama that you have held hostage in your heart by these malignantly imposed beliefs on your heaven, on your sky, on your worldview. This make-believe, penis-possessing motherfucker that's taking up all the space in the whole universe, not just this universe, but they actually rewrote the sky. Imagine the kind of audacity you have to rewrite the whole sky, bitch. Imagine in your mediocrity, the kind of insane audacity that you have to rewrite the entire universe to your benefit. I'm telling you women with uteruses, I'm telling you motherfuckers with portals in your bodies, it's time for us to have the same gravity of audacity, because unlike the malignant sky father who don't even exist, unlike him, you gods on earth, you portal possessing human beings that have literally weaved and shaped and constructed whole human beings into existence out of nothing. Out of just vast, limitless possibility and potential, you guys have work to do. And having some patriarch hold your skull hostage, it will forever prevent us from what the work is obvious for us to do right now. This is the war that we must wage. Every time we have a patriarchal inclination that simmers up as goddamn residue from our past, we need to cleave that motherfucker in half, root it out, and bury it in the goddamn dirt. Salt the earth on top of it so it don't sprig up no motherfucking weeds. That's the word. That's the breakthrough that I had on Monday. That was the breakthrough. All this shit. We up on here 4 hours. That was the breakthrough I had on Monday. I ain't even got to what I was talking to you about for the rest of the week. That was just Monday. That Cassandra, you have done amazing work, girl. But you still hold on to blame, bitch. And blame is not the shield that you can go into this war with. Blame that you think shelters you from having to be truthful with all the gods that exist in your body right now, flowing through your blood right now. What you call ancestors, they God too. They God too. They didn't stop being God because they changed from one form to another. They still God. They still exist. They still real. And your alive, real ass blood is the evidence of their ever presence. So even while you think you ain't saying nothing out loud, even while you think fucked up thoughts about why that girl walked out the house with booty shorts on and it's 30 degrees outside and that ain't got nothing to do with you, but every last one of these gods in your body, in your flesh, that you are the physical representation of in this moment, they like, bitch, we heard you. We heard you, that bullshit you just said. You made out and said it out loud to her feelings. You still said that dumbass shit. The patriarch is still alive in you, boo. You still got work to do. The patriarch is still alive in you, boo. You still got work to do. You still got work to do. And if you ain't gonna do it, who gonna do it? Do you need to get checked from the outside in before you do right? Then your spirituality ain't working, boo. Because it's supposed to be the other way around. You do what does integrity mean? What does integrity mean? Integrity means to do the right thing even when no one is watching. Even when no one is present. Not because you feel, quote, forced to or compelled to, because the default state of peaceful, harmonious union with the one wills you to it. There's an ecstasy. There is an palpable love and ecstasy and fulfillment that comes with living and moving rhythmically with your mother as opposed to antagonistically with her. Your default state, though you don't remember it, your default state is sovereignty. And you cannot be a true sovereign. You cannot possess the power of a true sovereign while denying sovereignty to someone else. God damn it. You were sovereign, but you were asshole to everybody else. You talk crazy to everybody else. You feel me? You do your best to make other motherfuckers feel bad. What you call sovereignty is what the white world calls sovereignty. That the only way I can be my best, the only way I can be fully powerful, the only way I can demonstrate power is to impose your will on the sovereignty of others. Then this ain't the work you did. That what you are accepting is just a more moot and seemingly docile, but it's actually more insidious version of patriarchy. This is the work we all have to do. White, black, brown, red, yellow, male, female, lady boy, trans, woman or man, all the expressions, because that's what. Let's see. That I've been teaching y'all all these years. This. What do y'all think this is for? Is it just some cute symbol that you can get tattooed on you? And when people be asking you what is about, you say, is it about balance and harmony? What the hell does that mean in the real material world that is inhabited by gods and goddesses? What does this mean in the actual political daily life? In your actual daily life, with your economics, with your family now, with all of these, what does this look like in the real world? Not as a philosophy that's in your head, but for some reason you can't express it in your relationships and your interactions within the one in the real world. Because otherwise you're just saying some shit that you think sound deep and penetrative, and that ain't it. And that ain't no shit I'm trying to teach you. That ain't no shit I'm trying to teach you. I'm trying to teach you in the peculiar role that I have with the peculiar experiences and information and education that I have. I'm trying to teach you, not even teach you. We need to find a better word. I am here in my peculiar role to remind you what it feels like in your flesh to be God. That's all. I'm trying to speak to your cells that remember and are rooting for you, for your brain to catch up with what your heart and the giant in your heart and all your little cells who are here to do your bidding. Every cell in your body is here to do your will, your bidding. And so me, as the doctor, as the teacher, as the artist, as the mentor, as the singer, as the mama, as the grandmama, this and that and this and that, to take all of these experiences and weave them and construct them into something that I can say out of my mouth that will resonate with anybody, no matter where they live, no matter what their cultural background is, no matter what their upbringing was, no matter where they come from on the planet Earth, no matter what language they speak, that they can hear clearly and plainly, and not this bullshitting ass, super pontificating, stoic presentation of the mysteries of the ancients and the greats, deliberately talking over your head so that you cannot embody the philosophy that will unleash through memory, through sacred memory, unleash the God in you that is always rooting for you, baby. The God in you is always rooting for you. The God held hostage in these cells is always rooting for you. And the only time that you do not feel that this is the case is when what is held in your head is in direct conflict with what is held in your cells, what is held in your blood, what is held in your biochemistry. Your body is always rooting for you, bitch. It 1,000% of the time, 1,000% of the time, your body is always ever watchful, ever present. And so when you experience what you consider a disease, what you experience when you consider a sickness, a disharmony, or whatever you want to call it, it means in your blood is that what is held up here on the lock and key as holy writ, what is locked the fuck up in here is in direct contest with what your blood, your cells, your DNA remember to be true, is that you are born perfect, that you are born deserving, that you are born as a base foundational place that guarantees your right to exist bountifully and happily and easily and pleasurably in this earth that you willed yourself to exist in. This is the work. I want you to remember your God self. And your God self is not something outside your flesh. That's some shit we gonna really have to reckon with that shit. Your God self, baby, is not something that is outside yourself that come up in the little body and ride it around like a goddamn horse and buggy and shit. Motherfucking Avatar and shit. And so it may seem simple, but the way that we articulate our experience as a material force that embodies the full potential and power of the entire universe is really concerning. Your flesh is God, not a part of God, not a piece of God, not the little house that God rests up in until it's through with you and throw you away. Your flesh is God as a material experience, an example of the magnitude of the miraculous power of God. You need an interface. Your flesh is your interface aspect of God magic, of God conscious, of God will, of God power. Your flesh, you can do shit like this, like me and you talking, you know what I'm saying, right here on this little YouTube right here. This shit would be an impossibility without the very material interface that allows that to happen. You see? There needs to be an interface. The interface is not less valuable than the information that we are communicating through it. It is a part, a necessary component, integrative component of the whole process. It's not apart from the process of us using it to communicate to one another. It is one of the many organs of it, one of the many organs that are an integral necessity to facilitate the outcome of the material forces coming together. That's all. I would not be the human that I am right now if I did not have a spleen. The spleen is important. It isn't more important than any other organ. It is a magnificently, peculiarly specific and necessary organ to make up the you, the me that you see in this moment. Do you understand what I'm saying? That's why anybody that is talking to you about spirituality and isn't a scientist And I'm not talking about going to school to be a scientist. I'm talking about being open to recognize that certainty is the greatest threat to the Roman Catholic Church on earth. What is certainty? Where does it come from? Science. That's where certainty comes from. Science. Where does evidence come from? Science. Why science? Because your flesh is the scientific interface to the spiritual experience. Would you even know what spirituality is without the flesh, without material, without matter, without your mama, without your daddy, so that you the peculiar you that you are in this moment? Nope. You the science. And science has spirit. You understand? Now, let me just say that I know I'm on one. But let me just say, first of all, for those of you who came on late, you feel me? Because I've been up on here almost 5 hours now. Let me do some little housekeeping again. If you want to contribute to the Temple of Evolutionary Emergence, which is the a religious 501c3 based out of Los Angeles, California, but obviously has supporters all over the planet. You feel me? And you want to support this work to grow and build the Temple of Evolutionary Emergence, then I want to encourage you and open up the opportunity for you to show that support in a monetary way. The email for the temple is EvoEmeTemp, EvoEmeTemp@gmail.com. That email you can use to send monetary contributions through either Zelle or PayPal. If you want to send the Venmo, it's my name, Cassandra, Cassandra -Floyd, Floyd. Or you can send a Cashapp $ DaughterOfTheFates, FATES, Daughter of the Fates. So those are the ways that you can make contributions that way. Those of you who have tuned in via YouTube, you can either do super thanks, super chat. There's another one. I think there's like 3. Super thanks, super chat. You can make your donations live in the chat box and I will shout you out. The other way that those of you who have subscribed to my channel, if you want to become a supporting member of the channel, you can look at the information in the description box below this video, and it'll tell you how you can become a paid member. The reason that this is important, particularly today, is because over the last week, I have been downloading, like saving all of my, all of the videos on my channel. And I am every week deleting tons and tons of videos. 1, to streamline. 2, because I've been hearing too many horror stories over the last month of people who've been getting their YouTube channels just snatched. And so they done lost all these videos because they haven't backed them up on hard drives or nothing. And without explanation, YouTube snatched their channel off, delete all their videos, and now they don't have anything. So I've been strategically dumping everything onto an external hard drive. And I'm only going to leave very specific videos up. The videos that still garner the most action on my channel are the books that I've read on my channel, and particularly the 2 books that still garner the most like views is the GreatCosmicMother, Rediscovering the Religion of the Earth, Pure Lust by Mary Daly, and Communion, The Female Search for Love by Bell Hooks. Those 3 books, more than any others, are the ones that still draw the most like attention, if you will, to my channel. So what I'm thinking about the future is like I'm doing this live right now. Thank you so much, Earth Beauty, for some. Oh, my other phone is dead. That's why I didn't get the notification. Typically, I have my phones on, but my phone went dead while we were broadcasting. So thank you so much for the donation. I'll check it and big you up later for it. What was I saying? What I'm debating about doing, because I just paid for a Patreon, like content creator account, is what I'm thinking about doing with my YouTube channel is just making certain like this live that I'm doing right now, making that kind of content members only, like being able to be viewed by members only, and then keeping the books that I've read on my channel up until this point public, and then everything else wiping up off of here. I really want to condense. I'm probably going to eventually do a separate channel just for the temple. Maybe I've been debating about how to move forward with like the YouTube channel and other things. But anyway, for the immediate, y'all are going to be noticing it. Cause like I said, last week I removed like 40 videos off my channel. I am every day downloading, and then deleting. So there are some already that I've made viewable only to paid subscribers. So in the meantime, I'll do that until I can get this Patreon thing, functioning. And so that's another way. So be on the lookout for the launching of the Patreon. And I'm debating about the Patreon. The Patreon is not going to be like this. The Patreon is not going to be for this kind of content. I've been debating about like what the Patreon would be. And I'm really leaning towards, and I have been for a while, I told you years ago before this was a medium, YouTube was a medium, I was doing live internet radio, but this was you were only able to do that through the downloading of these really expensive programs. And it was not video. All it was like international radio through the web. This was before YouTube was launched. And I was doing this show for about 6 years called Colonialism is Bad for Your Health. What I've been thinking about is relaunching Colonialism is Bad for Your Health, and I still have a lot of the archives from back then, launching the archives first and then picking up from there and just doing new content that is specifically around the social, political, economic impacts of colonialism on the global and particularly the local American health outcome, right? So it was a powerful show. I had a lot of fun doing that show. I had a lot of awesome ass guests on that show. So that's what I've been thinking about, is like really kind of, because in this medium, I talk about everything. It's still related to the goddess. It's still related to the empowerment and the emboldenment of human beings on earth. But any given day, I can be talking about any given thing. I haven't talked to you once about how all of this information relates to the topic that I wanted to talk to you about today. And it is absolutely related, but still you can see, especially when I'm in a way, how time will fly. We've been up on here 5 hours, you feel me? And it don't even feel like I've been up on here that long, but also being open to allow an unfiltered and unobstructed communication that feels urgent to come through in any given moment. You feel me? The Colonialism is Bad for Your Health was very structured. It was very purposeful. It was very directed. It was very deliberate. And it was still just as powerful, but it was very concise and very structured. For that, I did have little note cards that I didn't deviate from that. You know what I'm saying? So that's what I think I'm going to start the Patreon with. And I have friends that have several different types of these shows. They have a Patreon and they have a podcast on Spotify and all of this shit. I may get to that once the temple becomes more structured and I have people around me that are taking up some responsibilities to free me up to do more of this kind of thing. But I'm saying that because these are going to be the ways that you can support, right? Again, like I said at the beginning, like I showed y'all, my most recent creation that I'm most hype about was my my memorial bracelet with all these wonderful pictures of Assata Shakur, rest in power. You feel me? So I will keep my Daughters of the Fate Etsy shop open till the end of February, maybe, but as of right now, maybe right till the end of February, till the end of Black History Month, and then I will launch a separate Etsy store that'll be specifically for temple merch. So for the last 6 months, y'all know, for the first time, I've been like uploading books to my Etsy store, I've been uploading like rituals that we have collectively done together, and the directions and the conspiracies tied to those ceremonies. I upload on my Etsy store so you can purchase and participate that way. So what I was thinking about was like, yeah, I need to do a separate Etsy that doesn't require me to do like the hands-on labor work of jewelry making, because I'm trying, like I said, to put a cap on that over the next 6 months while I'm running this campaign here in LA. But the uploading of books and pamphlets, and like I uploaded the Orisha deck for you guys, that type of stuff, that is effortless. I can do that, and that will be specifically to a store that's tied to the Temple of Evolutionary Emergence. Those of you who are on IG, I will reiterate, EvoEmeTemp@gmail.com is the email that you can use if you want to send contribution via Zelle or via PayPal. There's also Cashapp, which is $DaughterOfTheFates, FATES, and Venmo, which is Cassandra, CASSANDRA-Floyd, FLOYD. And lastly, two things. I have an active GoFundMe right now going on, and you can get the link for that either by emailing me, or every video for about the last 2-3 weeks has had the link to that GoFundMe in the description box below the video. So that's another way you can support. If you can't support monetarily to the GoFundMe, share the link to the GoFundMe with 10 friends. And just you sending that to your 10 friends, you do not never know who has resources that they are looking to contribute to somewhere. Somebody sent me that I don't know. This was an anonymous person through my GoFundMe, $500 last week. You understand? So you may not have it, and so you feel like, damn, I can't get no money. You can send it to 10 people, and you do not know what their circumstances are. They may be able, in a unity with the purpose of the GoFundMe, to contribute. They may be in a position to contribute. So if you cannot donate to the GoFundMe, make the personal commitment. If anything that I've said today has given you any value, if it's resonated with you, if it's changed you in any way, then see the usefulness of participating in a process to solidify and grow the Temple of Evolutionary Emergence. Send that link, the GoFundMe link, to 10 people and say, this is somebody I really respect. I love her channel, whatever. I think she's doing good work. Consider supporting her GoFundMe. It's that simple. I don't know who the anonymous person was, but I was like, yes, those are the kinds of interventions and breakthroughs that I love to affirm what it is we are in process to do. You understand? The last thing is divination. Well, that's that. Divination and wellness consultations. Okay. So email EvoEmeTemp to secure your divination or your wellness consultation. We are 3 days away from the end of this most dynamic and tumultuous year. So this is a wonderful, perfect time to be getting yourself. Thank you so much, Balance Justice 679, for making the commitment to share the GoFundMe. I appreciate you for that. So this is a perfect time, these next 6 days or so, to consolidate a reading for yourself. Also, the last thing I want to say, I should have said that earlier, is we're still involved in the workshops for the decoding the matrix and the impact that it has on our lives even today. So we have done 2 so far. The next one is next Friday at 7 p.m. Pacific Standard Time. Next Friday, 7 p.m. Pacific Standard Time. So if you want to participate in the workshops that we've been doing on the Matrix, Friday night was insane. Friday night was crazy. It was crazy in a good way, but Friday night was insane. So if you want to participate in that, send me an email, EvoEmeTemp@gmail.com, and put Matrix in the subheader so I can send you the Eventbrite link where you can register for that and then be prepared. We'll send you, depending upon what you pay. You can pay for each workshop, or you can pay for all three. And depending upon what you pay for, if you pay for all three, I will send you the link to the two that we have done already. The first one was off the chain. Oh, it was so good. I interviewed this woman who is a astrologer, and she pulled a chart for the Matrix and was teaching us based on the chart she did for the movie, the day the movie was released, the time that it showed at theaters in LA. She pulled a chart for the movie and then walked us through the birth chart of the Matrix. It was deep. It was so much deeper than I expected. It was deep. It was great. So so those still videos, those two videos we still have. We have another one coming up Friday, next Friday at 7 p.m. Pacific Standard Time. So send me an email, put Matrix in the subheader so I can send you the details and the link. Okay. And then there's one more thing. So the Matrix thing, and I don't remember what else. But anyway, so that's it. Now I'm going to talk to y'all a little succinctly on. I want to round out that conversation. That was a 5-hour conversation. So when the sister, so let me just close that out. So the sister, I was telling y'all why I was tiptoeing, like a line, because everybody be intimidated about the presentation, but I'm stepping from a place of love. So I'm telling her, look, I honor your sovereignty. I'm not trying to crush your dreams or anything like that. Spirit, this is an intervention that I had, not only about you, but you triggered the intervention that I needed for my own self, right? And so I told her, I said, look, do not do that. Do not name your exhibit out of this person who in your life represents this roadblock to the expression of your peculiar passion. You said that none of the mediums of art that I know you for have ever been your passion. They have been the quote necessary burden for you to show up as a teacher of artists and not an artist yourself. That you said yourself, you have always been a teacher of artists, but have never really pursued art in the way that you peculiarly have been passionate about, right? I said, so this work that you're about to be involved in, engaged in, where you said a gift to yourself for your 50th birthday coming up, that you are going to have your baby curate as an artist, because she's an artist, have your baby curate for you for your first exhibit in your adult life, and you gonna put this nigga name on it. I said, do not do that. Do not do that. Do not do that. I said, do not do that. She's like, girl, I ain't think about it like that. I said, do not do that. I said, you are a devotee of E5. We know about the power of our ashe, the words that we speak out of our mouth, and how it gives power to that which we are speaking. And this passion work of yours, that is the expression of the only art genre that you have been passionate about and have been denied from fully expressing for all these years, in the first love project that you're going to put forward, don't have your name on it. Don't have your baby name on it. Don't have, if you're going to put somebody's name on, don't have your mama name on it. Nope, it's got the nigga who harmed you when you was 25 years ago, 26 years ago. I said, do not give him that power. Do not name your passion work. Now, if you're going to do a rage piece, cool. You understand? But do not give this passion project as a gift to your bicentennial, or what do you call it? I guess that's what you call it when you finally reach 50 years old. Do not give that man that power. Because she even said, I was thinking about writing him a letter and inviting him to the exhibit once it's done. I said, do not do that. Do not do that. Don't do none of that. Don't be asking people what this Negro name. What event was your trauma that you have just carried and carried and carried and carried and carried. Do not give him that. Let this work as a piece of love and a demonstration of your passion be centered on you. Be centered on your life. Be presented on all the areas of your life that have been prosperous. These wonderful babies that you got that's out, and ain't nobody sleeping on your couch. All these babies that's out here doing their thing and they doing awesome things. I love her. I love her daughter. You understand? Like, Let it be an expression. The gift to yourself be an expression of, not to quote, show him, see, I did that. Nuh-uh, that's not the equal and opposite energy. The equal and opposite energy is to step into the world a completely sovereign being, moving on only what gives you pleasure and fills you up and makes you excited and gives you purpose and gives you vision. To be able to do that as a sovereign, you have to let go of the spirit of blame. I'm not saying, I want you to hear, there's two different things that I'm saying. Because what we have always been told as a weapon is that, you have to forgive. You have to forgive. Forgiveness ain't about what they did. Forgiveness is for you. I reject that shit. 10 million%. Okay? 10 million%. There is a difference in, quote, forgiving wrongdoers and relinquishing blame. You understand what I'm saying? Because to relinquish blame does not absolve the wrong done. You understand? I hope you understand. To relinquish blame is to free you. It is to forgive yourself for the decision that you may not have even recognized you made in the moment that facilitated, in a way, the ability for this harm done, this harm levied, to actually impact you. See what I'm saying? When we make the decision that sovereignty is not ours to have, because that's what we do in a minute. That's what we do in the moment. When somebody say, you fat, ugly bitch, you ain't never going to be nothing, and your feelings, quote, are hurt by that, that's a decision that you have made. What they said can only have two outcomes. You are either open to receive and believe what they said, or three possible outcomes. Three possible outcomes. You can either be open to receive and believe and internalize what they said and say, why you say that? That hurt my feelings, or whatever, right? And then it changed your behavior for a long period of time. Or you can punch them in the mouth emotionless. You ain't even got to be mad to punch a bitch in the mouth for disrespecting. You feel me? You can punch them in the mouth and go about your business. You feel me? Or you can say, bitch, this is sovereign territory. So whatever it is coming out your mouth, I don't even know what the fuck you're talking about. But you have a good one. Go on about your life. And going about your life. Sometimes both those last two things can happen at the same time. I'm okay with that. Sometimes a bitch need to be punched in the mouth. That's okay. I don't have no judgment about that. Sometimes a motherfucker need to get punched in the gut, kicked in the chest, have their kneecaps dislocated, so they don't impose their will on somebody else's sovereign terrain in the same way in the future. Sometimes the aggression can be, fucked up, but not so harmful that they don't need to get their kneecaps kicked the fuck in. That's okay. In those situations where they may not need a physical education, you can say to them, I don't know who it is you levying that towards, but that ain't mine to keep. Deuces. You have just shown to me that you are not somebody that I am spiritually aligned with, so you just can't be in my cipher. That's all. But what you saying out your mouth ain't mine to keep, because that shit ain't certain. That shit ain't got shit to do with me. This is the harm of belief. This is the harm of faith. Because when you make a decision like, you hurt my feelings, why you say that? That was hurtful and shit. Belief is the decision that you make to accept some shit that ain't for you, to invade your sovereignty, to invade your space. That's all I'm saying. That's all I'm saying. I hope that was clear. Everything ain't yours to keep. And so if it ain't yours to keep, is it necessary for you to engage it? That's what I be saying. I don't be arguing back and forth with white people. I don't be arguing back and forth with Negroes. I don't be arguing back and forth with people who possess penises. Your life and my life ain't the same. What you believe about the world ain't my shit to keep. Ain't my shit to embody. Ain't no shit I need to keep with me. And this was the breakthrough that I had on Monday. That even though I am clear about that in the present, I had not relinquished the blame of the past. I had not that is not to say, because I don't extend forgiveness to wrongdoers who have not atoned for their own shit. I don't do that. I don't accept that. I would never teach anybody else to accept that shit. Sure won't. Do y'all understand the difference in what I'm saying? Because that bullshit used as a weapon, forgiveness is for everybody. Forgiveness, you have to practice the spirit of forgiveness. You understand? And forgiveness ain't for the wrongdoer. You don't forgive the wrongdoer for him. You forgive the wrongdoer for you. That sounds like some sliding hands, okie doke shit to me. I ain't no shit I'm on. There's two different things. It is two wildly different things that I'm saying, and why I had never reconciled why people talking about forgiveness had always pissed me off. Even when I didn't have a language to understand. People talking about that forgiveness sounded like some patriarchal religious sleight of hand shit to get you to self-police and not to rage against wrongdoing and wrongdoers. You feel me? I'm not into self-policing. I'm not into bourgeois morality politics. I'm not into any of that shit. When I'm telling you that we all, as God, as the God sovereigns over our domain, which is our heart is the center of our universe, and every cell in our body as our universe, through which the light of the heart shines and exposes and purifies and lets loose. You feel me? And it is only the malignancy that we have accepted into our black ass sky that has turned our sky white that we do all this other dumbass shit. The head malignant attempting to stage a dominion over the heart that is the emperor. You understand? Thank you, Balanced Justice. Me either. Going through 10 years of medical school, alternative medical school, and every time you turn around, somebody talking about forgiveness, I was like, that shit ain't got shit to do with me. I'm not granting anyone the gift of my forgiveness when they did not take upon themselves the necessity for their own karma, for their own life, for their own destiny to come to me and say, I seek your forgiveness. I want to accept responsibility for the impact that my wrongdoing had on your life. Can you forgive me? And what is the process of rectification that you would see that would harmonize the impact that my behavior had on your life? Outside of saying that, I'm giving forgiveness to no motherfucking body. And you don't have a responsibility to give no fucking body. So when I'm still talking about the patriarchy, the system, the structures, the aggressors, the microaggressors, the macroaggressors, and all of these people in their malignancy seeking to do you harm to make themselves feel better about themselves, you don't owe a motherfucker nothing. You don't owe them forgiveness. You don't owe them life. You don't owe them spit if they was on fire. You don't owe them the power of your life force if they ass stop breathing. I mean that. You don't owe them nothing. Now, when they start to go to battle with the patriarch that is taking up all the space in their body within themselves, and they come back to you and they say, damn, I did do this thing to this person and that shit was fucked up. And my spirit in its evolutionary process is not going to be right until I write it. And so let me go face to face or give a phone call to this person that 20 years ago I wronged and say, look, you may not have remembered, but I remember what I did. And I want to say, I apologize. And the evidence of the strength of my apology is I want to offer you the opportunity to tell me how I can rectify the impact of my behavior on your life. Outside of that, they ain't serious. They don't mean it. They don't mean it. They just don't want to feel guilty no more. And I ain't here to make you not feel guilty about some bullshit you did. Now, if you want a path of rectification, I can help you with that. But if you're just talking about, oops, my bad, I'm sorry, I'm having a spiritual experience, and I just wanted to tell you, oops, my bad, I'm sorry. That ain't it, bitch. That ain't it. That is not the harmonizing of the scales of justice, bitch. That's not it. That's not it. It is to submit yourself to those that in the moment when you aggressed against them, in your mind, they were smaller than you. They did not matter. They did not matter as much as you. That you aggressing against them made you feel bigger, made you feel bloated. So it ain't just oops, my bad, I didn't know any better. Bitch, you did. Yes, you did. You feel me? So apologies are trash. Apologies are hot garbage on a 10 million degree summer day if they are not accompanied by a submission to allow for the victimized to say what justice looks like for them, to say what redemption looks like for them, to say what rectification looks like for them. And if you cannot submit to the will of those you have wronged, you ain't about this life. You ain't about this life. You ain't about it. You want to save face. You want to look good while you're going through your spiritual transformation. That's why all these freaking lousy motherfuckers in Hollywood can do their spiritual redemption tour once some woman or several women out them for being pariah. Then all of a sudden they want to make a public display of going and getting baptized in a river and shit. But only after they got exposed. Only after motherfuckers put their ass on blast and is fucking with their money. But we supposed to believe, because we accept the absolution is just the way of the true spiritualist. Blind forgiveness for those who have wronged against us and shit. And so that's why all these lousy motherfuckers, all these pariah can exist successfully in LA. Because I can do whatever I want, and all I got to do is say a tear and say, I was in a different place, you know what I'm saying? I was fucked up on drugs, and alcohol was taking over me and shit. And so the only way that I could express what was happening with my addiction and with the drugs was to harm women, was to exploit children. And y'all like, damn, he cried real tears. Bitch, he an actor. He cried real tears. He meant that. And that's why the legacy of this city is monstrous beyond imagining. Because there is no place. There is no place where they must pay. Baby, just listening to how many people, I didn't even know it. Brandy hit somebody with a car. I think she killed him. Killed somebody with a car. I didn't know that. No jail time, just some fines, because you is rich, you is famous. You feel me? How many people in this city, famous people, who have killed people with their automobiles? Not only do we not know about it, they don't serve no time. Pay a couple of ducats and be on about your life. Oh no. That's not the mother's doing. That's not the mother's work. Do you understand? So I'm saying for us to relinquish that which holds us, it is not to quote blame. What the blame I'm talking about that we must relinquish is the blame associated with the wrongdoer for those decisions that we made in the moment and subsequent to that person's intervention in our life. Like me with the music teacher telling me little girls shouldn't play drums, and so I cannot play drums in his band. That can't be the excuse that I continue to use for why I don't play drums today. I ain't still in the 5th grade. I ain't still little with no power and no voice. That motherfucker said that when I was in the 5th grade. And so Spirit, on Monday, as I'm literally listing out the people who I have identified made this great impact in my life, diverting, quote, the path that I would have gone on had they not messed with me. And Spirit was like, they could mess with you, but you still had other options. That you accepting their authority over you, you refuse to make. So was their intervention really their intervention? Or was their intervention a lesson that you missed in the moment about what sovereignty looks like? About you only presented with 2 options, but you in your perceived imposed powerlessness don't recognize that the possibilities that are infinite, are infinite. That as a sovereign being, you always have power. You always have options. You always have more than what is obvious to you, depending upon your upbringing and what you receive into your body as a belief that does not belong to you. Your parents can raise you Christian, Islamic, Jewish, whatever, as a child, because you don't have no choices as a child. You don't have no power as a child because it's been denied to you. You feel me? But for grown-ups in the age of information to still be saying this bullshit, well, you know, that's just how I was raised. I can't do nothing different because that's just how I was raised. Can't believe nothing different because that's just how I was raised. You have yielded all evidence of sovereignty. You have no sovereignty that you recognize. Sovereignty is still your default, whether you recognize it or not. Sovereignty is still your starting foundation on earth, whether you recognize it or not, whether you accept it or not, whether you use it or not, is a whole nother question. So when I'm talking about, for me, having this moment on Monday and about how every single person I gave a face to, I blamed for certain decisions that I made in my life, Spirit was like, nah, boo, does not absolve them from the wrongdoings or the interventions that they had. But in the moment where you feel powerless to do what you wanted to do because your beliefs affirmed what they was telling you over what your heart was telling you to do, okay, fine. Don't beat yourself about the decision that you made. But that decision that you made wasn't a forever decision. So yeah, Mr. Peak in the 5th grade told you little girl shouldn't play drums, but a year later, I literally put you in a band where the whole drum line was black girls, and it never occurred to you to say, he was lying. Let me go talk to this band instructor and see if I too can learn how to play the drums. It didn't occur to you to make that decision. Even as I put you in a band that was the complete opposite of what you had in Alabama, you go to Mississippi and the whole drum line was girls. But because you have yielded, because you've been taught to, we've all been taught to, you yielded to authority always being right, that even when the blessing that could have aligned with your desire to play the drums was presented to you with an all black female drum line, it never once occurred to you to deviate from the opinion of the authority before. Not once. And so I can continue to tell the story about Mr. Peak in the 5th grade. And Spirit was like, you don't need to tell that story no more. Tell it one more time to help these people on this live and relinquish that blame. He did what he did. He said what he said. It had the impact that it had as a decision that you made as a child. But Mr. Peak in the 5th grade cannot be the excuse that you use today at 50 about why you still don't play the drums, if that's what you want to do. I was like, damn. I'm sitting in the car humbled. Every single one of my ancestors in my blood clapping. Like, she said that. She said that. Now what you gonna do now, Cassandra? Because she said that. When I tell you I was in my car on Monday, spanked, y'all, because it was so simple. As deep as I am, as much as I study, as profound as my breakthroughs have been, it was like the simplest thing was the most elusive. So I sat in that car and said, from this moment to forever, I unleash, I release all blame. I release all blame on every person that I attached to every decision I made for my life as a conscious and aware being. Even those decisions that I made as a child without being allowed power and a sovereign being, and couldn't see how to make another decision outside of the face of authority, I release all blame in my place as a child of everybody that imposed their will on my little baby life, because it was a lesson that led me to this moment about what needs to be done in the world. Sovereignty is the only answer. Sovereignty is the only way, and not no nation sovereignty, not no people sovereignty. It's my people's and fuck everybody else. It's not none of that shit. If you cannot accept, respect, honor, and hold up your divine right as a sovereign being who willed yourself into existence, it is impossible for you to honor, respect, hold up, and even protect and secure the sovereignty of others. if what you call sovereignty presents as power over, dominion over, better than this over, that ain't sovereignty, that's some cracker shit. And I say cracker lightly, because every patriarch in the history of all histories, every patriarch, every patriarchal institution, every patriarchal ideology, every patriarch, no matter how colored they was, no matter how dark they was, no matter how light they was, no matter how white they are in this moment, they still crackers. It's cracker ideology. They crackers. Black as the day is long, they crackers. You understand? They all the bad things. They all the bad things. As long as they are disseminating behavior that is always trying to subdue, oppress, suppress, kill, harm, maim, silence, abuse, as long as what they say is what they perceive as power is always some harm that they must be engaged in, levied upon the heads of others to, quote, secure what they think is power, they the cracker. They the police, they the cracker, they the state. They ain't got to get paid to do the job. The patriarch in their head will happily volunteer them. The patriarch in their head will happily volunteer them to go hem up little old ladies on the side of the street just trying to make a little extra money selling tamales, minding her own business, and 5 grown ass men who look just like her, men who grandmamas look just like this old lady, will roll up on some old lady, 82-year-old woman right here in LA, sitting on the corner selling tamales, and get bum rushed by a bunch of bums, by a bunch of agents, by a bunch of patriarchs, by a bunch of crackers. Dark as me. And that's what we're looking at in real time. And the only thing the power concedes to is power. So when I was telling the sister, stop crying in public. Stop crying in public. Stop debating your enemy. Stop doing that. Please stop doing it. Please, 1,000 times, please. 1,000 times, please. Tell it to everybody that you know. Every woman that you know, every colored person that you know, every marginalized person. Please tell them to stop engaging the malignant mania of your adversary. They are not in a, quote, debate with you to have an objective conversation that you can maybe win me and I can maybe win you. They are pariah. They are soldiers of a lunatic attempting to will you emotionally into some shit that, quote, exposes your weakness as a female because you can't respond stoically. Why are you getting so upset? It's just a debate. It's just a conversation. That kind of bullshit that they do. I do not debate my adversary because you, first of all, you ain't reasonable. You are not logical at all. 0%. You are literally the stone-faced, emotionless presentation of psychopathy. You're a psychopath. You're a psychopath. You're a sociopath. You're a narcissist. You're a lunatic who employs all the time, 24 hours a day, strategic and weaponized incompetence. What could I possibly have to say to you? What could I possibly win in a conversation, a civil conversation with a psychopath, with a lunatic? Because when I go into, quote, a debate with you, what I have communicated to everyone else is I have conceded power to you. What I have done when I agree as the sovereign entity, and I know that what you have asked me has nothing to do with, quote, civilized discourse on political topics. Stop lying. You're always a monster. You're always a pariah. You are always looking for a way to weasel yourself into my sovereign space. You can't have it. And bitch, I'm smarter than you. So I don't debate with men. What did Dr. John Henrik Clarke say? I only debate with my equals, everyone else I teach. And if I know your ass ain't open to teaching, then there ain't no conversation we got to say. We ain't got to have no conversation. If your ass ain't open to be taught, and I know going into the shit, like all these people wanting to debate Charlie Kirk, For what? That shit was hard to watch. That shit was hard to. I only watched 2 or 3 of his little debates when he went to Oxford and the 22-year-old was raking his ass over coals, and he still thought he won some shit. That's psychopathy. So what you see in the real world don't match what's in your brain, bitch. That shit was hard to watch. And so what y'all be attempting to do is using, well, according to the statistics, you feel me? And according to this article on page this and that, you be trying to reason with the unreasonable. Why y'all do that? You'll be literally thinking that all they got to do is see reason. And if I can speak clear reason to them without getting too emotional, you feel me? Maybe I can win them to a different conversation. Why do y'all still do that? At what juncture do you recognize mental illness for what it is, and mental illness being weaponized by those in positions of power? Because Charlie Kirk was a puppet. And because he was given birth to in a period in human society where people are open to see malignancy as power. To see malignancy is power. And when they believe that malignancy is power, they totally ignore ignorance, lies, untruths. They will ignore accusations of crimes against children for decades and elect a known terrorist, a political terrorist, a financial terrorist. I just heard a black-skinned woman talking about how in the beginning she thought Trump running for election might have been a good idea because he was a successful businessman. I said, where'd she get them stats from? Where she saw that at? Where she saw that Trump was a good businessman? What was it, 22 failed businesses? How she come to that conclusion? That he might be a good president because he's a regular motherfucker who is a successful business person. No, he ain't. No, he ain't. Just because he got more money than you don't mean he is a successful businessman. We got 22 failed businesses behind him, on top of being a 34-time convicted felon, primarily for crimes against women and children. Excuse me? A Negro said this. The comedian girl. Stop doing that. Because every time you enter into what you think is going to be some objective debate with a psychopath, with a sociopath, with a lunatic empowered with money, ill-earned and ill-gotten, you going to seem like the lunatic. You going to seem like the crazy person. And people will accept that crazy is the new presentation of power. And that's something. People will believe that crazy is the new acceptable presentation of power. I ain't with it. You will not have me wasting my divine ashe on lunacy, on ignorance. Charlie Kirk was a moron, an absolute, unmitigated, unfiltered, admitted moron. And he becomes the face of some kind of heroic action. His scrawny, ill-formed, all these so-called self-appointed alphas, these meatheads, these motherfuckers who spend their whole life in the gym, ripped and cut and go out into the woods and kill some shit and all of that shit. How is Charlie Kirk your hero? Make it make sense, y'all. Make it make sense. If Charlie Kirk had been replaced by Charlie Kirk was barely 30, right? Something like that. If Charlie Kirk and every dumbass thing he said out of his mouth was coming out of his mouth by like a 30-year-old version of like Hulk Hogan, so he got the all that shit with it, then I'd be like, okay, I can see the appeal. I can see why people are in their feelings, because he's saying that same dumbass shit Charlie Kirk said, you feel me? But he got this like this appeal, this pizzazz, this charisma, you feel me? Everybody loved what's his name? What's the name that I just said? What's the man's name I just said? Goddamn. The wrestler. Hulk Hogan. You know what I'm saying? Hulk Hogan, he had some pizzazz and some charisma. And I remember being a kid, he was the only reason we started watching wrestling in Mississippi. All these black kids love Hulk Hogan. You feel me? Not knowing he was a piece of shit. But that was regardless. He had the crowd. He could get you hype. have you jumping off shit thinking your ass could be a wrestler and shit. Okay, give us a 30-year-old version of the Hulk with the same dumbass shit coming out of his mouth, typically that he did, as Charlie Kirk, and put that forward as the face of the quote ultra red MAGA aligned red pill whatever the fuck. But everybody that's in the red pill are corny. And y'all would have openly called them corny 20 years ago. How they become the face of power. How they do that? I'm not even being mean. I'm saying these dudes, what's that other weirdo name, man? What's that weirdo name? Who always be having spit. Every time he talk, he got a little spit foam. That foam around his mouth. Every time he says anything. Every time he talks for more than 10 minutes, it's like this weird foam. I'm like, are you not aware of that? Do you not have a monitor that you looking at that you can see that you foaming at the mouth, bitch? Like, can you clean that up? Can you keep a little box of Kleenex next to you? What? Nick Fuentes, him. Every time this weirdo get hyped, it's like this white pockets of foam. I'm like, child, you need to go get that checked out. You need to go get that seen. You understand? This weird, and even the way he talks, no bass in his voice whatsoever. Yeah, you know, and we win, you lose. What did he say when Trump got elected? We win, you lose, bitches. It's your body and our choice. I'm like, wait a minute. This is what y'all calling alpha right now? This cretin that would have been the object of your bullying phase. All you little meatheads. These are the dudes that even Trump, weirdo that he is, weird, like, and not like weird, like functionally fucking weird people that 20 years ago, 30 years ago, these same people would have been the object of all your meathead aggression. They would have been the weirdos. They would have been the little spinally, voiceless weirdos that, because you got bullied when you was in school, would have ended up being serial killers, because serial killers are the personification of cowardice. The most cowardly people on the planet that we have raised up as the mysterious, secretive, serial murderers. And then every time you see them go to court, you like, this who did all that? This who did that? Y'all, when I tell you the world has been flipped the fuck upside down, turned inside out, and the most socially, culturally, biologically impotent, that if they was out, say the shit hit the fan tomorrow. Say the shit hit the fan tomorrow. You feel me? And they cut all the lights off. Feel me? You cannot communicate through your phone no more. You recognize, okay, I got my first aid kit. I got my bug out bag. I can be up in my apartment for about 2 weeks. Then I'm gonna have to get up the fuck out of here and go to my, what you call it, your bug out location. I'm gonna have to make sure I have all of my smokeless briquettes made, so when I need a fire, I do not give away my location. You feel me? I got everything in place. I do need to start corralling people around me of like mine, so that there is protection and safety in numbers. It's a motherfucker like Charlie Kirk, Nick Fuentes, who that, Ben Shapiro, these corny, weird maggots. I don't say that mean like, I mean objectively. Are they the protectors and dividers, the providers, the motherfuckers who can immediately pivot into they hunter gatherer stilo to secure the community from opposing forces? This who y'all gonna call? This who y'all gonna rely on? Nick Fuentes, you lose, we win. Ugh. Like, what in the hell am I looking at in the world? And where all the roughnecks at? Where all the roughnecks at? What do they call them in socialist theory? They call them the lumping. The lumping. Where the lumping at? The lumping is like the gangsters that they don't even think. Like they just react. You feel me? They like, look, you don't be picking on nobody smaller than you. You want somebody to pick on, bitch? Come pick on me. That's them. You feel me? The motherfucker in the hood who he may be doing dirt, you feel me? But he ain't gonna let no bullshit happen up in his community. He ain't gonna let no 5 kids jump on no little kid. You feel like he gonna intervene, but on some gangster shit. You feel me? Like, ain't nobody gonna get robbed on my block because this my turf. You understand? I might be doing my dirt, but my dirt is a hustle. My dirt is a financial hustle. But ain't nobody gonna roll up on my turf talking about breaking into nobody's motherfucking house, bitch. Like that kind of shit. Like some of the most principled motherfuckers I ever met in my life were so-called hood brothers, so-called drug dealers. That they did their dirt, but at the end of the day, half what they made went to their mama, or half what they made went to their baby mama. Feel what I'm saying? That even if you got to be out here on a grind or on a hustle that ain't necessarily above board, you still know the person who has integrity. You still know the person who's still going to do, in general, the right thing, who going to take the right position, even if they a thug, even if they, quote, a hood nigga. You feel what I'm saying? And so you can rely on, because I have lived in the hood mostly. I told y'all I lived directly across the street from a trap house. These young brothers was always looking out for my house. Always. They would tell me what time of the day somebody came over to my house, knocking on my door that they didn't recognize. Miss Iapo, I just want to tell you somebody came by your house looking for you today. And when I asked them what they need, they didn't say nothing. They just knocked on your door. You feel me? So this weird ass shit we talking about today, I feel like the disassociation that has been created by the internet, I don't blame the internet. But what I'm saying is that this lack of like social, cultural, collective accountability in the various ways that shows up, this isolation, this disconnect in that created by like social media and shit, I feel like is one of the reasons that we do not see that as a primary culture anymore. Like social collective accountability and what will and will not be tolerated within the group. You feel me? It's the only way, man. It is the only way that Trump can be the president again of the United States after the debacle that came as a consequence of his first bid in the White House. How this guy can be sitting at the helm of the face of global power is because nerds have emerged victorious. And these ain't even the good kind of nerds. These ain't even the nerds who, while you may be socially awkward, your ass is a genius. You are plotting, scheming, and strategizing. You feel me? You have friends, even though you were a nerd. Nerds had nerd friends. And then there was variances of nerds. Because I was a nerd. I wasn't like a geek nerd who loved science. I was a band nerd. You feel what I'm saying? But the band nerds would sometimes hang out with the geek nerds. And then the geek nerds would have friends over here. And some of the nerds love edgy shit. You feel me? That shit don't exist. You got these nerds who don't have to pay no dues, who don't have to bust no grapes. So you a nerd. You a real nerd. You a genius. You smart. So you may be scrawny in the body, but you got the genius up here. So you make friends. You find a friend who happen to be a jock who ain't got all of this, but he got the prowess to protect you from the would-be weirdos who just got to get their rocks off, making your life miserable. You help him with his homework. He helped be unofficial security. You feel what I'm saying? Y'all, I'm telling y'all. You understand? There's no dynamics in this shit anymore. You can, quote, be a self-appointed nerd and not contribute nothing. You can't contribute brain because your ass dumb as a box of rocks. You can't contribute no brain, no thought energy, and you got a slumpy body that can't nobody depend on when the lights go out. Can't nobody depend on you when the lights go out. And you ain't all up here. You ain't real bright up here neither on top of it. What you, child? Your ass will be animal food. 24 hours into the whatever the fuck. Your ass will be animal food. We done allowed this mutant Because when we was young, it was clear. You had people who spent all of their energy, meaning they exhausted all their nutrients, building their brain. These is who we call the nerds, right? They spent time studying, reasoning, doing the thing. Then you had this other type of person who loved the sports and the activity and the aggression and this and that and this and that. They spent all their time and all their training doing that. And it was not uncommon for those two who had deficiencies and strengths that were opposing to the other to get together to fortify their deficiencies and to show up for the deficiencies that existed in both of them. You know what I'm saying? You can work with some shit like that. And I've seen it. I'm not talking out my ass. I've seen it, and it was a norm. It wasn't an oddity. But in this weird monstrosity that we live in today, where every single person on Trump's cabinet is a weirdo, is a mutation that they don't have any strengths. They don't have any strengths to have a puny little nerd-like body, but without the brain to match. So you stupid. You as smart as a box of rocks. It's probably an insult to the rocks. And you don't have the physical prowess to offer in yourself something to the population around you. And so the only way that you can survive is to be surrounded with malignant mutants like yourself who are both stupid, dumb, unreasonable, and cretins. Ben Shapiro? What's that other dude's name? What's the other one? All of them. The Indian guy that's just been having his that was placed over the FBI, and he been getting raked over the coals because the white people was like, look, you colored, you feel me? And we can't have our white nationalism so clear that we don't have nobody colored on the cabinet, at least in the earliest stages, you feel me? So as long as you keep parroting what we need you to parrot, you too, Negro adjacent Indian person, will clear out everybody who is attempting to contend with you. So they fired all the people in the FBI and the CIA and all that shit, you feel me? And because we have to create an environment where your goddamn your mediocrity can thrive. See, if you're around a bunch of people who know what the hell they doing and been doing this for a long time and got the physical prowess to kick your ass if you get out of line, then your mediocrity is exposed too quickly. And so they say, look, Negro adjacent person that talk just like we talk, we'll put you over the FBI. But before we do that, we're going to make sure that we clear everybody out that could potentially be a problem, you feel me? Then place you in your mediocre self up in there, give you a little wiggle room to execute our will. Then as soon as you do a good enough job doing that, put your ass on the chopping block, expose you to the rest of us so that just like we are predictable, we will say, yeah, nigga, that was cool what you did, but now we ain't got no use for you. So, Trump, why don't you deport his ass too? Why don't you deport his ass too? Same way with the Mexican girl, I think she's Mexican girl that's over the ice that they always be wanting to prance out in front of everybody else. You feel me? Thank you, girl. You did a good job covering for us mediocre white boys as we stage this mediocre takeover of the goddamn state. You feel me? And so we got to be doing this grandiose dumb shit. Like, nigga, why this nigga put his name on the Kennedy Center? Why he did that? Why? Everybody hot in their collar, but all I could do was laugh. Child, these are the machinations of someone that is fully internalized their insignificance and mediocrity. They're small. This is Napoleon syndrome shit in full display. I got a small penis, so I have to externalize my bigness to convince everybody else that I'm as big as I say I am. You feel me? Even as my wife is constantly embarrassing me in public. She don't want to hold my hand. She be slapping my hand where everybody can see it. She be rolling her eyes when he try to put his arm around. My wife is telling everybody what they need to know about me. And so in order to make sure that I can create an optical illusion of my bigness, I got to be doing all this dumbass shit that to me Please don't spend no energy on that. Please don't. I get it. You know what I'm saying? The institutions of the old make y'all be feeling warm and fuzzy inside. You be all nostalgic about the institutions of the old and shit. But what I choose to believe, and I know it's going to make some of y'all uncomfortable, what I choose to believe about Donald Trump, as I'm saying, belief ain't shit. I can't even say certainly. What I am certain about doesn't mean that he has to be an agent of, doesn't mean he has to be aware of, doesn't mean any of that. What it means is that we are a very small, we only see and we play a role within the whole that only we can see, right? But y'all see the evidence of it all the time, whether it apparently looks bad or apparently looks like good or miracle. The mother is having her way with everybody. And this discomfort that people are feeling that's causing them to act out and all of that shit, that's why I don't engage nobody like that, man. I'm not going to debate a bitch. I'm not going to argue with a motherfucker, none of that shit. Because I know that what I'm witnessing in real time is something bigger than that person has the capacity to understand. The mother is kicking your ass. She is having her way with you, and it is causing this conflict in your skull. And so how you behave is between you and your mama. Who is your mama? Your flesh. Who is your mama? Your flesh, your blood, your bones, your cells, your DNA, your organs, how they communicate with one another, they impact on your brain, the impact on your brain, impacting the way you see the world. You literally will see an optical illusion with your eyes before you will see the truth that is right in front of you. That's you and your mama. That's you and your mama waging. That's your skull. That's the patriarch. That's your skull and your mama, your flesh, your bones, your blood, all these things trying to preserve your goddamn life. And you allowing a make-believe idea in your brain to stage a whole out aggression on your mama. That's your flesh. Your mama is your flesh. Okay? And your flesh is your mama. You feel me? And so I choose to accept the certainty of what this particular period of the fulfillment of prophecy that we are witnessing, that Donald J. Trump is, like everybody on this planet, an instrument of the fulfillment of the mother's divine will. She is using his malignancy. She is using his arrogance. She is using his audacity. She is using his position in the world. She is using his reputation and all the crimes that he has committed to finally once and for all expose the fallacy that is the supremacy of America, the United States of America being the greatest country on earth. It's always been make-believe, but a certain level of comfort allowed you to rest easy in the belief in make-believe and fables and shit. And so this is what it took. This how we got here. All the decisions that we made, all the complicit behavior that we have engaged in, all the shit that we have done is not again about blame. It is about recognizing the role that we play in what is, whether it's our personal life or whether it is the greater community or whether it is the greater society, baby. We are all up in this web, and every move that we make has an outcome. Every move, every decision, every action that we engage in changes and shapes the web. Everything. So stop saying somebody else did it. What did you concede? What concession did you make that allowed for it to become? What concession? What part of yourself did you self-subdue for it to become? Because what does Chinese medicine teach us about yin and yang? Verbatim. This is 3,000-year-old philosophy about yin and yang. It says, because what? The yang is the son. It's the child to the mother. The yin is the mother. The yin is the creator. The yin is the ever-present divine everything. All time, all dimensions, all beginnings, all possibilities, all probabilities. That's the yin. The yin gives birth to the sun. The matter gives birth to energy. Matter gives birth to energy. The yin gives birth to yang. And in this harmonious relationship between mother and child, mother and son, you understand, the son is big and vibrant and boisterous and boundless. So the child in the mother generates, gives birth to. the son, and in exchange, the son, the child, not the father, not the daddy, not the husband, not the boo, the son, the child invigorates, stimulates, and moves the mother. She gives birth, he gives energy, light, warmth to the mama. You understand what I'm saying? And what does it say about a disharmony in yin and yang? The first disharmony in the imbalance between mother and son, it says, the philosophy verbatim says, that the son can only become aggressive when the mother becomes passive, not the other way around. Not that the son's aggressiveness forces the mother to become passive. It says that the son can only become aggressive when the mother becomes passive, when she concedes, when she yields space, when she yields power, when she yields territory, when she yields dominion. This is the only way that he can become aggressive. Do you understand? And so it is our concession. I am not talking about blame. I'm saying to recognize scientifically the world that we live in and what it calls for us to do. That it is the passive mother. Yes, it has been the malignancy of patriarchy that has caused us to retreat and concede. But now is the time. Now is the time. Now is the time. Now is the time. Now is the time for the mother to say, I remember. For the mother. And when I say the mother, yes, I am talking about human beings born with portals in their bodies who have given birth to other human beings primarily, but not exclusively. Because what did I just tell you your mama was? Your mama isn't just the mother that gave birth to you. Your mama is what she gave birth to. Your blood, your bones, your flesh, your cells, your memories. Your mama gave you that. So if you a male, if you born with a male body, your flesh is your mother in your carnation. It is the thing that is interfacing with the world around you to always protect, to always cover, to always nurture, to always strengthen. Your flesh is your mother because mommy and I are one. You see? Your flesh is your mom. Your flesh is the protectress of your male experience. Do you understand what I'm saying? So I'm not talking about motherfucking feminism because y'all done heard me. I'm not a feminist. I ain't never felt like a feminist. I ain't ever adhered to feminist philosophy. I'm talking about being a conduit and a conductor for a whole new understanding that is necessary the world over. Feminism is not going to save the fucking world. It's not going to change the world. It's not going to save the world. And the evidence of which is we got 175 goddamn years of feminism and where we at. Fucking women feeling internalizing powerlessness so much after everything we done did that all the way back to the beginning, motherfuckers in here talking about, well, if you really want to be happy in the world, you have to be a traditional wife. Fuck y'all. Fuck y'all. Fuck y'all with a 10-inch pole. Damn that shit to hell. Feminism is not going to save us. Feminism is not going to change the world the way it is begging to be changed. Sovereignty and nothing else. Self-governance and nothing else. Nothing else. It is us internalizing that mommy and I are one. And the evidence that I love my mother and will fight for her preservation is my ability to recognize in you that mommy and I are one. That we ain't got to have the same cultural background, expression, philosophical beliefs. They ain't nothing got to be the same with us. And I am still going to absolutely, unequivocally honor your sovereignty because you willed yourself to existence and your mother said yes to your life. And since your mama is God, and I believe your mama is God, I'm going to honor the decision that she made for your life, which was what? to allow an ambiguous, faceless, nameless entity to have an experience that could only come through her. Your mama said yes to your life. That's the decision that God made. And so I honor your sovereignty. And I know that when I honor your sovereignty, you going to honor my sovereignty. That's got to be the starting point. That's got to be the starting point. And I don't say it lightly. Feminism is not going to change anything for us. Nothing. It hasn't. It's always diluted. It's always perverted. It's always flamming all over the place based on the machinations of men. It's always a reaction. It's always a response to the malignancy that is breeding itself in males in particular. It's always getting strength or getting cut off at the knees based on the complicity of some female in her complicity in her role with her own oppression. What? Nah. Because none of that shit solves the problems. None of that bullshit, socialism, communism, capitalism, feminism, anarchy, this and that, all these bullshit and ass labels in every single solitary one of us presented to us by our adversary. Name a one, and I tell you who the adversary was that gave it to you. Because I was just telling y'all last week about this goddamn Noam Chomsky. I never liked him. And I didn't have no evidence that affirmed why I inherently, from day one, 20 years ago, when somebody was talking about Noam Chomsky, I was like, I don't fuck with him. I don't know him, but I don't fuck with him. Just don't seem suspect to me. Seems suspect to me. And all these years and all these great, self-proclaimed revolutionaries and deep thinkers and this and that and this and that, and Noam Chomsky and this and that and this and that, I was like, you can have them. There ain't no shit I'm about to read. Ain't no shit I'm about to get no energy to. And I thought it was just me being, like a straight black nationalist. But he ain't the only one I had an opinion about like that. You feel me? And then all these years later, I love what the mother is doing. Child, I love the exposure she engaged in. I love the undoing, the uncovering, the digging up of old stagnant dirt to put everybody on display. I love it. It's always so on time. Because when my homie, because I've talked often about my adversity towards Noam Chomsky. And when my homeboy sent me the article saying that Noam Chomsky was on Epstein's list, I was like, told y'all, I've been telling y'all that shit for 20 years. Can't believe no black woman though. You see what I'm saying? Can't no black woman possibly know what she talking about. Because she trusts her flesh. That ain't scientific to trust your flesh. Okay, y'all got it. But I told y'all 20 years ago, I don't fuck with them. That I was just waiting for the evidence to give itself to me to validate what I already know. Because bitch, I'm God. And I accept that. Even as the process is always an evolving and changing and perfecting and shit. You feel? I'm still God. I'm still perfect. Even in what you perceive as flaws, it's always a working process that's always for the betterment and the great good of who it is in my experience in this world as a peculiar personification of God on earth. That's all. And so I was like, thank you. Appreciate you. Appreciate the confirmation. I trust me. I still wasn't going to go against that, but I love it when my mother confirms something that is so sharply acute. I just started laughing when I saw the article. I was like, well, there's that. And so I felt instantly vindicated for every single argument I had been in as a political activist in the past. You don't like Noam Chomsky? No. Next question. Unwavering, no evidence, didn't matter. Nope. Next question. Anybody else you want to raise that I can give you an opinion on? Feel me? So, yeah. Yeah, let me. Noam Chomsky, great linguist and philosophical thinker of the 20th century. That's why I say, let me go back, all the way back. When I was talking about that book that I want, and I want it. The original big book, The Secret Teachings of All the Ages by Manly P. Hall. Somebody sent me when we were talking about it on Noam Chomsky. It's Noam, and I think instead of SKI, I think it's ZKI. But he's a philosopher. He's a famous philosopher who's been a famous philosopher and PhD linguist for forever in this country. He old as Jesus. But anyway, this book, The Secret Teachings of All the Ages. I have, when we were doing the Friday deep dive matrix thing, the sister sent me a PDF of the book, which is awesome because I'm totally going to use it. I took about 200 pictures from the big book at the place Friday. So I'm totally going to use it. But I want in my possession, in my home, the $500 original version of the Secret Teaching of the Secret Teachings of the Ages. You don't have to ask why. I want it. And then that's what I want. And that's what it is. And that's what I'm going to get. It will come to me effortlessly. Now, okay. So that was the outcome. Oh, one more thing to close up on this girl. So I told her, I said, please don't do it. Do not use your ashe. Do not use your womb power to speak life into the name of a person, to name your passion presentation after the person that you think, side railed what would have been your artistic career. That up until today, from that moment to this, the only impact, the only interjection into your life that man had was the moment that he attempted to shame you and demote you in this room. And you should have left that decision, in his opinion, in that room, never to be looked at again. But instead, what you have done is to make a series over 30 years of decisions, with that being the seed in your memory about why you made these decisions. Not to have your own exhibition, not to pursue your own exhibition, not to use your acclaim, because she is a very well-known artist in this city, but only as a artist who teaches other artists, not as an artist who has procured peculiar works for herself that she wasn't, quote, hired and commissioned to do. Do you see what I'm saying? I said, he is not responsible for the 30 years of decisions. This you can hold on to and keep to you close and personal as the reason why you have not done these things. But you have built a reputation for yourself, even as an artist teacher. You have built a reputation. She's done murals in this city, been hired to do big ass wall-sized murals in this city. A sister, which is rare in and of itself. You have done murals in this city. You have done all kinds of dope ass work. You have taken your expertise as an artist and literally seeded that shit into 3 decades of young people. 3 decades of children have come into your direct contact and have been fed by you. But your complaint has been that you have not pursued your own personal passion to be seen as an artist, not as a teacher who is hired to learn certain types of art to teach other artists, but as an artist, as your center, as your power. And you are saying that this event was so traumatic that this is the reason you have not done that. And I'm not talking about demoting your the emotional impact that this event had on you at 24 years old. What I'm saying is now that you kicking in the doors on 50 next month, can you accept that you need to release and relinquish the spirit of blame that has been holding you hostage from making the decisions that center your life, that come from you, that are stimulated by your own personal desires and your own particular wants for your life, that he ain't got shit to do with it. As a matter of fact, I guarantee you that the day that meeting happened, from that day to this, I bet you that motherfucker hadn't thought about you, hadn't said your name out loud in spaces one time since. But the same period of time, he has been sitting in your head, in your spirit. You have been housing him. He ain't even asked to live in your body. He ain't even asked to live in your brain. He ain't even asked to live in your heart. But you have been housing him all these years. You have been housing the impact of his voice in your life all these years. He ain't paid you. He ain't gave you no money. He ain't paid no rent. He just been living. Just been, without him even knowing it, he just been coasting in your space, coasting in your universe, coasting in your spirit, taking up space he ain't even asked you for. He didn't even ask for that space. You wasn't even getting no booty. Y'all wasn't even in a sexual relationship where you can attempt to justify, quote, why you kept him around so long. He wasn't even laying no pipe. So you have just, not only have you allowed this man to live in your universe for 30 years, you was literally about to name your passion piece after what you perceive is a tumor created by him. So you was going to name the tumor of your insecurity after this dude. You feel me? You was going to send him a letter to invite him to the exhibition to, quote, show him how you had become a successful. No. Woo, no. I've done it. I'm going to tell y'all a secret. Where I would have some interaction, some hurtful interaction with somebody, like, we've all done it, even if you ain't going to admit it. I'm going to be the confessor here. Where you have a crush on somebody and y'all are friends. Like, I had a friend. This has happened many times. We won't say any particular one. I had a friend that was a homie. Like, we kicked it. We was friends. We would go to parties. We was homies. He would come to my house. I would go to his house. His parents loved me. Doody-doo. But I, over our friendship, had developed feelings for him that was outside the realm of friendship. You feel me? And he did not see me that way at all. At all, 0%. And what I found myself doing, instead of continuing to live in the ease and the effortlessness of our relationship, now that I had developed a little crush on him, I find myself trying to appeal to him ever so subtly, changing how my hair looked, changing how I talk, changing everything subtly over time. And I was like, what I'm doing? Yep, I know why. Because I'm trying to get him to see me the same way that he would see other girls. You feel me? But he couldn't see me that way because I'm just a friend. You feel me? I was always notoriously that girlfriend the other dudes felt comfortable around. What's that? What's that? What's this? They have a word for it because it's a trope now in movies. What do they call it? Oh, what do they call it? It's a trope. It's like very, very popular. It's like the cool girl trope. The cool girl trope. I wish all this shit would have been around when I was a kid. It would have saved me a lot of heartbreak, confusion, and suffering, Chad. But now they make it crystal clear for these young girls. Don't fall into the cool girl trope. Don't fall into the cool girl trap where you make yourself appealing to males by presenting as as being consciously deliberate and not presenting as too high maintenance as those other girls, like as presenting, I'm just a regular girl who I like whatever guys like, football, or, that girl who is always available to her guy friends because she just one of the guys. You feel me? I was the cool girl. I was. My male friends love me to this day. I have friends that are dear to me and look out for my life that I've had since high school. I do. I talk about that a lot. I'm like, why am I surrounded? And white male friends. My white male friends, super devoted. Really. Super thoughtful. Really. I'm going to tell y'all, I have a lot of black male friends. I have a lot of black female friends. I have a lot of Mexican girlfriends. But my white male friends, it's something that I have pondered for some years, actually. My white male friends, more than anybody else, will regularly call my phone and say, hey, how you doing? I'm like, I'm good. What's up? Nothing's up. I just wanted to call to check in on you. I ain't heard from you. How you doing? More often than not, of all the races and sexes of friends that I have, it is this anomaly that I'm always trying to ascertain what is trying to teach me about human beings and my relationship with human beings. More often, way more often than not, it will be those few male white friends that I have in like my inner circle that will call to check on my life for no other reason. Not to call and vent, not to call and unload, not to call to ask, for the sheer purpose that you were on my mind this moment in my life. And I wanted to call you to say, hey, How you doing? How is life treating you? This is me checking in. And I'm not talking about once in a blue moon. I'm talking about with all the friends that I have. There are friends that I have that I love dearly. And I know they love me, but we all got lives. So I always let that be the reason that I'm always the only one calling to check in. No harm, no foul. I know how our lives be. But I'm always aware that these people, particularly that I think about regularly, I'm always concerned about their lives because they're genius, brilliant Black women who I know in their lives are always undervalued, who are always ever exploited in their time and their commitment. And there's three particular women that I think about all the time, 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 all the time. I love these women, but I also know that if I ever am going to hear from these women, it is going to be me that calls. I know that. I don't judge. I just recognize and I make a mental note. And I don't internalize it as people, because I grew up different. The way that I value friends, the way that I engage in friendship, I recognize is a little bit different than other people recognize and engage in friendship. I hear adults talk about it all the time about, how some people in quote grown up friendships be expecting too much and that type of shit. Like I hear y'all talk about this shit on YouTube and TikTok and stuff. Like, grown up friendships are different and you cannot have certain expectations of your grown up friendships and this, that, and this and that. Okay, cool. Feel me? No pressure. I don't call nobody. I call people, but I don't pressure nobody because the way I treat and handle friendship is not reciprocal. There are certain people where I know, okay, this is some bullshit. We can't be friends. But there are other people like these women that I'm talking about where I just know their life. And even though I love them and I love them dearly and I think about them often, I think about their lives often. I think about their brilliance and how once the temple is where I know it will be, has the capacity that I know that it has, it is my conviction from my mouth to the goddess's ear that these women in particular that I think about regularly and I know their life and I know that our relationship would be different if they could be relieved, if they could experience rest, if they could experience pleasure as their default, our relationship would be different. I know because I've been that woman. I'm 50 and I don't have children and grandchildren in my direct vicinity that are constantly requiring my every moment. You feel me? These women are raising children. These women have lives and all of this shit. But I am clear, and I've said it on this channel before, that when the temple has the capacity to identify a certain number of women every year to pay for their life, to give them their salary for 1 year so that they can free up their life and their brains and their bodies to lean towards pleasure first, to lean towards those things that they want to do first, to free their creative energy up first so that they don't have to rely on the other shit. That is a commitment that I'm making, man. It's a commitment that I'm making to myself. It is a commitment that I'm making to the temple. That is going to be a primary piece of work that we are engaged in, is a regular fundraising apparatus to liberate 10 women a year from their fucking life. And what I mean by that is to pay them the value of what would be their labor for 1 year to free them up to see what kind of creative genius springs forth from them once they are freed the fuck up. Yes, I see that shit clearly. And so these women in particular, I think about because I'm like, them motherfuckers gonna be the first one. They're gonna be the first ones. They're gonna be the first ones we do that shit for. And we're gonna see how once we liberate women, once we free women up, that whenever they thrive, whenever they prosper, whenever they are well rested, whenever they can think clearly, whenever they can create from a place of rest, relaxation, and support, that everything that they produce will benefit everybody around them, us included. That we have to liberate the genius of women. We have to liberate the genius of mothers. We have to liberate and support the continued burgeoning genius of crones to see the rapid spreading of healing around the world. It will heal us to witness women not being subdued by burden. It will heal us all to witness pure, unrestricted, unrestrained ecstasy being presented from the bodies of crones and elders and young women and mothers. Just to observe it will change us, because we have grown so accustomed with all the varied and peculiar ways that women are supposed to suffer. To witness the unbridled, unrelenting, ecstatic expression of joy from those who have been the victims of patriarchy will change us all and teach us all what true ecstasy, what true freedom, what true sovereignty looks like, unrestrained by patriarchy. I'm convinced of it. You can't convince me otherwise. So these women here, I'm convinced. I already know the list of the first 10 women that's going to be the beneficiaries of the project that we're going to execute as the temple of evolutionary emergence. That being said, it's still a work in progress. There's still this scientific social observation that I'm making about this peculiar relationship that I, as a Black female born and raised in Alabama, have with white males. That is a non-sexual, peculiarly supportive relationship that I have had since childhood, since kindergarten, and can clearly name. Do you want me to name the white males in my life since kindergarten who have always been drawn to me? And the way that they are drawn to me has always been, can I buy you this? Can I get you this? You okay? We friends. This. I can name them from kindergarten. Still as clear in my mind as when I was in kindergarten. Bo in kindergarten, Scotty Shaw in the first grade. What was it? Sean Thorne from the second grade to the fifth grade. Ben, I don't remember Ben's last name, but Ben in the fifth grade. When I left Alabama, it became Levi Haley. James, I don't remember James's last name, but Tremaine, he wasn't Black. He was half Black, half white. Dominique DeFilippo, he was Filipino. Okay. Brent White. Right? Hold on. All the way forward. Okay, so let's see. I moved back to Alabama. Brandon Arnold, Eric Allums, Scotty Walker. Who else? Brent. What was no, Ben. Oh, what was Ben's last name? I don't remember. But so when I'm saying these names, I'm talking about people who purposefully, deliberately took an interest in my life that was not motivated by, quote, like what we would call boy-girl attraction. Do you see what I'm saying? None of these, none of them. Now, I can name those that were motivated by, what we would call boy-girl or sexual attraction, but none of those names that I just named, never even something that I understood or recognized in my relationships with these males growing up. And always thought it was peculiar, especially growing up in Ozark and Dothan, Alabama, where those relationships never happened. Very territorial. If you was Black, you hung out with Black kids. If you was white, not because you didn't like white kids, it was just like where you naturally, quote, gravitated to. It was just where you naturally gravitated to because of culture or whatever. But even in these situations where I had Black friends and all of this stuff, it wasn't just me that was experiencing this. It would be teachers that would recognize it. It would be my friends, my Black friends, who would be like, damn, why is it's always white guys that want to be your friend? I'm like, I don't know. I'm in the fifth grade. What I know about that? What I know about that? But all the way up into adulthood, this has been a recognizable and identifiable tendency in this community that even when I was a hardcore, fully functioning Black nationalist, that shit didn't end. That tendency didn't end. No matter how sharp my tongue got about crackers and white people and white power and all that, didn't matter. That tendency did not end. It didn't end. And so being able to recognize that what you think is just the peculiar, quote, charm that you may have and people are just naturally drawn to me or whatever. No, it's not. Recognize that these things that you think are peculiar to you are gifts that you have that are purposeful. And they don't function as purposeful and functional gifts until you recognize the pattern and you place it accordingly to the fulfillment of a very peculiar part of your personal destiny. What role do the people that I have willed into my life play in the execution of my destiny? Or am I just charming and that's just it? Am I just funny and that's why people are drawn to me? I just don't think that's what it is. Because had that be the case, I know a lot of black women who have male friends, who have white friends, but their interpretation of that is some malignant shit. Well, all my friends are guy friends because I don't really relate to girls. Or I just have more in common with white people. It's not a big deal. It's just what I like culturally. And that's why I attract white people, is because they can relate to me culturally. Why is that the conclusion that black people come to that shit? Because they have internalized white supremacy. See, they in this relationship where I just like white people, I just naturally attract white people because there's something in me that they can relate to me. But what will white people say? You're not like them other niggas. And then we wear this shit as a badge of honor. Ask me how I know. Because without a worldview and an understanding that allowed me to see the supremacy of the sovereign that I am as I am, when somebody that I perceive is greater than me, white people, that tell me, oh, we like you so much, Cassandra, you ain't like them other black folks, I'd be like, thank you. Without an understanding of the world, without an ability to see the God that is ourself, we will naturally default to what we see as the face of supreme and divine power. And so I empathize with black. It doesn't make me any less uncomfortable, okay? Because I remember me being that. I do empathize. I do have a certain level of empathy for black people, particularly young people, that I hear articulate the same type of shit due to an absence of understanding in this world that is deliberate. Hear them articulate the very same type of extraordinarily toxic ideas that I expressed as a young person trying to understand why the white people in my circle of friends, because it wasn't exclusively white. I had black friends, I had Asian friends, but I had a gang of white friends as a black teenager. And hearing my black friends and my other friends always ask, like, damn, why you got so many white friends, especially males? Why you got so many male friends, male white friends that ain't trying to get at you? You feel me? And and without an understanding of the world, with a very superficial, outwardly imposed explanation of yourself in the world, I accepted that there was something peculiarly special about me that no other black people could have. I'm just awesome. I'm just awesome. And that's why white people love me. You feel me? That bullshit. So I feel a lot of empathy. I do. It doesn't make it any less cringy. I will say that, because the cringe, for me, is the fact that I was them. I was that black girl who was the quote odd girl in a little town, who was the only black girl that behaved and was interested in the peculiar things that I was interested in as a little black girl in Abbeville, Alabama, that other black girls was not into. You feel me? And this peculiarity is what made me quote special. You feel me? And this is why I had so many white friends. I was the only black person in my high school that my white friends, girlfriends, was always inviting me to their house to spend the night and all of this shit. And my black friends, my black girlfriends in particular, they weren't shaming me, but I could feel the latent level animosity. And in my mind, it was the animosity directed towards me as a consequence of jealousy. In hindsight, it was not that. In hindsight, it was not jealousy. It was the internalized expression of white superiority that my white friends in proximity to me and my black friends made me inherently better than my black friends. Whether I ever said anything like that or not is not the case. It's not the issue. It is the expression of the beliefs that we hold in our head and how they come out of our body and how those around us feel, not think, feel our behavior within them. And so me being in this space in between all my quote white friends and all my quote black friends and others, you feel me? I have to say anything fucked up out of my mouth for them to be like, and they ain't never say anything out their mouth crazy. They would say shit like, you sure got a lot of white friends. Like, how that work? You feel me? In a city that was very split, obviously split between white life and affluence and shit like that, and black life and affluence and shit like that. This is me having to analyze my past with my new perspective and worldview to recognize that even analyzing it now has an impact on the then, so that I have the ability to communicate to others in a way that's non-judgmental. It be creeping me when I be hearing the same exact verbatim words coming out of black people's mouths about their relationships or their attractions to white people. I'm telling you, this is a spell that has been cast on you. It is a spell that could only take root through denying you information, denying you access to information and a worldview that would inform you of something deeper and more profound. I have white friends and I have black friends because I'm an awesome motherfucker. Not because my white friends more relate to me because they quote see themselves in me or they resonate with something in me. And so their default is, oh, you ain't like the rest of them white people. I don't have no friends that say, I don't have no white friends in the last 30 years that say no dumbass shit like that. But the reason that I have white friends or white people around me that I call friends, that I identify as friend, is because I am always truthful in every space about exactly who I am, and what they are attracted to is not quote whiteness that they perceive in me or something associated with whiteness that they resonate in with me. It is because their spirit is longing for unbridled truth in anyone, in a black person having the audacity and the courage to not taper or temper around their emotions to be truthful all the time is something that they are missing. It's something, whether they can articulate it or not, they long for, because there is an honesty, there is a depth, there is a palpable love for the future that they can feel in my truth that's unbridled. White people, like anybody else, is attracted to me because they see the God in me, whether they can articulate that or not. The friends that I have that come around me, even when we may get into conflict based on disagreement, because their whiteness will come through and they do not do the same quality and gravity of spiritual work that I do. Because I have white friends that are not, quote, necessarily spiritual and aren't, quote, necessarily political. But they know that when they are in a relationship with me, I'm not going to cater. I'm not going to taper. My truth is going to remain unfiltered in every space. There is an inherent respect and a confidence that they too receive in their relationship with me that is not that bullshitting ass, oh, you ain't like them other black people, so the subtext is I'm safe around you, gonna protect my feelings and shit. That's why people who are not doing the work for themselves are looking for, in quote, they black friends. They're looking for shields in they black friends. They're looking for people who are not going to challenge they bullshit in they black friends. They're looking for a protective cover. They're looking for a buffer between them and them other niggas in this one black friend they got, or this one Asian friend they got, or whatever. And when they meet someone that is the quote ordained by patriarchy, quintessential bottom of the totem pole motherfucker, black and female, who has the audacity to speak truth, that even as that truth is sharp, it is completely covered in love and care and in audacity in the vision of the future that I know that we can possess. That shit hit different. And so even if they may be bad with me for a little bit, because that has happened. That happens right now today with my white friends. That shit happened. Because there's certain shit I'm not going to let you, there's certain ignorance in a relationship with me I'm not going to allow you to remain in if you want to continue to be a friend with me. I'm not going to cut corners. I'm not going to buffer the sharpness of the critique to protect your feelings. If you're in a relationship with me, I need you to be clear. And that's for everybody. Mexican, Native. So I'll be honest. I tell y'all all the time, every now and again, I'll do a check-in and say, damn, I had about 4 or 5 friends to fall the fuck off. I had people that I love and care about to this day, but they couldn't. They was like, that's the point, bitch. We ain't friends no more. People will fall the fuck off. People will fall the fuck off in this work that we're doing, in this world that we have to create, in this contest we have to wage. And so I accept that. My feelings used to be hurt about that shit. Like, damn, you know what I'm saying? Like, damn, I'm just telling you the truth, bitch. Like, what? Like, why you gotta fall off because of the truth? It'd be different if I was up in here doing some manipulative shit. What? Maybe you got to let people take what they can, let the seed germinate how it will. It may be 5 years before they be like, damn, I took that shit personal. Now me and my homie ain't homies. Or they may not think about your ass again. You done did what you needed to do. Your time in their life, though you wanted it to be longer, may have been temporary. You planted the seed that you was meant to plant in that momentary interaction with this person that you care about, and you hope the best for them and move the fuck on. Release the blame, release any kind of emotional attachment that you have to that shit. That shit unfolds the way that it is supposed to, because right now, y'all up on this call are the conscious agents of the mother's will made of material force on earth. So everything is purposeful. Nothing is insignificant. Everything that happens in your life, once you make the outward declaration that you are a fully committed agent of the mother's will on earth, come hell or high water, come losing of friends and baby daddies and booze and all of that shit, I don't give a fuck. We are here to change everything. And if people are uncomfortable with you lovingly trying to help them and assist them in their evolution, they motherfucking ain't ready for a goddamn revolution. They damn sure ain't ready for an evolutionary epiphomatic breakthrough that can radically and in an instance change it all. So you have to let them go with love, boo. And hopefully after the fact, the seed will take root. But you cannot be emotionally invested in people who are uncomfortable with the evolutionary process, who do not want to break free from the comfort of the cocoon, not being able to have a clear vision. That bitch, this science we talking about, this certainty that we talk about. And even though you seem like you trapped in this cocoon, bitch, your ass about to fly. Did you know that? They ain't trying to hear that shit. They're like, bitch, it's cool, it's tight, it's comfortable. I'm supported in this cocoon. I don't want to get out the cocoon. This nice. This nice. Meanwhile, you on the precipice and you like, damn, I can feel something happening. It's uncomfortable. It's tight up in here now. It's tight up in here now because you got a whole new set of wings. Your ass talking about, I don't want to come out the cocoon. You have to recognize the moment where you're looking at a motherfucker who ain't ready to break free from the cocoon. And that's all right. Their journey ain't unfolding the way your journey is. So I'm telling this sister, first of all, do not be exposing yourself emotionally to these motherfuckers. They do not have a right. They do not have a right. They are not entitled to your expressions of grief, of suffering, of any of that. All of that shit, the grief, the suffering, the crying that you need to do, the weeping that you need to do that shit only in spaces that you curate where you can guarantee your fucking safety. That's it. This is what I'm going to leave y'all with. That's it. That's it. These malignant, monstrous, weirdo, maniacal perversions of humanity, they thrive like the parasites that they are, like the predators they are. Who is it that you think you are appealing to when some monstrous strategic motherfucker gets in your face with a microphone and a camera and your default is to cry inside? I don't understand how this can happen in 2025 in the United States of America. Stop doing that. Stop doing that shit. When these masked, monstrous motherfuckers come to your door, talking about knock, 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 can we come the fuck in? Your default answer is hell motherfucking no. Bitch, I can't see your face. Where is your warrant? Where is your federal warrant with a specific name and date and signature by the specific judge issuing the warrant in my keyhole so I can see it? Otherwise, I will treat you like the threat that you are. I can't see your face. Only people intending to do dirt. Only people intending to commit crimes. Only people meaning to oppress and subdue wear masks, bitch. And so what this law that still remains as it is of the United States of America says I don't have to open my door for no motherfucking body under fear for my life and my safety and that of my family. So if you can't show me a warrant, if you can't show me something with your name on it, if you can't show me something through this keyhole right here that say you got a right to be knocking on my motherfucking door, get off my porch. I have a goddamn shotgun on the other side of my motherfucking door. And right now, as the law says, I have a right to shoot you through my motherfucking door if I feel for my life. Outside of that, don't be having no conversation with no mass motherfucker who can't show you the evidence of who the fuck they are. You don't need no legislation to teach you about your sovereign right as an actual entity on earth to fight and kill for the preservation of your life on this planet. You don't need no law and legislation to tell you what the law of the land is about your right to defend your fucking life. And somebody kidnapping you from your house and taking you to an undisclosed location is a threat to your life. You may not be dead, but that is a threat to your goddamn life. Why you need some legislation to tell you that shit? Why do you need legislation to tell you that shit? And if the legislation do not correspond with your right to violently defend your life if you need to, then you need to be creating new laws. You need to be setting the stage, putting yourself into a position where your voice and your pen, just like these white boys that we have yielded all this power to through the vote, your voice and your power with your pen in your hand, with your understanding, has to be the one to draft and create radically new laws to adjust for this bullshit imposed on you, decorated as law, decorated as justice, fronting as the scales of justice. Get the fuck out of here with that dumbass shit. I was just talking to a friend the other day, but I was telling y'all, when we were first coming up on this, America's first Pluto returns, and before that, the event that kicked off COVID, and that if I had not been still enough and listening enough to the mother before COVID happened, I wouldn't have been able to articulate to y'all what I was feeling in my own body, and I honored that and I responded to it. Not being an astrologer, not knowing a damn thing. In 2018, when I became interested in astrology, do you know I did not even know my moon sign and my rising? I did not know my moon sign and my rising in 2018. I ain't know nothing about astrology. I knew I was a Virgo. That's all I knew. That's all I knew. But I started hearing the slow whisper of people, the people in my cipher, people on the internet, talking about the conjunction. Everybody kept saying, we got to be ready. The conjunction. We got to be ready. I was like, damn, what the hell is a conjunction? What are they talking about? Why everybody feels so urgent? And so I started paying attention more. I started watching astrology. And everybody in 2019 was talking about the conjunction. This conjunction, nothing like it has happened since the year 1518. And this and that and this and that. And we got to be ready because all the potential and this and that and this and that. I was like, damn, everybody talking about this? Astrologers in Australia, astrologers in fucking China, everybody was talking about the conjunction. I was like, okay, I don't know anything about astrology, so it sounds like this is urgent. It sounds like it's some shit I need to be paying attention to. So everybody was talking about the Pluto and Saturn conjunction happening in Saturn's home sign for the first time since the year 1518, right? That was what it was. The Pluto-Saturn conjunction in Saturn's home sign for the first time since 1518. You feel me? And that was in January 12th of 2020. Everybody was talking about it. Everybody was talking about it. I started talking about it so much on my channel that this woman reached out to me and was like, I like what you saying. She was an astrologer. She did my chart for the first time, but she was like, I hadn't heard the position that you're talking about, so I want to interview you on my channel. I'm like, I'm not in astrology. She said, that's okay. I'll talk about the scientific, mathematical aspects of astrology, but this shit that you have deduced on your own, I like it. I ain't heard nobody talk about it. Let me interview you. And what it was when I first started hearing about this conjunction, and everybody kept saying the same thing. Black astrologers, yellow astronomers, everybody astrologers, everybody saying the same thing. The most impactful moment in the year 1518 that was indicative of the power of this conjunction between Pluto and Saturn's home sign of Capricorn was motherfucking Martin Luther nailing his 95 thesis on the wall of the German Catholic Church. This was the most impactful thing that happened in the whole of the globe, and ain't nobody else talking about nothing else. I didn't hear out of 30 plus astrologers a single person say anything on the whole of the globe was more important as a sign of the potential for the future, more impactful, permanently impactful than Martin Luther nailing his 95 thesis on the wall of the doors of the German Catholic Church, kicking off the Reformation of the church. Nope, nobody else was saying nothing else. And so I'm still a historian at this point. I'm still a spiritual woman, but I'm still a hardcore revolutionary, bitch. Like, I need to know the science. Even if I'm going to tiptoe myself into this astrology shit, bitch, I want science and I want history. So I'm hearing all these people, Martin Luther, and I know that Martin Luther was a malignant, violently, murderously misogynistic lunatic who we held up because he kicked off the Protestant Reformation of the church. He was so valuable that even Martin Luther King mama named him after Martin Luther. You feel me? And never heard anything contrary till I got up in this work with the mother. So I already knew Martin Luther wasn't shit. And I already knew the malignant and violently toxic and murderous impact that Protestantism had, particularly in its relationship with Black people. You feel me? So I was like, okay, Martin Luther ain't shit. So let's see what else was happening in the rest of the world. Now, I, like everybody else who lives in the world that is now, if you have the information to guide you so, all of these well-established astrologers and astronumerologists and all these people, scores and scores of people I was watching over the year 2019, and nobody saying anything about anything historically significant about 1518 other than Martin Luther. Like, damn, is it the only thing that happened in the whole of the planet? So me being a historian, not knowing anything about astrology, but I'm listening to all these people say 1518, 1518, 1518. It's so big. It's so important. This is happening. This is coming. This is coming. It took me 2 minutes. What was happening in Africa in 1518? Boom. Results. Historical events in Africa in 15. What was happening in Central and South America in 1518? Boom. Just that quick. This was happening with these people and this people and this people in 1518. What was happening in Asia in 1518? Boop. Just that quick. But if your worldview is rigid and fixed and narrow and dogmatic, will it even occur to you to ask a question as seemingly insignificant as, well, if 1518 was such a big year, permanently transformative year that can act as a predictor of possibilities with this coming event in the year on January 12th of 2020, what was happening in Japan in 1518? What was happening in India in 1518? What was happening in North America in 1518? And so I started talking about that. I was like, because we all have superimposed on us Greco-Roman understanding and interpretation of the heavens and the stars and the constellations, it narrows, fixes, and blunts our ability to recognize the potentialities of these events. Martin Luther, yes, he did stage a contest against the Roman Catholic Church in 1518. But guess what else was happening in Europe at this time? The exact same year, 1518. Because up until that point, the quote slave trade had been unregulated. It was mostly a bunch of pirates seeing their opportunity former like nobles and shit, seeing their opportunity to galvanize all this loot that didn't have to be accounted for directly to the Pope and the church at the time. And so everybody was just it was just like the Wild West, but on the ocean with the slave trade. 1518, the Pope, what was his name? Pope Nicholas V made a decree through a papal bull that for the first time centralized and legalized through the religious institutions, meaning ordained, not only legalized, ordained, sanctified the slave trade by giving Portugal first rights for the legitimizing of the capture and transport of Africans to be involved in slavery. Same year, same continent. Never occurred to any of these motherfucking astrologers what else was happening in 1518 around the world. What was happening in South America in 1518 that could have possibly been a permanently transformative, impactful event that is indicative of the power of Pluto and Saturn meeting in Capricorn for the first time since 1518. Do you know what was happening in 1518 in South America? Several things, as a matter of fact. But one was extraordinarily significant. It was the first Pontiac Wars. The reason that it was significant to you culturally, because we don't have a frame of reference, because we think history is a bunch of massive millions and millions of events that are happening in isolation to one another. So while that shit was happening in 1518 in Europe, where Luther was putting his 95 Theses on the door of the German Catholic Church, at the same time that shit was happening, the Pontiac Wars against the Spaniards was happening in South America. And the reason that this was significant is currently culturally relevant. Currently. This is in 1518. How is this currently culturally relevant? To give you the idea of the fact that time is not static. Time is always ever present. The past, the present, the future always exist simultaneously. The Pontiac Wars was led by a man named Tupac Amaru. Tupac Amaru was the son of Tupac Amaru, both of whom staged outright aggressions against the Spanish's attempt to colonize and capture lands. This Tupac Amaru 1 and 2, his son, who staged the second part of this aggression, confrontation against the goddamn Spaniards, is who, what's her name? Afeni Shakur named her son Tupac Amaru Shakur after the great mighty rebellions of Amaru. Of Amaru in South America, and that happened in 1518. Did Afeni Shakur know that happened in 1518, or that would be significant in 1518? No. She said this was a revolutionary gangster before we knew anything about revolutionary gangsters, and I'm gonna give my son a strong ass name based on the victory of the Pontiac Wars in South America in 1518. That happened. But when we see history as a bunch of unconnected lines that just happen along the line, we do not see how Afeni Shakur, she did not have to know the intricacies of the astrology of Tupac Amaru, or she did not have to know the cultural practices and traditions of the Pontiac people at the time that the Spaniards invaded. She didn't have to know that. She could read the sword one time and say, damn, that's some gangster shit. I'm glad I learned about that as a revolutionary. I'm going to give my son a strong ass name so that he can have a destiny that is a strong ass, ever present. Nobody 300 years from now will forget the name of Tupac Shakur. Tupac Amaru Shakur. Why? Because his mother, as God, said, I don't need to know all the intricacies of the war and this and that and this and that. I know that that's some gangster shit. My spirit instantly resonated with it as familiar, as important. And so I'm going to speak the name of my child's destiny over his head when he comes out of my body. Do you see what I'm saying? And so I was upset. I had an attitude because I was like, the worldview that is imposed on us infects us all, affects us all. White people who accept that whiteness is the default for everything, whether they're having good intentions or not, is not the issue. That you too are the victims of patriarchy in its most recent presentation as white supremacy. You too are the victims of patriarchy in its most recent personification as white supremacy. And so this loneliness that you feel, this isolation that you feel, this constant need to defend and protect yourself against an enemy that does not exist, but always in your mind is somebody colored, is somebody othered, even as they have staged no opposition to the crimes you have committed against them. Forever forgiving, forever assuming, and they have not ever waged a contest in real in the last 200 years against you, though they would be within their rights to do so. But you don't see anything but an ever-looming enemy that your whiteness must defend itself against. Your isolation is self-imposed. Your insanity, your psychopathy, your sociopathy is self-imposed. And you thrive off of it. You get fat off of it. And you deepen your suffering in your allegiance to it. And your denial of and your refusal to study history is what keeps you there. It's what keeps you there. So even good, well-intended white people, astrologers, it blew my mind that for a year I had been watching all these white astrologers from around the world, but even the black ones, even the Mexican ones, all these astrologers could only tell the story of the power of what was to come through a Greco-Roman worldview. And 90% of the white astrologers don't even have a Greco-Roman background. So that shit don't relate to them neither. I was like, look, Google exists. You feel me? Search engines exist. The World Wide Web, that shit is real. And so you being ignorant, I want to hear that shit. There is no excuse. No, not even in sub-Saharan African rural countries. There's no excuse on the planet for ignorance in a world of information where you literally have the history of the access of the history of the whole world literally in the palm of your hand. Ignorance is a motherfucking deliberate and toxic decision that you make when you have the literal unveiled history of the entire world at your disposal in an instant. In an instant. 30 years ago, that wasn't the case. You cannot say that's the case today. Well, you know, that's how I was raised. Okay. Honoring your sovereignty, but still trying to assist you in your God self's emergence. Fuck that. Fuck how you was raised. Fuck how your mama and them was raised, because they did not have to their advantage what you got today. So what's the excuse that you gonna use today? Because that shit, well, that's just how I was always raised, and so that's how I'm gonna do it. That shit don't fly no more. That shit don't fly no more. Ignorance is a purposeful and willful decision that you make when you have the information of the entire world and all the history of the entire world in your palm. And so that's why I got mad with all these goddamn astrologers talking about Martin Luther. Bitch, was y'all the only motherfuckers that existed on the earth in 1518? Is that the reason y'all it didn't occur to a single astrologer for the years that they had been talking about this event to say, well, you know, Europe wasn't the only place that existed on the whole planet in 1518. So let me just figure out what was happening everywhere else that could be possibly indicative of something that we can look to expect for this event in 2020. Nobody did it. So I did this interview with this woman, and I am not an astrologer. And so I'm giving her the 411 about what I discovered just doing a quick search on all these continents that also exist on the planet. Bitch, what the fuck is wrong with y'all? The self-centeredness of white supremacy is literally a sickness. It's literally a sickness. Because it didn't occur to 30, 40 astrologers to see what was happening in Australia, New Zealand, motherfucking Japan, Southeast Asia, the Philippines. 1518 is relatively recent in human history. It didn't occur to y'all to see what was happening in South America and Central America and North America and Canada and Alaska and Hawaii and Africa. That out of scores of goddamn astrologers, it didn't occur to nobody. That is the negative real world consequence of internalized white supremacy. That in your mind, nobody else on the planet existed. There was no other events in the whole of the goddamn planet that were as significant as a mediocre, basic, megalomaniac, female hating, female burning, murdering motherfucker like goddamn Martin Luther staging a contest with the German Catholic Church to finally and completely excise the evidence of the feminine divine anywhere from the text, because that's what he did. That's what he did. The goddamn Protestant Reformation of the church was to finally and completely excise and remove every single evidence of a quote divine feminine that still remained. Even though the Roman Catholic Church was as hostile and malignant as the day is long, they still gave some face to the divinity of the female, because Jesus did have a mama. The Protestants was like, fuck all that shit. We don't pray to Mary. Fuck that bitch. She was just the oven that Jesus needed to cook in. That's what the Protestant church did. It was to finally complete the absolute removal and forgetting of anything that could be mirrored as divinity encapsulated in the body of somebody female. Nope. You are just the divine oven that the divine God, the Father, as the Son self needed to incubate in, you feel me, until he could be born. And then you became his servant. That's the significance of the Mary that the Protestants teach. Bitch, you was just the oven, and then once he was born, the great divine Son, seed from the Father God that did not need no sex and shit, once he was born, your ass was reduced in your significance to a faceless, nameless servant incubator for the divine heavenly seed. That's what the Protestants did. And that forced complete removal of the divine feminine from this make-believe story that y'all told, the impact of it is felt to today. The impact and the consequence felt by black-skinned people and red-skinned people in particular is because we, black-skinned people in the United States of America, unlike all of the black people south of us, Mexico, Central America, South America, you feel me? There's only one or two islands in the Caribbean. Those of us, black-skinned people, colonized in North America and a couple of islands in the Caribbean, the reason that our cultural expression, everything about us radiates different is because of Protestantism. The reason that the enslavement of our people, not only the enslavement of the continued aggressions against us, looks so peculiar to black people anywhere else on earth is because we were captured, transported, and colonized in North America by Protestants. Unlike those of us who came from the same clans, same bloodline, same communities, same tribes, off the coast of West Africa or anywhere else we came from that may have been scattered to the southern hemisphere, Mexico, Central America, South America, and a few islands in the Caribbean. The reason that their cultural expression, the reason that their articulation, the reason that everything about how they live life in the world And even though they was colonized and they were colonized violently, there is something different that we all can feel as Black people born and raised in America, the descendants of enslaved people. There is a natural thing that we feel this discomfort with and this acceptance with. It's like the split personalities disorder type of thing. When we meet brothers and sisters from Haiti, when we meet brothers and sisters from fucking Brazil or Colombia or any of these places, there is a familiarity, but there's also like a simultaneous discomfort and almost rejection of, because their version of colonization presents differently in them culturally, in beliefs, in tradition than it does here in the United States of America. That difference, though we do not ever dig deep into it, is because of who colonized us and our response culturally and collectively to that. We were colonized in the United States of America by fucking Protestants. Unlike us, our brethren and sisters south of the fucking hemisphere, south of the equator, Mexico, Central America, South America, and several of the islands, the majority of the islands were colonized by Catholics. And it doesn't seem like a big deal because they deliberately hide it and make it not a big deal. It defined everything that we talk about as culture or tradition peculiar to those of us who are the descendants of captives in the Western Hemisphere. The extreme presentational difference between brothers and sisters colonized in North America and those brothers and sisters colonized south of the equator. And so we have always been taught for it to be elusive, to be a non-issue. The fact that the peculiarities of Black people in America all across the board, culturally, linguistically, how we communicate, how our behavior is, what presents as cultural norms, depending upon what region we are in here in the United States of America, have their origins, have their seeds in the fact that we were colonized by Protestants. And those Protestants, because of their absolute, definitive, complete severance from their relationship to anything divine and female, colonization had a peculiar dramatic and deep and profound impact on us here, as opposed to those folks in the Southern Hemisphere who were colonized by Catholics, that despite their brutality, because it was still brutal, they were still slavers, they were still brutal motherfuckers. The one thing that remained that was different from being colonized in North America was that the mother was still given just enough space, just enough wiggle room to always have herself remain present in the development of culture, in the transforming of culture, in the evolutionary reactions and responses to culture, hiding the goddess inside what appeared to be white saints and shit, because the mother remained in Catholic presentation of religious spirituality. That was all the little splinter-esque wiggle room she needed to remain and have her will executed in the performance of culture and tradition and all of that shit. Because she was allowed to remain even in a sliver, she was like, bitch, that's all I need. That's all I need. Contrary to her allowing to continue to exist, even while hiding in plain sight in the Southern Hemisphere, in Mexico, in Cuba, in Trinidad, and Puerto Rico, and all of these places, all over the continent of South America, despite being able, with this splinter of wiggle room that she had within the auspice of Catholicism, that splinter was set ablaze in North America with the absolute, unwavering, completely obliterated presence of female divinity that is exclusive, that is the exclusive byproduct of Protestantism. Any hint, any single showing presentation of her presence in space was met with your tongue being cut out, was met with No, bitch, them drums look too much like a black bitch uterus. Ban the drums. Ban the drum. Ban all foreign languages. If we can't hear and understand what the fuck you talking about, I guarantee that's why the Bible be talking about you can't speak in tongues if there ain't somebody to interpret what you're saying. It's because if y'all speaking in tongues, it means y'all plotting and scheming against us, bitch. You speaking in tongues is tantamount to military rebellious warfare, plotting and scheming. No, y'all can't speak your native tongue. You can't play no drums because we don't understand what the fuck y'all talking about on the goddamn drums. But we know y'all when y'all using drums, y'all plotting and scheming, bitch. No more drums. You want to play the drum? You want to do? Why do you think nowhere else on earth? Why is it that ham bone was something that only emanated as an expression from black people, African descended people in the United States of America? Because when they see the divine feminine attempt to peek herself out from these places that are familiar to you in your own spirit, your own culture, in your own relationships, and they say, no drums, bitch. Cut out your tongue if you be talking that booga booga shit. You feel me? You want to keep your African name? We ain't have no part of that. We don't know what that shit mean. Your name Toby, bitch. Your name Toby. God damn it. You can't name your baby Kizzy. The fuck kind of guy? What kind of shit is that? You feel me? Your name John Smith, bitch. You feel me? If we can't understand it, it must be you plotting and scheming against us. And so nowhere was there any wiggle room for the divine feminine to make her presence known. And every single time she tried to peek out to the surface to call you back to yourself, they was ahead of the curve. They was like, nope. And so what you tried to do under the auspice of giving, because you couldn't go to their church, but they wanted you to believe in Jesus because Jesus was a weapon. You know what I'm saying? But you can't go to your church. But what we'll do is that you have little nigga church over here in the little outhouse or whatever. You feel me? And so what you do, because you can't have no drums no more. What you do, because you can't do anything no more. What you do is the cells in you, the memories in you, the alive and breathing 13 generations of ancestors in you, needing an outlet of expression to communicate to the others, to communicate to the light. They say, look, we gonna create some shit like ham bone. So you start playing the drums. You start playing the drums on your own body to satiate the need, the longing that exists in you. It's rare to this day. When you go to the continent and you see black people performing music, people do not clap their hands. That's not a part of the specific cultural expression of people who are sovereign. They're still tied to their land. They still have all of their traditions, the drums and this and that and the instruments and all of this shit. Hand clapping, something as simple as hand clapping, go around the world and see where black people at. Where hand clapping is a defining part of their cultural expression. This was a response to the denial of ancestry, to the denial of ancestral culture that was peculiarly tied to the expression of the divine feminine. Snapping your fingers, where else they do that? This is Africa's response in us. Africa's response to a perpetual state of denial of the emergence of the divine feminine that came peculiarly from Protestantism, from being colonized by Protestants who hated women, who hated femininity and any expression, including in their own women and children. That's what Protestantism did with you, for you, why black people are the most devout Protestants on this motherfucking continent. I went to a church, grew up in a church that my sister is still devoted to today. We grown. The church we came up in, you understand? The independent fundamentalist Baptist church, the Crossroads Baptist church in Dothan, Alabama, that we came up in, all white church, and we was always the only Negroes in the motherfucking church. Do you know that they hardcore, independent fundamentalist Baptists forbid drums being played in the church? You can play the upright bass, you can play the piano, you can play the guitar, but drums is of the devil. This the church I grew up in. This the church I grew up in. So they call it some religious shit, but it's slave shit. Take away the attention. They need that from us. Stage, no show. Yep, that part. Let's make it be as it is one indigenous woman in the church, as it is one indigenous woman in the executive room. If it is not at this moment, patriarchy will be removed forever. So I will. Yeah, listen, we do have to, those of us who up in here, who are going to play a peculiarly divining role in the execution and unfoldment and the revelation that is the Temple of Evolutionary Emergence. We do have, it is our work. It is our responsibility to understand these deeper histories, to understand this deeper work so that we can provide a vision. We do not have to, because I say this all the time, we do not have to reiterate and re-speak over and over and over and over and over again the traumas of slavery and colonization and all of that shit. Some of us need to learn the history so that we do not get locked in a loop of the perpetual talking and reliving of the history. We learn the history so that we know when we create the vision and the architectural draft of this future that we are trying to create, we know the history so we know what not to reproduce. We know the history so we know what not to recreate. We know the history so that we know what true power has to look like, what it has to be, how it has to present, and how all of these, and now we have an exact history that informs us of what not to do, of what not to create. This is not a history that I would be teaching en masse to everybody. It's not for everybody to know. What I want to seed in young people, what I want to seed in these new burgeoning geniuses that is Gen Z, Gen, what do they call it? Gen Alpha, and everybody after that. Listen, know enough of the past to know what not to recreate. But what we old heads are going to do is take the culmination of the history, the lessons, and all of that shit and say, here is the raw materials that have to be the absolute foundation of that which we are creating for this moment. And y'all start from there. Y'all don't have to know and recite all the time all the ills that has been the poor and suffering experience of black, brown, red, yellow, and even poor white people. We'll do the studying, we'll do the learning so that we can communicate to you what you must build. We speak the vision, you execute the vision from a place of enthusiasm and certainty and like, damn, I can see that shit clearly. Like, you remember, what was the movie that Kevin Costner was in? Field of Dreams. Y'all remember that? I'm always dating myself with these movies, but they worth rewatching. Remember the movie Field of Dreams with Kevin Costner? And he was living on a farm and they was down on their luck and their money was drying up and they was trying to figure out how to solve their problems. And he is a regular, everyday, white, borderline, middle class agriculturalist with this big old farm that's been handed down by generation. But they are like really confronted with, are we going to have to sell land? We going to have to sell our house? Like, it's dire. And his wife is perpetually frustrated because he has an idea that came to him in a dream. And it remained every time he was awake, every time he was asleep, every time he would go out to take care of the corn and all of that shit. Loud as I'm talking to you, he would hear, if you build it, they will come. If you build it, they will come. And what they were telling him to build, he's like, this crazy. We need money. You know what I'm saying? We have a legacy to secure. We have to make sure that we keep this land in our family. It's the only thing of value that we have. What we gonna do if we lose the land? And the voice harassing the fuck out of him. Listen, if you build it, they will come. If you build it, they will come. Just comply, bitch. Just comply. If you build it, they will come. And so he cuts down the corn. This is how they make their money. This is how they make their money is the corn. but they aren't yielding as much corn. People is trying to come and buy their land for pennies on the dollar because they desperate. And so one day he take his tractor and cut down all the corn. Just cut down all the corn and builds a baseball field. And builds a baseball field. And starts hosting little impromptu baseball games on his empty land where the only way for them to make money was this corn that he done cut down. And his wife is mad. She like, this is bullshit, man. How we gonna make this money? You know what I'm saying? He was like, I just gotta trust it. I can't. It's harassing me in my way. It's harassing me in my sleep. If you build it, they will come. The message is always the same. If you build it, they will come. So he builds a baseball field in the middle of his cornfield. This is a story. Child, I can't believe this came through like this. Builds baseball field, which is the craziest thing ever. If I was living down the street and I'm spiritual, I'd be like, nigga, you with that bullshit? How you gonna feed your family, nigga? You done build a baseball field in the only place that you was able to secure some reasons for you and yourself. I too would probably be looking at him with the side eye as a spiritual woman. You understand? He's like, look, I had to build this baseball field. You feel me? I just know it's purposeful. I know it's going to do something. It's meaningful. It's important. He said it's the most important thing I'm doing right now. And so he has created this environment of uncertainty in his life because his wife and his child could not see beyond grow corn, make money. You feel me? He was like, he was convicted, and his conviction led him to do what was seemingly irrational to everyone around him. And so he built this baseball field where his cornfield once stood. And people got wind of it because the news was like, this nigga crazy. That's how they was talking about it on the news. Like, yo, this the craziest shit we ever heard. This man who ain't never been a baseball player, you know what I'm saying? Ain't never had no professional baseball players in his family, so it didn't even like it might be something that was drawing him to it because of like some nostalgia. This nigga crazy. That's how the news was putting it out. But here you go. This man done built a fully functional professional grade baseball field where his corn once stood. And that's all they needed. This ain't no viral age. This 1980s when this movie came out, there wasn't no virality. This nigga, hearing a voice, built a baseball field, a professional stadium grade baseball field where his corn once stood. And out of sheer curiosity of the man's madness, people started coming from far and near, from people flying in just to experience the madness that was this baseball field. Baseball team owners get wind of the shit because they players are like, damn, y'all heard about that crazy motherfucker to build a baseball field in the middle of a cornfield in the middle of nowhere, Illinois somewhere? I'm trying to go see that shit. So the baseball players, to these wealthy baseball team owners, start talking about the crazy motherfucker over here who done built a baseball field in the middle of nowhere where he should have been growing corn to feed his family. I want to go see that shit. That shit sound crazy to me. One news story. And all of a sudden, they are being harassed by infamy. Harassed by infamy. Yo, can we play on your field? Yeah, give us some money. You can use it as long as you want. You want to be out there all day? Give us $50. Yo, every dream they had, every need they had met beyond their imagination with his compliance to the mother's will. That's my interpretation, all after the fact. You feel me? That's my interpretation, all after the fact. Because when these people, famous baseball players, people who were just fans, people who were like, this some crazy shit, this dude out here in the middle of nowhere done lost his damn mind, but I'm just gonna go see just for the sake of having my curiosity appeased. I'm gonna go to the baseball field too. Whether it was he crazy and I want to observe crazy in real time or ease my curiosity or whatever, instantly. And so when they had the first big, like an actual full-on game on his field, in the middle of nowhere, and there were hundreds of people to come observe the actual game on his field. All of these spirits, all these ghosts, all of these ghosts. Yeah, I gotta go rewatch this damn movie. This is from a memory of the movie. I ain't seen the movie in 20 years. But it's so clear. As soon as the baseball, because everybody is in it. It stars what's the dude name I was just telling y'all? What's his name? What was the guy's name I just told y'all? The main character is he played in The Postman, and Kevin Costner. Thank you. Kevin Costner, Ray Liotta, James Earl Jones. There was a whole bunch of like big name actors in this movie. Huge production. Late 80s, I think. And Ray Liotta and James Earl Jones characters, they had little snippets. They had little cameos. They were the ghosts. They were the ghosts of dead big name baseball players. And so the quote voices that he kept hearing, if you build it, they will come. These ghosts telling you, look, do what we say and you're going to get your money. I know it sounds crazy to you, but we can see further than you can see. We can see bigger than you can see. Time don't exist where we at the way you understand time. We can see all of these strands of connection trying to work on your behalf, trying to get your needs met. Trust us. We your emissaries between the physical and the spiritual realm. If you build it, they will come. You're going to be all right. You're going to be all right. And so when he finally had this first big actual like legitimate game on his baseball field, and his wife is arguing with him, and they don't know, and this and that, and this and that, and they think he crazy because he didn't cut down on the corn and shit, and he finally built the thing, and people are paying money, and they're like, okay, this cool, this nice. And they had the first big game, and it's like one of the team owners was like, look, we'll give you a certain amount of money, big money, to let us have this big while the press is hot about this crazy shit you done did in the middle of this cornfield in the middle of nowhere. We'll give you this big money, you feel me, to have a professional game on your land. You feel me? And that professional game that happened on his land was when all these ghosts. So everybody scattered on the baseball field and they positions in this and that and this and that. And then he hears it again. If you build it, it will come. And all these ghosts, I'm getting chills telling y'all this shit. Oh shit. Woo. All these ghosts start walking out of what is still the remnants of his cornfield on the border of the baseball field. All these ghosts start appearing. All these this silly as shit. I'm like, sorry. I haven't seen this movie in 20 plus years. Y'all. Sitting there having this little crybaby moment. You see all these feet and all these ghosts. Ray Liotta is a ghost. Fucking James Earl Jones is a ghost. All these men who have died nameless in the sport, who arrive at the same moment to say, we told you, if we got you, if you build it, they will come. We rooting for you, bitch. We rooting for you. We hear you. You prayed oh my God. Bitch, you prayed the prayer. You said it loud. We heard you. Now fucking comply, because we know more than you. We see more than you. We are your emissaries always. God damn it. We're always rooting for you. We always got your back. Even when shit seems the worst, we got you. Now you have to have the courage. Now you have to embody the certainty that your will is the word of God. Your will, your desires for your life is in direct alignment with the will of God. And she heard you. Now we here to communicate her will on your behalf. Fucking comply. Do what we say, and we got you. Bigger and better than your ass can imagine. We got you. Oh my God. How? Yeah. We got you. I don't know why that movie came up in my imagination. Of all the movies y'all know I watch all the time and regular, I saw this movie one time in my whole life, and they had to be 25 plus years ago. If you build it, they will come. Take it on faith, bitch. Take it on faith. Yeah, damn. So, if y'all 7 hours, I should have known this was gonna be one of them days. As I was walking through here meditating, I'm gonna give them 2 hours. I'm gonna give them 2 hours. So y'all need to be paying me. Y'all need to be donating and contributing and sending out far and wide. This little GoFundMe. This church. This is what we call back in the South a revival. You know what a revival is? Is when that 1 week out of the year or them 2 weeks out of the year where for 7 days or for 14 days straight, your ass gonna be in church from sunrise to sunset, 12 hours every day for the revival of the spirit. For the revival of the spirit, your ass gonna need to take lunches and your ass gonna need to take blankets and sleeping bags so you can take naps. That's the revival. This revival. And so I'm gonna need y'all to support this throwdown that came down on me on the winter solstice in the absence of my very Virgo Capricornian tendency to make sure that everything is exact and prepared for and planned and strategized. Every T is crossed, every I is dotted. And I didn't have the energy or the time to do that. I was like, yo, can I still have your place for the solstice? We ain't doing nothing special. Feel me? We gonna throw some logs on the fire and we gonna have some snacks and some drinks. That's it. I ain't saying no prayers. I ain't doing no ritual. I'm not leading anything. Just us, the homies, hanging. You cool for that? Yeah, let's do it. And from that day, last Sunday to this, our mother has had such profound. I ain't even told you a single one thing that she has revealed to me past this direct response that I had to the sister. Do not give this dude's name no power from your primordial, powerful Ashe. Relinquish, sever your attachment to the blame that protected you from taking responsibility for every decision that you made after that. Release him. To release him does not mean to forgive him. To release does not mean to forgive him off from access he didn't ask for. He didn't ask for no access to your life, to your health, to your body, to your dreams, to your imagination, to your decisions. Every decision that you made after them decisions that allowed him to have an impact on you the way that they did, those have been yours to take ownership of. Every decision. It is not to demote you. It is to let you free. It is to let you loose. I said in that moment, in that car, before I called this woman, I release myself and all others from the blame that I have imposed on them for every decision that I've made in my life. My decisions are my own. This is the will of God. This is the work of God. This is what sovereignty looks like in action. This is what spirituality looks like in action, in motion, in real world, in a material world, as a scientific force that can impact every single thing in your life. I take personal responsibility as God for every decision that I have made. Even when those decisions didn't seemingly have my best interest at heart, they were teaching me a lesson about what sovereignty feels like in the flesh, bitch. What sovereignty feels like in my body. What my spiritual freedom looks like when I allow my flesh to be sovereign. When I take possession of, when I take ownership of, when I take full embodied responsibility for every decision that I have made. I am not functioning as an artist in this real moment, not because of Mr. P, or not because of the dude that wouldn't let me take shot, or not because of any other things that have come at me. I am not functioning as an artist in real time right now because of a succession of decisions that I have made by allowing imposed ideas to become a part of my belief system. I relinquished that shit today. That happened on Monday. In my car, stopping to go use the bathroom. My decisions are my own, and they are made now as a complete and total sovereign citizen of the earth because my mama willed it so. Because I asked and she accepted. And don't nothing else matter. Don't nothing else matter. I release everyone and everything that I have cast blame on as a blanket of comfort that denied me, myself, the opportunity to become my most presented sovereign self. My decisions were my own. From adulthood on, my decisions were my own. Mr. P ain't have no, he don't play a single solitary role today that would stop me from going right down to the same school I go to right now. Glendale Community College, and instead of taking a semester of sitar like I have been doing, saying, you know what? I always wanted to learn how to play the drums. I think I'm gonna get one of these private classes and teach and get somebody to teach me how to play the drums. This ain't gonna be no excuse that I can sit with as a regret for the rest of my life. Because I, as a child, let some grown ass man affect the decisions of the rest of my life about why I wouldn't do that one thing as a child I wanted to do. I ain't got no excuse. That is the responsibility that God takes, bitch. That's the responsibility that a goddamn absolutely confident, outrageous, courageous, audacious, loudmouth, big belly, stretch mark having ass, nappy head bitch takes as a self-sovereign. It's what the fuck I say, because now I am sitting in the discomfort of taking responsibility and personal accountability for my own decisions and the presentation of my own life. And I have incinerated the comfort blanket of blame to provide a perpetual and unending excuse about why I have not done those things that I wanted to do, because I let some mythological devil at some crossroads detour me, quote, from the presentation of my personal destiny. There ain't no devil at the crossroads. There ain't. As a matter of fact, there ain't no crossroads, bitch. There ain't no crossroads. All there is like, what do you call that thing? There's a word. There ain't no crossroads. There is a mandala of infinite possibilities. That's all. A mandala of infinite possibilities. Mm-hmm. And so I take responsibility for that. I am no one's victim. Everyone who levied, who presented their opposition to my sovereign, everyone who presented their opposition to my little peeking out of power, everyone who responded in some fucked up way to the presentation of the power of a sovereign attempting to make itself known in the body of a 5-year-old or a 10-year-old or a 20-year-old that happens to have a vagina, you feel me? That is for y'all to keep. That is for y'all to hold. That is for y'all to keep. Because in hindsight, which is just as important as right this moment, that shit has nothing to do with me. And I release it. I release blame. That has nothing to do with me. Those instances that I have been carrying around, like Erykah Badu say, bag a lady, you gonna miss your bus. Or what she say? You gonna hurt your bag. Dragging all them bags like that. I guess nobody ever told you. All you must hold on to is you, is you, is you. One day, all them bags gonna get in your way. I say one day, all them bags gon' get in your way. I say one day, all them bags gon' get in your way. One day, all them bags gon' get in your way. So pack light. See, it's these kind of moments where I wish we was on the Zoom and the whole choir. You know what I'm saying? The whole choir be saying, pack light. Right? And then it say, what's the other part she say? Hold on. She say, one day he gonna say, you crowded my space. I say one day he gonna say, you crowded my space. What does this mean? What is the baggage that we are carrying, that we are informed by our great diva, oracle ancestor, not ancestor, what antecedent, Erykah Badu, the great forethinker, because that album has got to be 20 years old. You feel me? What was she saying that we was like, damn, that's the cut, but we weren't really internalizing? What's the baggage that we weren't really understanding in the moment? What is the baggage when she say one day he gonna say you crowded his space? He say you crowded my space, and we be like, because niggas ain't shit. That's not what she was saying. That's not what she was saying. She was saying that he can only be God when he witnesses God being God. And you got too much shit in the way of you for you to present in your full power and glory, bitch. Move the mask out the way. Move the bullshit out the way, and you can demonstrate to your children, you can demonstrate to your sons what God looks like, what it means to be in the presence of God. That's what she meant. Whether she meant it or not, whether she knew it or not, that's what she meant. And this motherfucking mama right here. She said, she didn't say, I'm not talking about detachment. We are one. We in this bitch. We are the weavers of the web, and we are in the web. When you see the spider, bitch, she ain't out here somewhere weaving the web. She right up in the center, being able to see all in its unfolding, in its construction. There is no detachment. Detachment is an illusion. When I say that this epiphany that I had on Monday, it didn't cause me to detach. You understand? I said I release blame. I release the illusion of comfort that blame offered me. Blame allowed me the ability through yielding my power. See, we don't see blame as a weapon that forces us to yield power, to yield power, not wield it, yield, concede, give it away. Blame is an instrument that makes us feel comfortable in the relinquishing of our own God power. On Monday, I released everyone. I released every circumstance. I released every person that I could literally attach to a decision that I had made. And instead of saying, I made that decision, I say they made me do it. If I would not have married them, if I would not have let them see me naked, if whatever the fuck. You feel me? That I would be in this place right now, that I would have this right now, I would have this thing over here right now, I would be so much better off right now, I would be rich right now. And I could literally in an instant put the face that I had blamed on every decision that I had made that did not match what my presentation is. That is not absolution. I want to be emphatically clear. It is not absolution. We all must be judged. We all must come to the face of the mother and say, this is my life and this is what I've done. This is the impact that it's had on other people. I'm never going to be one of them quote ministers that be preaching no bullshit about absolution. Negative. Reparations are due, bitch. Yep, that's me. Pay for what you have done, bitch. Yep, that's me. If you want some clear instructions about how you can rectify this shit and the impact that it had on my life, let me know. I spell it out, bitch. But what I will not do is hold on to blame about what you have done when there are, because I'm sovereign, bitch. I'm a God, bitch. I am God. Not a God. I am God. I'm not a God. I am God. Why? Because my mama is. Why? Because her mama was. Because my daddy mama was. Because his grandmama was. All the way back to the one. We God. Period. Not a. We God. That's it. It's what the fuck I say on the terms that I said for my peculiar experience and expression in this moment. So I, as God, can release myself of the spirit of blame. I can accept responsibility for the decisions that I have made for myself based on my acceptance of people's opinions about me, about my lowerness, about my less than-ness, and all of that shit. This make-believe that they have spewed towards me, and I open myself to receive as truth. I relinquish that. I relinquish all blame. It does not serve me. It has prevented my becoming. It has prevented my unfolding. Just because I release blame, because I relinquish blame, does not automatically equate to absolution for wrongdoers. Do you understand? And that's what's had us caught up. Because people be telling us some bullshit about forgiveness. That ain't what I'm talking about. I'm talking about releasing blame. That's about releasing blame. That's about you. Quote, just hurling out fucking forgiveness for motherfuckers who don't even feel bad about what they did. Oh no, that ain't no shit you'll hear me. You will never hear me teach. You do not ever administer forgiveness for those who aggress against you and do not see any wrong in what they have done and the impact that it has had on your life. I will never say that. No forgiveness. No forgiveness. No forgiveness. What I can say is for my own sanity and for my own becoming as an absolute presentation of a divine sovereign on earth, I relinquish blame because I can recognize that bullshit you did, that has to do with you and your own life and your own karma and all of that shit. There was a moment in the decision that I had to make about whether I open myself up to take in the toxic material you was dishing and to internalize it as a belief of my own that set me on a trajectory to behave according to this bullshit ass belief that I accepted. That's a decision. That is not saying I relinquish karma. I undo karma. No, I still want karma to meet you, bitch. So no forgiveness. No forgiveness. You understand? There's a difference in what I'm saying. I'm talking about establishing sovereignty within yourself, a power to take responsibility. And I started out by saying that this is not absolute across the board. You understand? I have never, in my adult relationships with men, been the victim of physical abuse. Never. That was a decision I made when I was 10 years old. And it has been, when I tell you crystal clear, the only time that my father ever hit my mother, ever put his hands on my mama, and we witnessed it that day as clear as I am talking to you. I remember what we were doing. I remember what was in my mouth because it imprinted. I could never eat Choco Mint bubblegum. After that, I was chewing on a big old wad of Choco Mint bubblegum when we walked in the house and witnessed, me and my little sister, witnessed my dad beating my mama up like a grown man because she told him she wanted a divorce. My daddy had never put his hands on my mama. But when she told him that she did not want him there and she wanted a divorce, his response was to beat her up. And me and my little sister came home to my mother screaming bloody murder. And we ran down to our Uncle Robert's house. Everybody in our neighborhood was uncle. He wasn't our actual uncle. All the men in our neighborhood was uncle so-and-so. And we went down to Uncle Robert's house and he said, y'all stay here. And Uncle Robert, we watched him go from door to door to door to door, telling all these men to come with him. 4 men went up to our house. And a few minutes later, mama came out and daddy didn't. And about 45 minutes later, daddy came out and Uncle Robert came back to his house and told us we can go home. That day, when I opened up the door on my dad beating up my mom, the loudest thing that I could hear in my brain is this will never happen to me. That's why the mother had me have the memory that I have. I remember everything. I remember everything in my life since I was about 2 years old. My earliest memory, clear, crystal clear, of my life in this place, 18 months to 2 years old. I was very little. And I could tell you how the floor smelled. My earliest memory. I can tell you how the floor smelled. I can tell you what the music sounded like that was playing. I can tell you in the living room what side of the room my baby sister was in the crib in. I can tell you that when I was sitting on the floor, being told I could not lay down on the floor, that I had to sleep as a baby, sitting up. And anytime I tried to lay down on the floor because I was sleepy, they would use a switch to pop me on my backside, sitting up. And when I sat up, there was a hole in the old hardwood floor, and I could see all the way down to the ground outside through this little hole in the hardwood floor. Crystal clear memory of my entire life since I was about 2 years old. That is peculiar, and that peculiarity was purposeful. But if we see our life as a bunch of random shit that is not forming and constructing what is our life in every moment, then we'll say, damn, why you remember all these weird details about your childhood? They're connected to something. It's the process of the tapestry of your life unfolding, ever unfolding in your life, ever unfolding before you to show you crystal clear where you are in any given moment and why you are where you are. You understand? That's why I teach you the way that I teach you. That's why I share the experiences with you that I share with you. It's not just me being, quote, a master storyteller. And I know I tell good stories. I heard it my whole life. Yeah, you told that story and I could see it in my actual eye. I could just see it. I know. I know. It is to teach you what power must be, how it must unfold in front of you so that you can feel the calm, the certain taking up into yourself and possession of your own sovereignty. The possession. You have a right, construct and shape and form, like any weaver, the destiny that you set before you. You are not a victim of fate, and the fates are not your enemy. Your mother, while she was weaving and constructing you in her body, was literally teaching you in real time what it is to be an architect of destiny, what it is to be the primordial constructor of your own life and destiny. That's what she did while she was weaving you in her fucking body, while she was shaping and molding you in her own body. That's why I teach you the way that I teach you. And so there is a definitive and an identifiable difference in a sovereign releasing and relinquishing blame to take possession, responsibility, and ownership of every decision I have made in my life while not negating the malignant, violent behaviors of others. No forgiveness. Unless it is asked for, unless it is petitioned for. If you petition me for forgiveness, then I'll let you have that, depending upon your willingness to comply to what I say is the rectification process that will balance the harmonious scales of justice, the universal scales of justice. That's what it means to be a sovereign. It's what the fuck I say. So if you transgress against me, I can release blame for the impact that this event may have on my decisions in the future. You feel me? That does not eradicate the harm that has been done and the mutation that you've caused in the matrix. The only thing that can resolve the mutation in the matrix from the action that you engaged in is your acceptance of, acknowledgement of, and a willingness to completely resolve the harm that's been done. And that can't be done unless you fucking admit with just the same thing y'all say about Jesus. Do that shit with your mama. Do that shit with the people you have wronged. The same bullshit that you say about Jesus, you have to, what they say? You have to believe in your heart and say with your mouth that you are a sinner, deserving of hell, unworthy of salvation in heaven. But now you accept the Lord Jesus Christ into your heart. You feel me? That same bullshit y'all be doing for a mythological Jesus that ain't never displayed no evidence of his, first of all, of his reality. Second of all, of his giving a fuck about your existence. There ain't never been no evidence, because that's what is required of Jesus, is that you believe without evidence, that you have faith without proof. You feel me? But I'm telling you, as a divine executor of the mother's divine will, that shit won't fly in the future. You commit a transgression against any other sovereign entity on earth. Your debts and your karma are not somewhere in the by and by in the afterlife, bitch. You have debts to pay right now in the material world. And if you want those debts to come as a consequence of your learning and your growing or whatever, it is your responsibility, without nobody telling you, to submit yourself to the person you wronged, to say, I genuinely actually feel regretful and apologetic about this thing that I did that I know had an impact on your life. First, I want to take responsibility and tell you, I did this. I own up to it. I apologize. Now, what I want to say is, before I ask for your forgiveness, this is just you admitting what you did. Before I acknowledge my forgiveness, is there a way, from your perspective, that I can rectify what I have done and the impact that it has had on your life? I yield to you. What is it that you say that I must do to prove that I want to rectify, I want to restore the disharmony imposed on your life by my actions? Then you say this and that and this and that and such and this and that. And they say, I will comply. Whatever you say I need to do to rectify this in you and in this aggression against your sovereignty, I will comply. And then after you have executed the redemptive and restorative process laid out before you by those that you have wronged and harmed, then we can say this contract is complete and my forgiveness of you is certain. It is in the past and it no longer affects either of us. Outside of that, outside of that is make-believe. It's bullshit. It's patriarchal. It's absolution. It is not justice. It's not justice. This is the world we got to create. Males in positions of power, patriarchs are not going to come to this conclusion. We have to create everything new. Nothing can remain the way that it is. This might seem revolutionary to you, to have a justice system that is opposed to one motherfucker in a black robe pretending to be the personification of the mother of justice, Libre. So you wear a robe and you might wear a little weird ass wig and shit. Bitch, you ain't the mother. You ain't the mother. You don't represent justice through the eyes of my mother. Get this shit the fuck up out of here. And you have a responsibility to go before a jury of your peers, but don't nobody look like you and don't ain't nobody from your hood. Get the fuck up out of here with that. I'm telling you. Our work is not to, quote, teach people to have a spiritual epiphany. I want to be clear about that. That's not what we're charged to do. Not up in here. It's to teach people to have a goddamn epiphany, a motherfucking breakthrough every now and again. A breakthrough to what? To do what? For what cause? That ain't what the fuck we up in here for. We're not up in here to facilitate sacred ceremony with herbs and plant medicine just so you can have a goddamn appearing epiphanetic experience one time for you to go back in the world and do the same bullshit and ass bullshit you've been doing. That ain't this. That ain't me. That's not us. Every epiphany, every breakthrough, every ceremony, every ritual, every conspiracy we recite, every ritual we are engaged in is to do two things primarily simultaneously. It is to uncage and release the most beautiful, magnanimous, powerful giant that remains caged within every one of us. It is to unleash the goddess on earth. And the evidence that our mission is successful is the radical transformation of all that we know that is. School, education will not be the same. Justice and punitive justice will never be the same. Everything will be transformed when she is released. Who is the she? You. Who is the God returning? You. Who is the you? Every single one of you breathing oxygen on this planet right now. No matter how far removed from your destiny you are. Some of y'all so far removed from your destiny that y'all might not make it. That's all right with me. That's all right with me. But some of you are in the middle. Some of you to the right, but still, spirit is, your heart chakra is harassing the fuck out of you. So you can't even sleep good because you don't have a frame of reference. Just like we didn't, just like I didn't have a language to understand this thing gnawing at you all the time. The mother is kicking all y'all ass. And sometimes that shit might be beautiful and like magical signs and symbols and shit because you have a better language. You have more access. You more open to the receipt of miracles. Some of y'all be walking around with goddamn red MAGA caps on and shit. You feel me? You don't have no language. You don't have no access to the traditions of your ancestors that will facilitate her intervention in your life in a way that feels harmonious and magical and beautiful and shit until some deconstructing comes. There's a bunch of shit that have to be deconstructed before you can get to the moment where you're like, oh my God, how did I not see this before? You MAGA wearing weirdos. You feel me? She at work on your ass too. She give a fuck about your life too. She do. She do. All of you got a mama. Not only do all of you have a mama, all of you have a mother that cared enough about your existence without knowing you to say yes to your existence, to say yes to your life, to protect and to cover your existence until you could be able to do it for yourself. But in the absence of a language and a translator, if you will, to what the mother is attempting to unleash in you, to reveal to you, to uncover in you. You understand? You will see, you will internalize the spell being cast on you. And I'm not talking about metaphorical. I'm not talking about a metaphorical spell. I'm talking about an actual initiation spell cast on you to permanently prevent you from seeing the mother's care for your life as she handing you your ass left and right. I'm talking about you motherfuckers walking around with red hats on your head that say MAGA on your head. Do not know, because your ass always been a quote devout Southern Christian, Southern Baptist, Southern Protestant, that the words MAGA spell casting words. And whether you know it or not, whether you see the connection or not, there is a very specific and strategic reason that your beloved Trump is using that word, just like your beloved Ronald Reagan used the exact same slogan 50 fucking years ago. You are literally the test tube babies of perpetual white craft imposed on you in very strategic and obviously ceremonial ways that you don't perceive, because you are not even allowed as a Southern Baptist Christian Protestant to read any books that are not written by pastors, people in the church. You are forbidden from reading, quote, secular books. You are forbidden from listening to secular music, so it makes you more ripe and supple for the implantation of spells that work against you. You are literally walking around, not metaphorically, the physical, outright in your face personification of the exploited neophyte in any initiatory secret society. Y'all are all walking around What's any different from you, red hat, MAGA wearing motherfuckers? You feel me? What is any different from you than why Hebrews walk around with a black, what do they call it? Yarmulke, with a black yarmulke, protecting their heart chakra from the mother, shielding their heart chakra from the mother. What's any different from you than the motherfucking Pope and all his bishops wearing a big old white yarmulke-esque looking thing, just like they Hebrew brethren over here? Theirs is white, sitting on top of their heart chakra to protect them from who they perceive as their arch enemy, which is the divine black ass mother of the whole world. What do they call her? The soul of the earth. What is the difference between the Pope wearing his little version of the yarmulke and the Hebrew wearing his big old black hat or his black yarmulke, or the motherfucking Muslim wearing his little kufi on his head, protecting his crown chakra from the divine, from intervention by the divine mother? What's any different than all you so-called Protestant Americans who don't believe in none of that Catholic, Islam, Hebrew shit? You feel me? But y'all out every day sporting your brilliant red baseball cap with the words MAGA strewn across the front. And in every culture, and this is what I've been on here this week. Every culture and every language, the word MAGA means witchcraft, wizardry, sorcery, black magic, all those things you give a bad word to. Black magic. What else? There's another one. Magi, the chief initiate. Google it yourself. What is the etymology of the word MAGA? And they will tell you versions of it. MAGA, MAGE, MAGI, and all of the different languages and dialects. And in every language and in every dialect, including in Africa, it means the same thing. Sorcery, manipulation, wizardry, witchcraft, so-called dark arts. And y'all think y'all Christians, and y'all literally are participating in a collective global spell that your enemies are casting against you, and you are yielding your power to execute. Yeah, so, and y'all can act like that's not a conspiracy theory. That is scientific historical observation. Y'all getting played like you always allow yourselves to get played. You understand? Now, I'm done with that. Damn, I can't believe it's 8 hours. It feels like I ain't been on here because there's still so much I want to share with y'all. So this was so on the new moon, which the Sagittarius new moon, which was 2 days before the solstice. I did a ritual here in the house, and I showed it to you on a couple of pictures that I did. Like, I'm doing these little framed pictures that I'm selling, where I've been experimenting with writing backwards, right? Like, I love zines. I love like fanzines and like old school zine comic books and shit like that. And particularly in South Korea, there are a lot of cool new zines that are coming out where the zines are written backwards. So when you get the zine and you holding the zine like you would normally hold a zine, where you would open it and you would be reading from left to right, left to right, left to right. I have so many zines in my possession where if you're holding what you perceive as the front of the book, this is the back of the book with the little barcode back here. And so I'm looking at the book like I'm going to read it, and it's like this is backwards, right? Which is crazy. Because ever since I was a kid, y'all, everybody that was watching was like, why do you do that? Ever since I was a kid, I would get a magazine, no matter what it was. I was like, I get a new magazine. I love magazines, especially like fashion magazines and like rock and roll and skateboard magazines, right? And so every time I would get a magazine, it was just like on default. I would start at the back page. To this day, I still do it. Just default, not thinking about not being away. Just as a little kid, I'd be like, I would start at the back and I would read to the front. as a kid. Just always look through, flip through, but from the back to the front, right? And so here I am 30 years later, 40 years later, and there is a whole series, particularly of like South Korean comic books that are written the way I used to read as a child. No matter what it was, I would start at the back and work my way to the front. And I was like, that is weird. I don't know why I do that, but it felt like something I needed to do. So I'd be like, okay, do. And then I'd be like, okay, no, I actually want to read this article. And so I'd stop and I'd read it the way it was written. Then I was like, no, that's cool. I always do that. So now there's a bunch of zines and like comics and shit like that actually start that way. And so I have been really practicing writing that way. So I did the 2 pictures that I showed you guys a couple of weeks ago, where I wrote an incantation on the frame of the pictures, but I wrote it backwards, right? I wrote it from right to left, all the way around the frames. So when I was doing this ritual for myself for the new moon this week, I was like, you know what? Let me continue on this trajectory. So I'm gonna just show you. What I'll probably do is take a picture and like post it or something so y'all can see it. But I will show you here. This here, what you're seeing is the incantation that I wrote for myself. And then I went and bought a standard like gold candle that doesn't have any stuff on it. And I have a bunch of really beautiful, I have hundreds and hundreds and hundreds and hundreds and hundreds of beautiful stickers, because y'all know I'm a sticker fanatic. I love stickers as much as little kids love stickers. So and some of y'all who order shit from me, I always throw little stickers in your little order or whatever. So I was like, ooh, I'm doing this little ceremony. I may need to pimp my little candle. So I bought just like naked candles. This is the one that I did for my my wealth ritual. And this was the sticker that I put on it. See, can y'all see that? I love that sticker. Can y'all see that? Let me see if I can turn this away a little bit. Ah, yeah, look at that. Can y'all see that sticker? So I just bought the candle naked, and then I melted the top a little bit to put some choice herbs in it and some ritual oils, some ceremonial ritual oils that I put in it. So what was some of the oils that I used? I used a Good Look, Prosperity, and Abundance ritual oil. And I put a ritual oil called Dominate that has a big old beautiful crow on the front. And then I love this one too. It's called Good Earth Sense Uncrossing Oil. So it's like a universal uncrossing oil. You feel me? And so I put my little dried herbs in the top, and then I put some of my ceremonial oils in there, and then I did the whole outside. I put on the outside, I put some of the spiritual oils like in my hand like that, and then a couple of drops of my moon blood, and then you can see here, I just kind of wiped the outside with that which I had in my hands, and then dried off a little spot and put this dope ass pentagrammic sigil on it. And so that's what had been my ritual. And I'll refill this. You know what I'm saying? It's not so I like refill these. I like reuse the 7-day candle jars. And so I'll clean this out, melt the rest of the oil out of it, but keep the sigil on it and refill that. But this was the other part of the ceremony. So this was me like actively, regularly now working with this idea of writing backwards and writing counterclockwise. So I will show it really quick. I'm going to show it to you really quick, and then I'll read what it says. Ugh. It's so weird. Let's see if that works. Ah, yeah, that works. So see how that is? Y'all see that? So I started in the middle with my name. I am Cassandra-Floyd. See that? And then from the center all the way out to the perimeter as me writing backwards my my command for the ceremony, my intention for the ceremony. So I'll read it to you really quick. So it says, I am protected and guided by my mother, by my mother's, let's see, by my mother's sacred body and water. My let's see, my purpose is certain. So this is me out loud, like learning to be able to read fluently and clearly when I'm writing backwards. This is me writing counterclockwise. You feel me? So my purpose is certain. My will is done. Her will is my will. They are one. My will and her will. They are one. This moment is this moment is divine. Now is the time. Now is the moment. I am blessed and highly favored. All my ancestors rejoice in this moment. We are legion. We are legion. We are one. I am them and they are me. We are one. We are many. Our time is now. Sorry. Now is our time. We are one. I am them and they are me. We are okay. We are one. Sorry about that, you guys. I'm just feeling suddenly out of nowhere very sleepy. Okay. We are one. We are many. Our time is now. Now is our that's it. Yeah. So wait. Let's see. Now. Yeah, that's it. Okay. That's that. So I would just say practice that. You can see how long it took me to read it. I am suddenly getting sleepy, but I guess 7 hours and 30 something minutes will do that. But there's so much I want to tell you. There's so much I want to tell you. But I guess I'll take that as my hint. Will I take that as my hint? There's so much I want to tell you, man. Damn. So let me just quickly show you some things that I've been working on, mostly for the Matrix workshops that I've been doing. But, I love old school handwritten, what you call it? Like presentation boards. You feel me? I use PowerPoint every now and again, but it just feels different and it means something different when I write it out. Even if this becomes a digital file, which it will, I still feel what do you call it? Um, um, kinesthetically obliged to match my mind with my action and behavior. You feel me? So I still make charts for everything, even if it becomes something that I reduce and make into a chart. So this is one thing. This is one version. This is only one version of the chakra Orisha association, right? So you see here, you have the what they call the number 7 chakra, the sun chakra on Sunday, personified as Ori and Obatala. You have the moon at the third eye with Oya, Nanaburuku, and the Rumula at the third eye. You have Mercury, aka Wednesday, at Obatala and Ewa. You have Friday as Ogun Eshu at the heart crossing. You'll have Mars Tuesday with Oshun at the solar plexus. You'll have Jupiter, aka Thursday, equivalent with Yemaya at the navel chakra. And you have Saturn, Saturday, as the root chakra of Shango and Egungun. This is just one expression of the correspondences between the chakra and the Orisha. There are many variations. People cannot agree on these. So this is just one. Ooh, it's hot. Let me turn this heater off. Oh, yeah. Mm. Oh yeah, oh yeah, oh yeah, oh yeah. Let's get it poppin', Kalima. Okay. Okay. All right. For those of you who may not have been on the last live that I did, where I was demonstrating my new project of getting in the habit of writing backwards, right? So this is the chakra thing, okay? But for those of you who were not on here, so this is an example of what I'm talking about. So this here is a piece that I did. I'm doing collages in old frames, right? So this picture is very, very world renowned and famous. It's called The Screaming Hand. It's from, I think this is old school, like when I was a kid, like 12, 11, 13. This was a logo for this company. I think it was Powell and Peralta. I was huge into skateboarding as a kid. And I was digging through old boxes for my storage unit because I keep everything. And I found an old skateboard magazine that had this image in it. I was like, oh shit. Because this doesn't even exist anymore. So I was like, oh, cool. So I cut it out and then put it on a background of just some something I found. But this is Screaming Hand, Powell and Peralta, old school shit. But so I was like, yeah, I should do. I have tons and tons and tons of empty frames in here. I was like, yeah, let me do cute little shit that's not like labor intensive that I can just sell, quick and to the point. So I did like this little pseudo collage here. And then what I did to add an extra little thing to it was I just created like a little mantra that I wrote in gold around the edge backwards, right? You see what I'm saying? So I was like, ooh, that's a cool little, nice little addition to the little what you call it? The little collage thing. And then this is another one that I did. So this is a little poster that I got from the Philosophical Research Center. It's just an excerpt from the I have the Emerald Tablet. I guess they were having, it was like a promo for a speaker that they were going to have at the research center to speak about the Emerald Tablet, and it was a cute little logo. I was like, oh, let me keep that. So I took a couple of them and cut cut it out so that I could make a little pseudo collage out of it. So this is just a dope little promo from the Emerald Tablet that had been inlaid on purple, and then I just put a little other thing in the background. Same thing though. Oh yeah. So yeah, I can't see that good because it's silver. Oh, there it goes. Right. So you can see I did the same thing, writing backwards, developing a little mantra, and then spelling it out in gold and in silver metallic marker. This little excerpt from the Emerald Tablet, right? So that's just cute little, very non-labor intensive. Oh, thank you guys for, I didn't even call y'all out, my bad. Thank y'all for the donations. Silence, she say night night. Thank you for the donation. And Balance Justice 679, I love the little emoji, I love cats. Thank you so much for the donation. So anyway, so that's another little example, but I just really wanted to show you like the little things that I'm working with as I am experiencing more and more often with writing backwards, right? Okay, so the chakra Orisha, correspondence or association. So that's just one. The other was I have a bigger version of this as I teach y'all from all the time, right? Yin Yang basic theory, but then I'm telling y'all all the time that Yin Yang is not static, right? So I put it in a different position, and then I also added the red cord. So when you see the Pisces fish of the sign of Pisces, what people never talk about or explain its significance is the little red string that connects the two opposing fish of Pisces. If you were to look right now and Google a zodiac image of the constellation of Pisces, it would be two opposing fish with a little red cord that connects them. So I wrote the cord like this or like this, right? But there's always a little red cord that connects them, staring you up in your face loud and clear. What it looks like to you is exactly what it is. The little cord connecting the two little fish is an umbilical cord, bitch. Here you got the mother, here you got the son, and the little red umbilical cord that connects the two of them, no matter how far away they are. This is what connects them. The little umbilical cord. When's the last time you heard about an astrologer talking about the significance, the metaphorical, mythological significance of the red cord that connects the two fish of the sign of Pisces? Never. Never. And there's a reason never. But I was listening to this dude who is kind of like he is a follower of Santos Bonacci. So I've talked to y'all about him before. But Santos Bonacci is deep and deep and deep and deep and deep and then deep some more. So when you go to watch Santos Bonacci's videos, you can't be washing your dishes. You can't be like multitasking. His shit deep, 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 deep. You feel me? I got a whole notebook over here. Where is it? I got a whole book from the beginning to the end that is nothing but notes from crack watching Santos Bonacci's videos. So where I got this from is a brother who was doing condensed notes of Santos Bonacci's deep astrotheology, this and that and this and that. The reason I got on that was because both of those, the red cord and the little thing here, is because in this week, my obsession of study as we are transitioning from Sagittarius into the sign of Capricorn, right? I was like, I need to be meditating on Saturn as we enter into the solstice, as we pay homage to the victory of the dark over the light, which is what the 21st is. It is the longest night of the year. I need to be fully in a waking, functional meditation with the planet Saturn, with her sign Capricorn, for it to divine for me some things that I know I need in this moment. How do I shift my thinking over this next week to center the victory of the mother over her rogue son? That's what the longest night of the year means and represents, right? And so I was writing this actually as a preparation for the workshop that I'm doing on Matrix movie. But then when I started studying about Saturn, I was like, oh my gosh, this S right chin, feel me? This S right here, this S right here is also the hidden but ever present S serpent that we know as Ophiuchus, the mystical, magical serpent that has been hidden from us in the astrology and the constellations. It's not been gone, it's just been well hidden. The serpent Ophiuchus is this S right in our face that's always in flux and always ever present in every personification. Right here. You feel me? And so I was looking at this dude because I was already meditating on the hidden in plain sight S that is the expression of all possibilities and expressions between the two peak presentations of the poles, of the opposing poles, right? And so I was like, because we always see the yin yang as the sun up here and the mother down here, and we see this shit as static, not as 5 dimensional that it is. I was like, you know what? Let me go ahead and draw it like this, where the mother is on top and the sun is below, and they are on an angle because this thing is always in flux. It's always in flux. 5 dimensionally, multi-dimensionally, all time, all space, all dimensions exist within this expression that we only have the ability to see and conceptualize 2 dimensionally. You see? And so when I started thinking about when I was teaching the Matrix workshop about why they don't ever talk about the red cord, what is the historical significance of the red cord? Without being able to find anywhere the spiritual, historical, astrological significance of the red cord, I had to trust me, having given birth to a human being and have that human being outside my body still connected to me by this here red cord. That's the only conclusion that I can come to, and it's a significant conclusion that I can come to. That red cord that still connects the two fish even when they are separated from each other is the umbilical cord. Okay? But then I saw this brother and he was talking about, where did I write that? I'll show that to you. He was talking about this here, which is the shorthand for how the zodiac, the quote astrological chart, looks superimposed on our earth. Okay? So here you have the cross on its side, but it's still the cross, for which, hold on, because my notes are real janky. This will eventually become strategically organized like this, but for the time being, this expression of the functional relationship to the zodiac to the earth is based on this cross, which we would call a grid here. This cross here, okay? This cross in this little curved line, this curved line is called sine. S-I-N-E. You learn it in basic algebra and geometry in school. This is sine. S-I-N-E. Okay? This is sine. On this sine, this is an interpretation of our angular wobble on our axis in relationship to our sun and its seasons. Was that clear? This little graph here is an explanation of our move through a 1 year, its relationship to through all the houses, but as a geometrical graph that still has in your plain sight the Christian cross on its side and the sun's metaphorical move through the northern hemisphere and the southern hemisphere. Okay, that's what this represents. The sun's move through the northern hemisphere and the southern hemisphere. All right, and so this point here, where you see this you see the little Cancer symbol right there at the top. This point here, the upside of this little sine curve is called the Tropic of Cancer. See that? This is the Tropic of Cancer. When the suns move into the southern, when the sun shifts into the southern hemisphere, this opposing mirror image of the sign, once it shifts past, this is the equator, once it shifts past the equator into the southern hemisphere, this becomes the Tropic of Capricorn. So this is the Tropic of Cancer, this is the Tropic of Capricorn, and it's still based on our sun's on our sun and our Earth's polar annual wobble through the seasons. Okay, so while the sun is up here in the northern hemisphere for us, meaning the days are longer, right? When the when the sun is in the northern hemisphere, we are entering into the summer, right? And this is the summer solstice right here. These little lines, this is the summer solstice right here until we get to here, which is the end of summer. And then we fall, quite literally, we fall right here. The sun begins its descent into shorter, darker days, represented as fall. The sun literally falls into its descent into the underworld. Because for us up in here in the northern hemisphere, this the only thing that's important to us is our seasons and our relationship to the sun. Whatever happening in the southern hemisphere, they ain't got shit to do with us in our worldview. So the sun, as expressed in its peak in the Tropic of Capricorn, begins its descent, meaning the days get shorter and shorter and shorter. This is the fall or the autumnal equinox. This is the point where there is equal parts day and night, right? And as you pass the fall equinox, you continue your descent. Shorter days, shorter days, shorter days, shorter days, until finally at the winter solstice, this is the darkest night of the year, or the longest night of the year. You feel me? That's the winter solstice. And your descent is complete at this moment where you peak. The sun peaks in the Tropic of Cancer before beginning its ascent at the spring equinox until it is fully realized as the sun and the day's victory or conquering over the night. Meaning this is the longest night of the year. You feel me? As those days become in their upward motion again until you get to the summer solstice. So this here becomes this here until the length of day gets longer and longer and longer until you get here at the peak of that ascent from the underworld, which is manifest as the longest day of the year, the first day of summer, the summer solstice. You see? But what is guiding this narrative of the ascent and the peak and the victory of light over dark before the descent in the death and the descent into the underworld before emerging anew at the horizon, aka the equator that determines your relationship, whether you're in the northern hemisphere or the southern hemisphere, to the Tropic of the Tropic of Cancer and the Tropic of Capricorn. This is all about our Earth on its axis and its personal relationship to our sun, our relationship and our revolution around the sun, which will determine where we will enter our spring equinox, where the vernal equinox or the spring equinox not only determines our relationship into a new season with our own sun, but our vernal equinox also tells us forever and for always where we are in the entire galaxy that we know as the Milky Way galaxy. Our perception of our place in time within the body of the Milky Way galaxy is always determined by our entry into a peculiar spring equinox. This is deep because while they, quote, disappeared Ophiuchus from the 13, quote, houses of the zodiac, they didn't disappear Ophiuchus. Ophiuchus is present all the time. No matter what house you in, no matter what sign you in, no matter if you in your ascent or if you in your descent, Ophiuchus, as the great serpent, is always present in every sign and in every house. Do you understand? So that shit is deep and it has multiple implications, okay? Okay. So that is, yeah. That's all the chart sharing I'm going to do for you. Since we already up in here, I'm going to continue to share some other shit. Oh, and also, Ophiuchus. Here, let me put it in the chat. So Ophiuchus is the so-called 13th zodiac that they, quote, supposedly disappeared from the houses. You feel me? Ophiuchus. I know I'm butchering this. My bad. Hold on. Ophiuchus. That looked right. Maybe, perhaps. Ophiuchus, who is based on his association with Asclepius, who was the Greek personification of the ultimate healer, EvoEmeTemp, in Egypt. Asclepius was fashioned after EvoEmeTemp. Okay? All right. So when I had this breakthrough with the sister on the winter solstice in the next day, and I talked to her, and she was like, oh my God, I needed this. I didn't even know I needed this, but this is so profound, this and that, this and that. Because I was already in the vibe that I wanted to spend some time with my Capricorn moon over this solstice, because we transitioned into Capricorn season, I started by sitting with my own personal chart because I'm teaching myself my chart. Like, the young woman was helping, but the help hasn't been consistent. And so there's still this big old hole in me understanding the hidden shit that is still existing within my own personal zodiacal chart, right? And so that was one of the commitments that I've made to myself this week, was since we had officially transitioned into Capricorn season, I was going to spend a little time with Saturn and with Capricorn, right? So the first thing that I did was to start with my own chart. So this is my grimoire. I've showed this to you guys before, but you see that? So this is my personal grimoire. This is me, having written out my own digital chart so that as I'm learning stuff on my chart, I can take notes. And it's deep and profound. Okay. That's how I started though. But I was like, you know what? I'm gonna put my chart off till later. Let me just jump both feet first up into my Saturn studies. So what I did, this was on Tuesday, was to start a page in my grimoire called Saturn Studies. Y'all see that? Saturn Studies. Square one with my Saturn Studies. Okay. My recommendation is that even if you do not have a primary Saturn placement in your personal zodiacal chart, we all have Saturn in our chart, and she is handing everybody they ass. The problem is that we avoid Saturn, aka Capricorn, like the plague, because it was designed for us to avoid Capricorn, aka Saturn, like the plague. And so I wanted to demystify that shit this week as we transitioned into Capricorn season. And she had a multiplicity of whole ass words. And so I have been studying in depth for weeks now, for years now, but particularly weeks to execute this matrix workshop breakdown deep dive. You feel me? And in all the notes and in all the books and in all the years that I have been, quote, doing this deep dive on the matrix, I did not expect that as a part of my seemingly unrelated Saturn studies this week, as we transition into Saturn sign of Capricorn, that she was going to have something to say about every single thing I have been engaged in, particularly this deep dive on this movie, The Matrix. The Matrix is deep with Saturn, Capricornian symbology and imagery. And all these years, I didn't see it until this week that I made the decision to sit in my study with Saturn, aka Capricorn. I did not. When I tell you, and I'll be up in the Matrix movie deep, and it did not occur to me. It did not come forward as primary until this week. So I started with the letter S. The letter S. The letter S. The letter S in its etymology means whispering or hissing. Whispering or hissing. That's what the letter itself means. Okay. Now let me pull up something else. There she go. As I started writing in this book about Saturn, right? So that's how I got started. The letter S, the etymology literally means whispering or hissing, right? So I did the etymology for SAT. What is the etymology for the prefix SAT? Latin, satis, SATIS, means enough, full, sufficient, being filled up. In Sanskrit, the prefix SAT means truth, being, reality. I.e. sattva in Hindi or Sanskrit. Sattva means to purify or purity. Satya means truth, fullness in existence and truth. True, real, existing, being, pure. Satyagraha means insistence upon the truth. Insistence upon the truth. In Romanian language, SAT, the prefix SAT means a village. SATYA in Hindi means the essence of or origin of. Sat, SAT versus a SAT in Sanskrit. SAT versus ASET, ASAT, ASA. So Sat in Sanskrit means truth, being, reality, purity, and truth, right? Sat versus Asat, S-A-A-S-A-T, A-S-A-T means, in Sanskrit, delusion, distorted, untrue, false, unclear. So I was like, let me take a seat there. So I searched the etymology for the prefix of Saturn, which is S-A-T. I was like, well, let me go ahead and do the suffix of Saturn, which is U-R-N, earn. I was like, fuck, how did I never see that before? Let me just search the etymology for the suffix earn that makes up Saturn. Right? Urn means an earthen vessel, an earthen large vase used to preserve the ashes of the dead. Who is Saturn always associated with? The Grim Reaper and the dead, the dying, right? So an urn is an earthenware large vase used to preserve the ashes of the recently dead. In Latin, the word urn literally means water jar, water vessel, or a pitcher. Who that sound like? What that sound like? A water jar, a water vessel, or earth vessel, or pitcher. Who that sound like? What that sound like? Thank you. But who do we always associate? Who do we associate Saturn with? We typically associate Saturn with Capricorn. But when the ancient astrologers could only see out to Saturn, Saturn was the governing planet of both Aquarius and Capricorn. Yep. What do they call it? It's a specific word, but there's two planets, I think. I forget, but there's two planets that have a modern. There's two signs that have a. I mean, there's two. There's two. There's two. There's two signs that have two planets. Their planet before we discovered these outer planets. Excuse me. And the sign of Aquarius is one. The sign of Aquarius still has very Capricornian and no, there's two signs that share planets. My bad. The other way around. Two signs that share planets. I think that's right. I think I'll have that backwards. But anyway, Aquarius and Capricorn share Saturn as a planet. Okay? So anyway, this is why you get in your Saturnian studies why this sounds more like some Aquarius, and Aquarius in modern day is associated with Uranus, right? But this sounds very Aquarian because Saturn used to be the sole planet of Aquarius. So here you see the literal etymology of the word urn means a large vase, a large earthen vase used to preserve the ashes of the dead. In Latin, however, the literal translation for the word urn means water jar, water vessel, earthen vessel, or pitcher. Pitcher. You feel me? So goddess essence energy, Jupiter, Neptune with Sag and Pisces, Saturn, Uranus with Capricorn, Aquarius. I see what you're saying, but I think I'm saying something different. Because the sign of Aquarius has two ruling planets. The sign, I see what you're saying here, but also I'm saying something like opposite. The sign of Aquarius has two ruling planets. Sign of Aquarius has Uranus as a ruling planet in modern astrology, but it also still shares the energy of Saturn as a ruling planet when all we could witness with the naked eye was the outer planet Saturn, both of whom still currently influence. We say that Aquarius is ruled by Uranus today, but it had a second and primary user as Saturn, ruler as Saturn, before we could identify the outer planets. That's what I was saying. But I appreciate this intervention. I'm going to screenshot this. Right? So, and then the other thing that I wrote is the etymology of the word Saturn itself. Saturna in Latin, the etymology is Saturnus, god of agriculture, wealth, liberation, and time. Isn't that completely the opposite of what we've been told about Saturn and Capricorn? That is rigid, that is strict, that is disciplined, that is burdensome, and all of that shit. But the literal etymological translation for the word itself means the god of agriculture, wealth, liberation, and time. It is linked to the word Satus, Satus, which means sowing. 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 Okay? Or Satur, Satur, which means sated or filled. You are satisfied. So Saturn or Saturnus is associated with the last golden age, associated with Cronus and Etruscan goddess Satyr. The alchemical symbol for Saturn is Pb because its element is lead. Chronos is a representation of the matter body at the cross of the sign, and Chronos spirit is associated with spirit and soul of the crescent of the sign that we associate with Capricorn, the little cross with the little hoop off the back. Okay. Back in Greek and Roman times, Saturnism was a diagnosable condition that today we would call lead poisoning. Why? Because the alchemical metal element of Saturn is lead. And so when you got lead poisoning or the signs of lead poisoning, its diagnosis was Saturnism. Right? Okay. Now we know that as Saturn, there are some clear things that we associate with the quote spookiness and sinisterness of the planet Saturn. One is the seed or the sickle, the little, where's she at? The little hooked blade that was a primary instrument of the agricultural age. You had a good long seed, you could reap more wheat. You could get bigger amounts. You could reap more wheat in the harvest with your reaper, with your sickle or your seeds. Y'all following? It might be too deep for me to have been on here for 9 hours with y'all. I cannot believe it's been no 9 hours. It may be too deep. Maybe I need to table the rest of this. That was on point. Okay, well let me follow with this little trajectory. Because the reason that I was telling y'all about 4 hours ago, about them damn Christians who be knocking on your door talking about, can I teach you how to know Jesus? Do you know if you died right now, if you would go to heaven or hell? If you do die, can I teach you how to get saved so that you can meet Jesus? You feel me? What the Christians today call this is what they have called it for quite some time, that we always thought was kind of a metaphor and not literal. When these soul winners be coming and knocking on your door to teach you about Jesus, what they call it, see, we in the world call it soul winning. You feel me? But when we in the church and we talk about it, we call it our absolute duty as Christians to participate in the harvest of souls. Is literally in our face. And we do not see the inherent hostility and violence in this articulation. So I was up in here in Wormhole last night because we've been talking about Saturn for a long time. You feel me? We've been talking about how she has been bastardized, how her iconography has been vilified, and this and that and this and that, right? It is one thing to recognize a thing in your head in the moment, but it is quite another to be able to take that in your head and see in plain real time all the ever presence that is the presence of our great grandma Yay Crone vilified into a diabolical, malevolent, evil motherfucker that we call the Grim Reaper, who walk around with a black cloak on all the time, coming to get you with his giant blade. You feel me? Cause he gonna just come and cut you down. Because why? Because he is Father Time, and he is the one that decides when it's your time to be up off the earth. That's why Jesus is synonymous with the Grim Reaper, because he come in his sinister self, in his diabolical self, in his dark manifestation as the malignant expression of the mother's law. He comes sinister. He comes scary. He comes evil with his big old reaper coming to get you and quote cut you down. So every time you see a motherfucking horror movie with this motherfucker in it, it's always some diabolical motherfucker with a black cloak on, like the Grim Reaper. And what he do? Cut your body in half. Don't he do that? Don't he do that? Don't he do that? You see Grim Reaper and he coming to get you. He coming to get you. Right? This is a bastardization, an absolute diabolical perversion of the mother's story. So I was up in here in a wormhole. I was like, fuck, I got to take a detour. So I forget which one of you it was. You can remind me, put your hands up if it's one of you who is live now. But over the summer, your ass, whoever you was, who I love you for it, had been giving me absolute, unadulterated, unrelenting hell about the necessity for me to go see this horror movie called Weapons. And I was like, I don't know if I can do it. That goddamn preview looks scary as hell. Y'all know I don't be watching scary movies. I get you. I see you. I can see the importance because I can see just from the previews, you feel me, the importance of the hidden symbolism up in this movie. I just don't know if I can go to no movies to see no scary ass movie. This shit looks scary. Feel me? And so I put it off and put it off and put it off. I got on this deep dive with my own planet Saturn placement in my own moon sign this week. And I was like, I got to watch this fucking movie. Today is the day. Got to watch the movie. So I did. I took a detour from my notes and watched this movie. Fortunately, I couldn't say this because I hate scary movies. But fortunately, the preview was scarier than the actual movie. It actually unfolded and moved a lot slower than I expected. I'm eating again because I got up on here 9 hours ago eating, and 9 hours have gone by. I can't even believe this shit. So I'm eating again. But anyway, so that was the one thing that I could say was like, whew, this movie wasn't nowhere near as scary as I thought it was going to be. They showed all the jump scares in the previews. Feel me? So I already told y'all about a month ago. I saw this guy do a review for the movie. It was like 15 minutes long. And 2 minutes into his review of the movie, I was like, yep, I'm eventually going to have to watch this movie. Because literally 2 minutes in, I knew what the movie was about. 2 minutes in, I knew the movie was about the planet Saturn. I knew the movie was about our yay yay. I was like, okay, I gotta watch this movie. Well, that was a month ago. So this week, as we welcome great grandmother Crone and celebrated her victory over the darkness, over the light on the solstice, sitting down here to do my little Saturn study. And before I even got past the first page, I was like, damn, I gotta watch this movie. I gotta watch it right now. Because I remember seeing this little 15-minute review and saying, damn, once you see it, you can't unsee it. She is everywhere, in every movie, vilified and demonized by the malignant patriarchal son of hers, fighting to maintain her invisibility so that he can remain the unchallenged patriarch. It's everywhere. So I was saying in the Matrix breakdown I did on Friday night that take a deeper look. Every movie you watch and every movie you see, that character that annoys you the most, that character that's a fucked up piece of shit, that character that you love to hate, the one that's always on your nerves, the one you always rooting against, once you recognize that a little emotional response to that one character that you hate the most, in that moment that you feel that emotional hatred rise, take a deep breath, stand back for a second. Once you recognize the emotion, and then that character that you love to hate the most, can you see in a moment of clarity any signs that will lead you to believe that she is the grandmother, the great grandmother Crone, the planet Saturn, in that character? Feedback, response, talk to me. Let me read y'all comments while I'm saying that. Everything we learn on the surface level is inverted. Yep. Okay, y'all following? You know, anytime it's Halloween, I always say Merry Christmas. That's funny. I cannot believe it's been 9 hours, y'all. I'm tripping right now. What the hell have I been talking about? I love you because I watched it randomly with someone. And to be honest, I'm still breaking it down. I don't do scary. Have you seen the Sandman on Netflix? Power Kismet! We were shouting you up. We were shouting you out big time earlier, 9 hours ago. We were shouting you out 9 hours ago, big time. I was wondering if we was gonna see you up in here while we were speaking your name. I've only watched one episode of The Sandman, but it's funny that you mentioned it because when I was doing the Matrix workshop on Friday night, I mentioned I've only seen one episode But the reason I mentioned it in the Matrix is because I read when the Wachowski brothers were like doing the first Matrix, one of the things that they told Lawrence Fishburne to prepare for his character was to fashion himself after the Morpheus. What's this guy's name? Neil Gaiman, is that his name? Neil Gaiman, who wrote Sandman. One of the things that they told Lawrence Fishburne was to visualize his Morpheus, or fashion his Morpheus, his projection of Morpheus, after the Morpheus in Neil Gaiman's book, The Sandman. I remember that. And so when I was doing the workshop on Friday for the Matrix, excuse me while I read and talk. I mean, while I talk and eat. The reason I mentioned it on Friday, is because the Morpheus in the Matrix and his portrayal of the character in the Matrix that was said to fashion his role in the Matrix after the character in Sandman. And while the Morpheus in the Matrix is supposed to be a name that is not literal, right? And we were told when we first started seeing the Matrix that the name Morpheus, excuse me while I eat, okay? It's been 9 hours. It's still insane to me. Because I don't know if I've said anything. Have I said anything impactful to y'all in 9 hours? God, I'm glad I didn't eat that whole thing when I was wanting to. That hit the spot. Okay. So, in the Matrix movie, when we first started watching it and people were talking about the meaning, all we were told in mass, watching all the interviews and all that shit, was that Morpheus, yeah, we still alive. That Morpheus, Neo, and Trinity were analogous to the Christian Holy Trinity. All right. And so if they were analogous to the Christian Holy Trinity, it means that Morpheus is quote God the Father. Neo is the one, that his name is an anagram for one, for the word one. And that Trinity's name is obvious, that they three in particular are analogous with the Holy Trinity of the Bible. God the Father, God the Son, God the Holy Spirit. Morpheus's name literally means the God of dreams. That's what his name refers to, is the Greek mythological character that is known as the God of dreams. And we ain't never to go no more past that. This week, I was like, you know what? I have looked up the Greek mythological history of the God of dreams named Morpheus, but I've never taken a moment to actually search the etymology of the word Morpheus itself. I've never done that, right? And so I started by searching the prefix of the word Morpheus, M-O-R, which in every language means death, dying, or decaying. The etymology of the prefix of Morpheus, M-O-R, in every language, in Germanic language, in English, in Old English, in French, and in Latin, means death, dying, or decaying. That's what it means. The prefix for his name. That we were told to just trust us. It means the God of dreams. The God of dreams. That's all it means. No, it don't. No, it don't. So, taking what I've told you up until this point about the Matrix, that when Neo wakes up in this little metal uterus, you feel me, and he opens up the little metal uterus, and he is looking at the crops of humans, and he sees all the races from his little Asian woman. So he sees all the races of all the people as far as the eye can see, and what metal look like? You feel me? Let me find some metal. But when you hear the word metal, you typically think about silver-ish metal. You think about steel. You think about metal, right? And it didn't occur to me until, later on down the line that the, quote, machine that he, quote, came the fuck up out of, not only this machine that he came the fuck up out of, who facilitated his, quote, birth? Who facilitated his birth? Morpheus facilitated his birth. He had a male mother birth. Morpheus facilitates his birth. He wakes up in a, quote, metal uterus, but the metal don't look like regular ass metal. Why all the uteruses black? Go back and watch the movie. All the uteruses, the mechanized uteruses, is black. When's the last time you see black metal in general, in mass, on the regular? I was like, shit, this shit was in our face the whole time. This is a metaphor of every human being that incarnates on the earth in a world where the God on earth has been reduced to faceless, nameless, inanimate, voiceless objects, the mechanization of biology for the sole purpose of the producing of wealth, which is each human being with a price on their head. Right? And if these black metal uteruses that you can see until the end of the crops, even the fact that they are crops, that they call the breeding of humans crops, is in your face. The relationship and the bastardized, fucked up telling of a story about great-grandmother Crone as Saturn, the goddess, the lordess of agriculture, and this being her emblem because it made the harvesting of crops much easier, therefore shortening the labor and the intensity of labor on her children. When they used the reaper to harvest the crops, she made their work less. She made their work easier. But in the hands of a bastardized, malignant motherfucker seizing possession of the mother's archetypes and turning every story that is hers into a horror story. What's the horror story? Saturn devours his children. Let me share the screen. Hold on. Astrological revelations, the mystery behind the cult of Saturn. Hold on. Mystery Babylon, the origin of Saturn. Let's see if this got the pictures that I want to show y'all. All right. Hold on. Let me do it this way because for whatever reason you can't scroll up and oh, yes you can. Okay, cool. Okay. So this is some super Christian end of the world shit. But like I tell y'all, Christians be telling on themselves. That's why I be going to the Christians. Let's see. Y'all can still see me. Okay. Let me see if they got any of the pictures. So here's one. Can y'all see me? So here's one of many, many, many pictorial adaptations of the malignancy once the son gone rogue seizes possession of the mother's story. That when he seizes possession over her story, the story becomes scary and malignant and fucked up and terrifying. And every one of these stories where you see who is supposed to be, quote, Saturn holding his little seeds and shit, in every one of these stories, he is violently holding a child. See that little baby in his hand? See that little baby in his hand right there? Hold on, let me show you another picture. This one's even more gruesome. See how he is literally eating the chest of the little baby and he got his little seeds in his hands? This is supposed to be Saturn, half naked, eating the chest of a little baby. See that picture right there? That's actually a very famous adaptation of Saturn. Hold on, let me show you another one. Here, Saturn, somebody mentioned it earlier, here, Saturn as Santa Claus. Now, the problem with Santa Claus is we celebrate a cute little version of Santa Claus where he just come down your chimney and leave you some gifts and shit. But the way they practice Christmas in Norway to this day is Santa Claus, the white Santa Claus, in his scary red clothes. He got a little sidekick elf named Swat the Pete. Swat the Pete. And Swat the Pete, his helper elf, looked like a little black goblin. He real short and he like a little elf and he's short. And so if you be good, like Santa say you be good, then you get all the prizes. But if you be bad, then Swat the Pete is gonna come down the chimney with Santa Claus and he got his own little special bag. And if you on the bad list, he, the little black bastard, the little black elf, the little Swat the Pete, that is still paraded to this day in Norway and in Amsterdam as the threat to little children, to little white children, that if you don't be good, Santa got a little black scary helper from, what they say he from? They say he from Morocco. That if you don't be good, that his jet black ass got his own personal bag that ain't got no treats in it. That he gonna snatch you up out your sleep and put you in the bag so you get put in the bag. And when you get put in the bag for being bad, your ass will turn black like he is black and you will get taken with Santa back to the North Pole where you will become one of his AKA elves, AKA slaves. That's not no shit I'm making up. Right now, to this day, every year in Amsterdam and other parts of the Norwegian territory, the Nordic region, they have Christmas parades every year where not only does Santa look like the fucking Pope, you feel me? He got a big old like Ku Klux Klan pointy hat on. He looked like the damn Pope. But there are all these hundreds and hundreds of white people in blackface today behaving like the evil Swat the Pete, who, if you ain't good, will come and get you and put you in his bag. And when you come up out of his bag, your ass gonna be a nigga who is going to be a slave to Santa to make toys and shit for the good kids. That's today. Okay? And so these stories are based on this bastardized, the villainous, evil, monstrous bastardization of the story of our great grandmother Crone, whose is said, even in its own language, means enough, fulfillment, plenty, sufficient, to be filled up, to give you what you want in truth and being in reality. The natural purity and truth that comes from being satisfied, from being satiated. You ain't got to plot and scheme and steal from a bitch when you have everything that you need. See? So the truth and the purity of existence comes from being in an environment where you have the ability to be satisfied, to be satiated, SAT, to be full, to have enough, to be sufficient, to be filled up. Feel what I'm saying? Y'all don't hear me talking. Feel what I'm saying? And so all of these stories warp and villainize and demonize your great-grandmother Crone through these horror stories of little men with little C's who are always old. Why are they always old? Why every time you see the personification of, quote, Father Time, and he old and got an old white beard all the way down to his belly button, and he look crickety and crippity and all of this shit. Why? Even Santa Claus, he fat, but he old, he got a long white beard and white hair and shit. Why they always look like that? Because they literally steal every single aspect of the mother story. Great-grandmother Crone is her in her crone years as divine grandmother to the whole. She is old. She is the crone. She has wrinkles that are revered. She had old saggy titties because her time breastfeeding is done. This and that and this and that. And so if grandmother Crone is old and we about to steal her whole iconography, then it means our white boy got to be old too. And if she is loving and nurturing and always ensuring enoughness and fullness and sufficiency and being filled up and being truthful and the act of being itself and reality and purity and truth that comes from satisfaction, that comes from not wanting, that comes from not needing. It's easy to be truthful. It's easy to be pure when you are satisfied, when you are satiated. You feel me? And so if that's the story we about to steal and flip that shit all the way to fuck upside down, the story of satisfaction, fulfillment and enoughness and being filled up and the truth and the honesty and the actual reality and all of that shit, and we gonna flip that shit upside down, turn that shit out inside out, then Saturn becomes associated with what? Fasting and meditating and learning the, quote, discipline to do without, to always deny your earthly pleasures, your earthly urges and shit, to always be in a perpetual meditative state of never enoughness. And if that's the case, and the story is about her, because she ruled the last golden age. So it's not only about enoughness and truthness and all of this shit. It is about the leisure and the pleasure of just being able to confidently exist, knowing that all your needs are going to be effortlessly met. We got to create the opposite of that. So now Father Time not only becomes old, but he becomes wicked. He becomes evil. He becomes scary. He becomes that thing that you are scared. Daddy coming home. Daddy coming home. And so y'all all start scouring while he getting out the car in the parking in the garage and shit. Because when he come home, the whole energy in the house gonna shift. Because daddy tired. He done worked all day. So he gonna take that shit out on us. Whatever. Blah, blah, blah. And if we're going to change every detail of the story to turn her from one that we all love and to love her is easy because she loves us easily, and the evidence is her always providing, always these provisions, always the extreme, the bounty beyond what we can measure, the wealth, because that's what it say. That's what it say here, right? That Saturnus was the god of bountiful agriculture, wealth, liberation, and time. That Saturn means sated or full, satisfied. That ain't what they tell you about Saturn today. That Saturn is laborious, always fucking up with your money if you ain't disciplined. What do we say discipline mean, and why it's one of the most hated words in the Temple of Evolutionary Emergence? Discipline means the strict, harsh, painful correction of one's action. The strict, harsh, painful correction in one's action. We reject that shit. We reject that shit. We ain't disciples up in here, bitch. We reject discipline. We reject it. I reject it. I reject it. And right here, it say that when your mama was your actual mama and wasn't put in a costume and an outfit to terrorize the hell out of you every time you turn around, that she wanted you to be free, bitch. That the agriculture was to teach you about the ever-ending aspect and prospect of abundance, of wealth, of time is on your side. Time ain't your enemy. Time is on your side. Of liberation. She said, bitch, what more do I have to prove? I literally walked y'all through a golden age of prosperity and liberation where your minds could blossom because your flesh was secure. You feel me? The Etruscan society, in the Etruscan society, they associated the great grandmother crone, aka Cronus, with the great work. This was how the prosperity and the ingenious creations of the golden age were able to come to fruition, that they hide in your plain sight. Y'all call them Tartarians. Tartarians was us, bitch. Tartarians was us, unbridled and unleashed and fully supported in the expression of our wildest imagination right here on earth. You feel me? So I started watching the movie Weapons. Baby, let me tell y'all something about our mother in this moment. Okay? I watched the movie. I'm taking hella gangster notes. And so the obvious signs that this woman that you love to hate, isn't that how they always write your great grandmother crown? Is the bitch you love to hate is more than likely the protagonist painted as the antagonist. The bitch you love to hate is actually your mama. And so to know that they have to elicit an emotional response from us to ensure the outcome that they need by our emotional energetic frustration, they write the most diabolical characters to ensure that even when you thinking like I am, even when you sure like I am, I still sat up in here mad at this white woman who was the witch in the movie, having to talk myself out of being mad at this old white woman. This shit is serious. I can laugh about it now, but this shit is deep. Me going into the movie after seeing only 2 minutes of the shit, saying, oh, she's the planet Saturn. She great grandmother crown. Going into it aware of prepared for what I was to look for, still got caught up in the emotional look at this, at the emotional triggering shit to ensure that I had a hate-filled emotional reaction to the old quote hag witch in this movie Weapons. This shit is deep, and them motherfuckers was successful, because even as I'm literally Weapons, the movie Weapons, it came out this summer. And so even as I'm clear about what I am stepping into, I still got caught up in my emotional response to this old white hag, evil, ugly, scary, rickety rich. I was like, they got this propaganda thing down. Because they literally write the great grandmother crone every time, all the time, as the bitch. It is easy that you love to hate. Every time. So I'm watching this movie trying to pull out definitive evidence of her being great grandmother crone. And it didn't take long. When she first cast the spell to put these babies under the spell so that she can control them, She so that she can control them. She had a little process, and she would place out on the table this little black stick with thorns on it. And then she would get items that belonged to the person she was attempting to control. And she had her own hair wrapped on the thorn. And then she would take the possession of the person that was the object of her spell and wrap that item around the thorn stick, and then use one of the thorns to puncture her own finger to, quote, offer blood for the success of this ritual, and then break the stick, and so that the people that she has now seized possession over spiritually, she can control them, right? But the reason that every single movie about the great grandmother crone that you will see from this day until we undo this whole malignant thing is always between, quote, look at the screen, I can't point to it, but the old mother, the old wrinkly, sexually unattractive, asexual, ugly, typically with some kind of mutation on her face, like a wart, or in the instance of this movie, she wore her makeup so crazy that it looked like clown makeup, you feel me? It was extra scary and shit. And her direct relationship to children. Every single movie, there's going to be a hag and some children. And the threat of every movie where the hag and the children are in the movie together, what is the threat to the children of the hag? Is that the hag is going to, quote, eat the babies. Gonna eat the little babies. Oh, witches be cooking babies. Hansel and Gretel. Witches be eating babies. Tales from the Crypt. Why they always want to be eating babies? This and that and this and that. Every movie that you see where they got an old, stereotypically wrinkly body crone, because they know you hate old people. They play off of your terror. Your terror, you are deathly afraid to get old yourself because you know how you feel about old people, and you don't want nobody treating you like you treat old people. And so your thing becomes, I'm just going to stay young forever. I'm going to get all the surgery and do all the things to make sure I never get old, because I hate old people, and I don't want nobody to hate me once I become an old people. And so I'm just going to prevent myself from becoming old. They know you hate old. You don't hate old people. Your ass hate old women. Collectively, women hate old women. Men hate old women. The society hate old women. Y'all hate old women. And so that shit has been seeded in you. It's been planted in you since the beginning. Exploiting this thing that they know is the well, deeply rooted, entrenched shit that they planted in your brain to justify the Inquisition and the massacre of old women. All these stories about evil bitches living in the woods by themselves, and they can't wait for the little baby to come along so they can grind up the bones of the little baby and shit. You feel? That's some patriarchal shit that was directly and deliberately crafted in books and folklore to justify the widespread, rampant massacre of old women who outlived their husbands, and because they outlived their husbands, were left resources. Typically, they had money. They were shunned from remarrying after their husbands died, but they were further vilified because they are single women, old, widowed women who now possess wealth in a world, Europe, where women typically did not own or control anything. And so the church, looking for a way to justify a massacre directed towards old women whose husbands had died and left them homes and left them some resources, maybe even some gold that they husbands had captured in the Crusades to give them a little edge. The church had to create an ideology that they could execute politically to justify the massacre of old women. And because they was old and most of them didn't have no offspring that lived past old age or right age, guess what? Everything that anybody gets tried as a witch for, anybody tried as a witch, you can't leave. You cannot leave your belongings, your wealth to your offspring. If you are found guilty on witchcraft, everything that you own and possess automatically becomes absorbed as the property of the church. This was an economic political campaign that thrived off bullshit and ass ideas and propaganda to justify what they knew was the only thing that they could do was massacre hundreds of thousands of women to steal their wealth. That's not my opinion. That's not my opinion. The source, at least the most recent modern source of this picture that you looking at on the screen of this old ass Father Time in a long black dress with a seize in his hand, but he ain't out here harvesting no motherfucking wheat like the agricultural goddess would have you do so that you would have enough food to survive the winter. No, his ass is out here harvesting souls. How he harvesting souls? Murdering children. Do that sound currently familiar? Do that sound currently familiar? And so the story of the mother, the great-grandmother crone, Kali, the great-grandmother crone, Sekhmet, the great-grandmother crone, Nana Budaku, who is the mother to them all, the great-grandmother crone, who the story around the world is the great-grandmother crone who devours her children, as a metaphor for she gives birth from one mouth to her children, and everyone born must return to her. The devouring of her children is a metaphor for the grave pit that you must dig, or if you bury your loved ones in the nearby cave and you put a rock in front of it, the hole in the earth, any hole in the ground was synonymous with the mouth of the mother. Just like your vagina, what do they call it? The vagina dentata, right? The lower mouth was the mouth from which you were born. And the mouth when you died, when your quote time on the clock was up, the mouth when you died that consumed you, when the mother, quote, devours her children, is the mouth of the grave, is the mouth of the pit, is the mouth of the cave. And the evidence of which that it was not a violent, it was a harmonious and loving ritual, was that your loved ones would wear black to represent time, and you would be adorned in red. How are you adorned in red? According to the Great Cosmic Mother, written by Barbara Walker, that every person that died throughout many cultures long before the advent of patriarchal traditions like cremation and shit, your body was prepared upon dying to be received and come through another mother. So what would they do? They would take wet red clay, ochre, and paint your entire body with red clay, red ochre, and fold your body into the fetal position and put your little naked fetus body into the mouth of the mother to secure you in preparation for your rebirth through another mother. So all of these bastardizations of your mother's image in your plain face, all these people talking about the Illuminati and the Satanists and the devil worship and the this and that and this and that. You see that movie? What's that movie? Eyes Wide Shut, when Tom Cruise and Nicole Kidman go to this wicked, evil ass Illuminati ceremony with the black and white checkerboard, and you got certain people dressed in black robes, you got other people dressed in red robes. See, this is quintessential devil worship of the Illuminati. No, bitch. What you are witnessing is the repetitious play put on, demonstrating the straight up diabolical, violent hijacking of your mother's images, your mother's ceremonies, your mother's giving hostily taken over by monstrous men. Not the devil, not some ooga booga entity that you cannot see, by men in their envious, maniacally envious hostility towards that which the mother has always done and produced, to take it over, to turn it inside out. And so your mother's gentle, warm, receptive, quote, devouring of her children when it is your time in the material realm to be transformed into another form, becomes Saturn devouring his children and some evil man entity with a sieve in his hand eating the flesh off the chest of a fucking baby. This story is replete, by the way, through other cultures. The hostile patriarchal takeover of this story about great-grandmother Crone doesn't just exist in Europe. Where great-grandmother Crone, who devours her children, is a loving thing, is a harmonious thing. It is the completion of cyclical time that is unending and exists forever, to woesome, evil, scary, monotonous, burdensome father time, who always imposes these strict boundaries, these strict borders, this despair and shit and all of this bullshit. And then if you do not act right, he come in the night in a cloak with his sieve to steal your babies out of your house, to kidnap or abduct you, and to consume and eat you if you lucky enough to get it quick, or to rape and sexually abuse you. These stories all are related. They are ever present in the hostile takeover of male patriarchal ideology and superimposed on she who they make most invisible to you. Who was Saturn before who was Saturn before Saturn was Saturn? Kronos. Who was Kronos in Greek mythology before he was Kronos? Great grandmother Crone. They didn't even bother to change her name before giving her a sex change and turning her into a devil, diabolical demon who is out to steal, kill, and devour. Who is out to kill, steal, and devour. You understand? Taking her metaphorical story about your peaceful transition into the next realm and turning it into a horror story that becomes the basis for every horror story you've seen. Using her imagery to win you against her. That's why every movie you see where the crone is evident, now that you know, and I'm gonna give y'all all the signs. Once you see her, you like, these monstrous motherfuckers. She is literally always the bitch you love to hate. And when I say the bitch you love to hate, it don't necessarily have to be a woman. Did you know that the deep, dark, old, hidden history of clown iconography, I always thought it was centered in Mercury, aka Elegba, a shoe. No, it's not. The deep, old, deeply hidden origin of the clown iconography is steeped in this relationship between Mercury, her son, and her. Because her relationship was so intimate with children, she created a character to entertain her babies. This becomes the old forgotten origin of the jester, aka the trickster, aka the jokester. He was always benevolent because his specific role in his relationship to great-grandmother Crone was to entertain her forever daily newborn babies. But we are all terrified of clowns. And why would we not be terrified of clowns? Because it terrorized the fuck out of us for the last 4-5 decades. Saw, the little clown midget dude on the bicycle, terrorizing people, cutting them up into pieces and shit, trapping them in what is the equivalent of some diabolical, monstrous underworld for which we must seek and escape. This is tied to the story, the always something underground, under the basement, in weapons, where the baby's being held hostage, in the dark ass basement. Always in the basement, always underground, always some cave, like the robbing of the mother story, where the cave was sanctuary under the goddess. The cave becomes scary, wicked, diabolical, something wicked. This way comes. Someone lurking in the cave to come and get you. And so in Weapons, she, after casting the spells on all these babies so that she can function as an energetic succubus on the soul and the spirit of the babies to remain forever young, that's another reoccurring theme. That's another reoccurring theme, that the evil, diabolical witch bitch is going to suck the life out of you so she can be young at your expense. That's a recurring theme. Snow White, the evil witch that give her the apple because she old and ugly and she need the youth of Snow White. There's a recurring theme for a reason. Because in all things, they cannot allow you to be in a society where you see not only the humanity in the aged, but that you see the sacred supremacy in the crone, the sacred supremacy in your crone, in the crone in your home, the crone in your family, the crone in the world. So since you was a child, since before you was born, they have been long time at work demonizing, diabolicizing, making wicked in every possible way imaginable, by creating monsters in every way imaginable to solidify your hatred of aging in general and your hatred of the aged in particular. You understand? They do that in your face. I've been up in here in a motherfucking wormhole, man. Because once I started just what I thought was a personal deep dive into Saturn, and I watched the movie because I felt called to. And so let me show you something. So in the movie, the way she executes this little spell, her little juju, you feel me? First of all, there's so much I want to say. First of all, if you're watching a movie of any kind, these are things that are not obvious, but once you see them, you cannot unsee them. And 99.9% of the time, what I'm about to tell you is actually right. Man, I can't believe I can't find one working motherfucking pen. What the hell kind of shit is this? Hey. Okay. Another telltale sign. So before you get mad at the character that is written for you to love to hate, before you get mad at the character, doing a quick assessment. Do I see any of these symbols right away? Because if I do, this is the character that I know they want me to hate because my emotions are winning something for them. You are being harvested. Your emotions as the currency of the age. That's not my opinion. What was that Chinese multi-billionaire AI scientist? What did he say about 5 years ago? He said, in the age of AI, emotions is the primary currency. He said it out his mouth. This is a tech billionaire 5 years ago. That in the age of AI, in the age of the internet, your emotions are the primary currency. And a couple of years after that, a white boy said, what'd he say? He said, what does it mean when people say you being energetically harvested, emotionally harvested? And y'all think it's just like some conspiracy theory shit because you don't know how to conceptualize what that means. He said, it means this. He said that in the year 2023, in the year 2023, it is estimated that that bot-controlled rage bait alone, not anything else, bot-controlled rage bait in the United States alone generated $88 billion goddamn dollars. That is the science of how your emotions are being monetized. So when they write these characters, quote, the bitch you love to hate, quote, the motherfucker you always scared of, quote, whatever, there is a numerically, economically quantifiable impact of your emotional response to what they have written for you to elicit and harvest that particular emotional response. I don't see no feedback. Am I saying too much? Am I doing too much? Do I need to go ahead and close this off for the night? Earth Beauty 101 says, "Oh, great mother, no, they hijacked the clowns. I hate clowns. I hated clowns. I need to know more. I need to know the real story." Child, I've been up in here in the wormhole for the last 48 hours in particular, watching shit that I don't never watch. I watched minutes. I ain't watched the whole thing, but minutes of that bullshit Claw, minutes of that goddamn It, minutes of that motherfucking, what's the other thing I watched? When I tell you she's everywhere. Everywhere. What's that series that just came out last year? Rebel Moon. She all up in it. All up in it. And she is always 100% of the time written as the villain, as the antagonist, as the most evil thing that you can imagine. Always. Remember I was telling y'all a few weeks ago and didn't know the connection and didn't know the origin until today? That the 3 seasons of Witcher, and I love that show, the 3 seasons of Witcher, it did not occur to me until this last bullshit season that the Witcher, who is hired to, quote, kill monsters, that in every single season of The Witcher, every single monster that he killed was female. From the first season to the last. And that's not my opinion. I listened to the director's notes at the very end of the 3rd season where they do a backtrack of the true historical origin and folklore of every monster that he killed. That every single monster that they wrote for The Witcher was actually based on historical folklore. Norwegian folklore and Celtic folklore and Welsh folklore and on and on and on and on and on. And that the director's notes at the end of the last 3rd season literally spent a half an hour going through the name and the folkloric origin of every monster that the Witcher killed. And every single solitary monster he killed over 3 seasons was female. Every single one. Every single one. And so it wasn't until this week that I was like, not only were they female, because I thought that was messed up enough. Every single female was some version, personification of the story that was peculiar to the planet Saturn, aka the great grandmother Chrome. Every single solitary one. Everyone. So when I say that we need to be buying that $500 book, the secret teachings of all the ages by Millie P. Hall, and that we need to be assigning ourselves to a particular chapter to read through with a fine-tooth comb, to take the notes, to reveal the secrets, because there's secrets in them secrets that the males wrote for each other. There's secrets in them secrets. You feel me? That's why I spent 5 hours standing up on my feet looking through that book just 3 days ago. There's secrets in them secrets, and the secret is always about us. The secret is always about us. We are in it all. We are everywhere in it. This book is goddamn 700 pages long or some shit. We are ever present once we can see. And so we women need that book in particular, because this white boy was given the unbridled resources to spend his whole life from the age of 20 until his 70s when he died. He was always well funded to do what he did was to study, was to travel around the world and steal other people's stories and rewrite them in a way that white people could understand in the West. That's all he did. He did it for South America, Central America, everybody's shit. Everywhere around the world is in this book called the Secret Teachings of All the Ages. He literally circumnavigated the motherfucking globe and just sit and took notes while all the men was just telling him the stories of their traditions and their rituals and their ceremonies and what it means and this and that and this and that. So that because he knew the only people he was going to share it with was other men from everywhere on the earth. He wrote about everybody, every culture on the earth in this book. And when I asked y'all a couple of weeks ago, I did the live entitled "To What End?" To what end? Remember I asked y'all that? And what was it about? I started out by kicking the ass of Aleister Crowley. By raking this nigga over the coals. Remember that? To what end? You got all these, quote, master teachers that got all this, quote, information held hostage in their head that they just disseminate every now and again, here and there, and to and fro as they see fit to maintain power over you. So what do they have the information in their head for? To what end is this information in their possession? What is the outcome? What is the impact of this information being held hostage in their brain that they disseminate as they see fit? To what end do you call somebody a master teacher? To what end? To what end did Aleister Crowley teach and write and do all the and create theosophy and all this shit if his ass was the motherfucking police? If now we know for a fact, I suspected from the beginning, but now we have the proof and the evidence in the books that his ass didn't, quote, just happen to be an operative when he was young, that his entire life he was a double agent for British intelligence and American intelligence. To what end? The theosophy. To what end? The beautiful writings of the emerald talent of the emerald tablets in the Book of Thoth. You hear what I'm telling you? So we got to comb through that motherfucking book. He was given the opportunity to collect everybody else's shit at a time when we didn't have access to none of that shit and compile it specifically for those who were elect in his mind, who were initiates in his mind. It wasn't that he went to collect all of this information to blow the consciousness open of the collective to change the world. Nope. He did what they always do, to collect the information, hold it hostage, keep it secret, to maintain power over others that you have determined in your whiteness do not deserve, are not entitled to have access that will allow them to become fully embodied so that they too can participate in the transformation of the entire planet. No. So to what end? Who the person you, quote, call yourself falling to the feet of, hold some motherfucking information hostage to have you by laying at their feet and shit. Y'all will never have me doing that shit. If I ever get to a point that in my genius that I decide that, yeah, ceremonially it's gonna be important for you to bow to my feet, for you to do ballet to me, for you to salute me in a position of lowerness. Y'all take what y'all call it. Take the proverbial Sandman hook and yoke my ass off stage left. That bitch she done officially lost it, and she done gave us permission. We can go back to December 28th, 2025 at 10 hours, 6 minutes, and 6 seconds. She said, remind me if I get off the chain and I start asking y'all niggas to bow to me and to do ballet and to not look me in my eyes when you talking to me because I am so super supreme and divine and shit. Just remind me, look, we like you, we love you, Cassandra, and shit like that. But you own one right now, and you did tell us to remind you to pull out the big ass Sandman hook and wrap that motherfucker around my neck and pull my ass off stage left because I'm tripping. So y'all just go ahead and mark the moment. Go ahead and mark the minute, the time, and the date, because I will never do that shit. So if that comes to be, it means what they call it, I've been compromised. If that ever happens, it means I have been compromised. Somebody done slipped some LSD in my drink and done did some fucking mind manipulation and mind control on my ass. That's what it means. I mean, we love her. We appreciate everything that she has taught us up until this moment. But she did tell us it's a real possibility these motherfuckers be plotting and scheming on her, and that she may one day become compromised. And that at the moment that y'all recognize that I have become compromised, y'all take that fish hook, yoke my ass off stage left, lock me up in a room somewhere till I can be deprogrammed and detoxified from whatever the fuck happened to me. Because these are the signs I'm telling you beforehand. These are things I will never fucking do. I will never tell you to bow before me. I will never tell you you are less than me. I will never tell you don't look into my eyes because I am greater than thou. None of that bullshit. I will never tell you that in order to be worthy of information that's yours to possess, everything that exists is yours to possess. Every bit of information that would allow you to become the best personification of your potentiality on earth is yours to possess, is yours to own. So I will never be keeping secrets from you. I will never be telling you that you are not entitled to this information right here, because you see, you have not gone through the rigorous, grueling, disciplinary action that you must go through. You have not been cut. You have not fasted for 40 days and 40 nights. If you can't even have the discipline to fast for 40 days and 40 nights, what makes you think you are responsible enough to have in your possession this sacred and divine information that I am holding hostage? That ain't never no shit you will see from me. If that's the shit you need because you sanctimonious and you ceremonial and you do not value that which is not done in a state of deep reverence and pomp and circumstance, then go get that. Go get that. No harm, no foul. Go get that. Because there ain't no shortage of motherfuckers out here delivering just that. Pomp and circumstance and sanctimonious sacred space and ceremony. Chanting and meditating in rigorous repetition and the counting. Ew. 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 If you need that, no harm, no foul. But do not expect no shit like that from me. Here go my Mala. And I love Mala. I appreciate Mala. I will be one of these days freed up enough to engage in the making our own divine feminine Mala. But do I put on my Mala and sit in the lotus position and begin? Om Rim Nim Namaha. Next beat. Om Rim Klim Namaha. Beat. Om Rim Klim Namaha. Do I do that? Did your mama require you to do that when you was baby? When you was 2? When you was 5? When you was 8? When you was 10? To demonstrate in your strict discipline your adherence and expression of reverence to her God self. Did she require that of you? Did she require that of you? I know it seems overly simplistic because you have been told that the more difficult something is, it must be more important. It must be more sacred. It must mean more because it's difficult. It's not for everybody. Yes, the fuck it is for everybody. That's the shit we gonna have to get comfortable with. Yes, the fuck, sovereignty is for everybody. I don't care how you perceive them. I don't care if you perceive them stupid. I don't care if you perceive them ignorant because they quit school in the 8th grade. I don't care if you perceive them this and that and this and that and this and this and this and that. Everybody born is entitled to sovereignty. Yep. And they ain't got to do no kind of weird ass machinations and expressions and extreme fasting and praying and asceticism and secret sacred ceremony and the Illuminati, this and that. Ew, just ew with all of it. Ew. I'm telling y'all, ew. That's my answer. Ew. Ew. EWE. Ew. Ew. So this is y'all reminder at 10 hours and 12 minutes and 44 seconds. If anything happens to me in a way that is even slightly outside of what you are comfortable with as a genuine articulation of the me you know, of the me I've been letting y'all see since 2018, say, something wrong with Cassandra. Something wrong with Yay. Do we need to rescue her? Do we need to pull one of them back in the 50s where the FBI would be going and kidnapping people who were members of cults and then deprogramming them and shit? Do we need to do a deprogramming intervention on this bitch? Somebody done got to her. Somebody to put something in her motherfucking food. Because that don't sound like no shit Cassandra would say. Trust that. Trust, if nothing else, I tell you to trust your flesh, bitch. Trust yourself. Trust your voice. And then if in the future, especially in this shit I'm about to be engaged in, this contest I'm about to wage in the city, be looking out for telltale signs that somebody done got to me. My eyes go dead. Yes, this does seem like really good policy. I really agree with this policy that's being put forward as a primary part of the legislation moving forward. If you see me go dead in the eyes, say we got to go get her. We got to go get her. We got to go get her. They done got to her. I'm being funny, but I'm telling y'all real shit. I live in a monstrous city. I live in a monstrous city that is ready for us. That's ready for this moment. That's ready for us. But that don't mean that motherfucker gonna go peacefully. Okay. So anyway, so in the movie when she doing her little juju, you feel me? Oh, another telltale sign. Children and old women in the same movie, or children and clowns in the same movie, it's always your default is to start looking for signs of Saturn. Okay? From here to the rest of time. Any, quote, scary movie in particular that centers around children and old women or children and clowns, your default is there she is right there. Now, what they trying to do? Don't stop watching it. Just see beyond what you seeing. I see her right there. What they playing at? What they playing at? What they trying to pull? Feel me? Start looking for the signs. The character that is the object of your hatred, I know it's going to seem super simplistic, but the first thing you're going to look for is, do this bitch got red hair? Yep. Do she got red hair? Because she may or may not necessarily be old. She may just be, quote, a maiden. She may be what you young people consider old. You young people think somebody that's 30 is old. You young people think somebody 35 is old. So she may not necessarily be a crone, but she still may be used to personify very specific crone-like characteristics. So if the bitch you love to hate got red hair, that's the first one. or is constantly dressed in red. Uh-oh, who does that sound like? Somebody want to start dumping some movies in the comment section real quick? Either red hair or constantly wearing red. Uh-oh, I can think of several movies right off the top of my head. Boom, 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 boom. The Handmaid's Tale. All the, quote, fertile bitches had to wear red all the time. Remember the Game of Thrones? Thank you. Yup. What's the other one? The Wheel of Time. The bitches that you love to hate, the bitches that you love to hate were the ones who did not need the men. You know, what was the men called? The wards. That the only one of all the Aes Sedai who did not need to what do they call it? To like it's like to what's the word that they use? Like to it's an animal word. Like when two animals link with, like that. Exactly. So the only Aes Sedai who it was not necessary for them to, quote, bond with or link with were the Red Aja or the Red Aes Sedai. And of course, the Red Aes Sedai were led strategically, even though there was a bunch of colored women in the Red Aes Sedai, they were led by a woman that they knew the authors of the story would be easy for you to hate because she was a white woman with blonde hair and blue eyes. And so they knew that the majority of y'all, because all these melanated characters in the show, about half of y'all was going to be colored watching the show. So it would be easy for you to hate the Red Aja, who was being led, I forget the girl's name, but who was being led by this Red Aes Sedai, whose chief target of her hatred and her, you know, manipulating behind closed doors to seize the throne. And who is on the throne but a black bitch dressed in all white? So it would make it easy for you to hate the white girl, Red Aja, because she was plotting and scheming about the black woman who was the face of power at the White Tower. They did that on purpose. They did that on purpose. They made sure to write her as the bitch you love to hate, that it would be easy for you to hate, especially you black bitches with all this power in your mouth, to hate her, because why she always attacking the black woman who got the power and shit. Yep. So the Wheel of Time, the Game of Thrones. Who else did I write up in here? Harry Potter. Oh my God, the crone is so evident in so many ways in Harry Potter. The Dementors are the obvious ones. The Dementors who look just like the Grim Reaper. And what do? They do not kill you. They suck all the happiness from you. Isn't that what they do? They suck all. And who are they most open to attack? Not the grown-ups. Did you see a Dementor attack any grown-ups? In all of the Harry Potter movies, did they attack one grown-up? Nope. Because who is the repository of happiness and joy and playfulness? Children. And so every time you turn around, the Dementors was trying to suck the happiness out of some child, out of children. Yes, Star Wars. Yes, Fantastic Beasts, right? Another very obvious one, and even the title, Lord of the Rings, is about your great-grandmother Crone. And now you can go down the list right in your head of all the ways she showed her face in this movie. The Hobbits is obvious because they look like children. And every time they come into the space, everybody says they look like children. And because they look like children, they get mad because they like, we grown men. We may look like children, but don't be disrespecting us because we grown men. We just little, right? That's one way, right? The Golem is evil, but the Golem is not evil under the iconography and the mythology of the Crone. What else in the Lord of the Rings? I think I told the group on Friday. I didn't know until this week because I didn't pay that kind of attention, right? But this dude Peter Thiel, who keeps saying he is he's the Antichrist, right? Peter Thiel, who has this White House level surveillance program, this AI surveillance program called Palantir. I did not know until this week that the reason he called his program Palantir. Can y'all hear me? Because I might need to have to stop sharing. I think it's slowing my screen down a little bit. Let's see if there's anything else I wanted to show you on here. So Palantir, as supposedly created by Peter Thiel, his AI program, his surveillance AI program, he got the name for the program from the Lord of the Rings, the big eye that sat on top of the Twin Towers. They call the Twin Towers the big eye that the fire eye at the top of the Twin Towers in the center of Middle Earth that could see everything in the Middle Kingdom. Remember that? The big evil looking eye? The name of the eye is Palantir. I did not know that. I did not remember that. Remember the bad guy wizard, Sauron? I heard somebody the other day say he was literally fashioned after the archetype of Saturn. Sauron, Saturn. That his whole story is fashioned after the planet Saturn. Lord of the Rings. Hellboy is big, giant, humongous. Thor in all the Marvel movies. The Matrix that we talking about, because now I'm like putting all this Saturn energy up into my already breakdown. Agatha all along. WandaVision. All movies about Cassandra. All movies about Cassandra. Cassandra as an archetype in mythology is a direct archetype of the planet Saturn. Every story, every incarnation about Cassandra as the prophetess, as the light bringer, as the light bearer, as the enlightener of men, and all of this shit, her archetype is literally a damn near verbatim representation of Saturnian metaphors and shit like that. It's so funny that you would say that. I was thinking Constantine too, but not the movie, the actual Emperor Constantine. So it's just crazy that you said that. Oh yeah, and Earth Beauty say Sabrina, child, through and through and through and through and through. Something else that came through as an epiphany that you can't unsee. Okay? Because I was like, no, I'm tripping. Now I'm just being too deep. Then I sat with it. I was like, nope, it's right there in your face, playing in your face, laughing in your face. Okay? So, y'all about to trip. So y'all know what this is, right? This is obvious. Oh shit. Yeah, y'all see that? That's obvious, right? That's like a little sketch of a coffin. Y'all see that? Can y'all see that? I know my light is crazy. Can y'all see that? A little coffin. See that? Like an old school, like them little wooden box coffins. Can y'all see that? Thumbs up, thumbs down. Let me know, yay or nay. Can you see this? Okay, let me share the screen. Okay. Shit, my light reflects. Okay, can y'all can see it now? As a coffin, like old school, like pioneer days, just a regular old wooden box that they would toss you in, right? Or like somebody said Dracula, his little coffin, right? That's what it looked like, right? I was like, damn. Because when I manipulated just a little bit his coffin, guess what came to me that is hidden in plain sight almost 100 years, hidden in plain motherfucking sight. Child, I felt betrayed, dismayed, and bewildered. Yo, beloved Superman is Saturn. Yo, beloved son, savior, hero in red and blue is Satan. Saturn, the dark or shadow side of Saturn, his brother, of Set, his brother. He is the Set. He is the quote Satan. He is the quote proverbial bad guy Saturn, and is right there in your face. His little emblem is shaped like a coffin with an S right the fuck up in it, surrounded by quote Satan's colors, which is the combination of red and blue together that make purple. Right up in your face. Right up in your face. Right up in your face. I was up in here hollering. Hollering. Somebody say I got chills. I told y'all I've been up in here subdued for the last 7 days. And I ain't even got to the crooks. Okay? So Superman is Saturn. Batman is Saturn. Catwoman is Saturn. All the Indiana Jones movies, Raiders of the Lost Ark, Temple of Doom, the something of the Crystal Skulls, every single story of Indiana Jones as the thoughtful, smart archaeologist, discoverer of all things hidden. His ass is the bad guy. His ass is the bad guy, first of all. And everything that he is, quote, up against is him as the bad guy trying to subdue the mother. The caves, the snakes. What he say in every single solitary movie he's ever done since 1982? I hate snakes. Why it's always gotta be snakes? As he's in a divine pit or a divine cave with a, what is it? They call it the either the navel stone, the omphalos, or the sacred fountains in the deep of the cave. Everywhere he go, everything he trying to discover is the mother for him to conquer. The Raiders of the Lost Ark, he trying to find the Ark. The Temple of Doom, so he can find other shit that don't belong to him. Everything that he is attempting to conquer and subdue is the mother, as the son hero attempting to galvanize the power of the mother through possession so that he can redefine himself in the world as the power of she. That's why they still making motherfucking movies about Indiana Jones, even as he is old and gray-haired, because it's not a contradiction. Because see, to permanently disappear the presence of the mother means that the male has to come into his rightful debonair aged self with his white beard or his salt and pepper beard, you feel me? And his salt and pepper, because we think old men are debonair. We think old men are charming. We think old men are still attractive because they finally grown men. You feel me? That's why in Hollywood, your ass can be an actor in the industry till you 120 if you got a penis and you are still well sought after. You have aged well. You understand what I'm saying? Harrison Ford and Nicolas Cage and all the old heads, Morgan Freeman and Jack Nicholson. Have Jack Nicholson 100 and we still say he fine. Robert De Niro is ancient as the day is long and he still got bitches popping out babies. Didn't he just have a baby? His baby like 4 years old. This nigga 82 or some shit. See where we get accustomed to the hatred of the crone and her inherent power up here in this Hollywood, this constellation, this replication of the heavens as a constellation right here called the Walk of Fame, the Hollywood Walk of Fame that enters into enters into Mount Olympus right here. Not my imagination, not a Victoria, right down the street from my crib. Mount Olympus is right down the street from my house, the neighborhood where the wealthiest of the wealthy live, Mount Olympus. And when you come out of Mount Olympus and drive right around the curve, this is where the Hollywood Walk of Fame begins. The man-made replica of the constellations above our sky, above us in the sky. And in this constellation and in this Olympus, only old gray-haired men are debonair and sought after and seasoned well and charming and seductive. That thing that happened with Jeff Goldblum not too long ago, and all these women were making all these TikToks about Jeff Goldblum and how is it that his ass is kicking the doors in on 80 and he could still get it. Remember that? There was a whole thing for about 2 months. I forget what Jeff Goldblum did, but and it was primarily sisters. All these women all over TikTok saying, I don't know what it is. I've been in love with him since I was a kid. I'm one of them. Since I was a kid, he just so, he everything, he all the things. He's charming. He got swag and this and that and this and that. But y'all, he old and he 80 and he can still get it. Why? Is it just the peculiar charm of Jeff Goldblum, or is it something that culturally and collectively we have been seasoned and primed to accept as normal? The increased love and respect for the aging man, and the revile and disgust and anger and rage towards the aging female. You feel me? So Indiana Jones, that's why he's still famous. That's why at 80-some years old, his ass can still be making movies, though he know his knees hurt. You feel me? Suicide Squad, American Gods. Who is Great Grandmother Crown in American Gods? I see you, Power Kismet. I see you. Who is the Great Grandmother Crown in American Gods? Is the only black woman in the whole motherfucking series. It's Bilquis. It's even if she fine, even if she beautiful, even if she thick, even if she cold black with hair down her back, she is still a terrifying bitch. Why? She's sexy and everybody want her. They show her having sex with women. They show her having sex with men because she's a prostitute. They show her having sex with women. They show her having sex with men. But why she's still terrifying, if you don't know? Because as Saturn, as Great Grandmother Crone, everyone that she has sex with, as the great devourer of her children, she devours and consumes via her vagina dentata, her toothed vagina, her vagina dentata. And so they be in the height and the peak of sexual ecstasy, saying, oh my God, what is happening to my body? What are you doing? This is amazing. As they're getting smaller and smaller and smaller, and she's getting bigger and bigger and bigger. Just tell me I'm everything. Worship me like I'm an ancient goddess. And so while they're having sex, they're like, you are the supreme, the divine supreme being. It is an honor just to be in your presence. And she keep going, keep talking, keep worshiping me. And they continue and they die in a state of perpetual bliss, having been consumed by the mother's mouth. She is in your face. If you have the language, if you have the information to see her when she is put in front of you to be the villain to be feared. But here she is, Great Grandmother Crone. The the wicked, scary, diabolical black bitch, because they'll say everything but the thing. They'll say everything but what they mean. We hate black women because we scared that if they get hip to the game right up in here, that it's over for all of us, and they gonna be so mad that they gonna eat us all because of the story that they have been fed all the time about the inherently diabolical nature of your mama, who is black. And so they'll say everything but the thing. And so here she is in the movie, fine, beautiful, gorgeous beyond imagining. Every square inch of her body absolutely perfect. And she's still treated as one of the most evil entities in this movie, in this series. Her jet black godlike self. She is Saturn. She is literally verbatim the personification of what y'all would call the shadow side of Saturn. Mm-hmm. The dark side of Saturn. The time of Saturn when your time on Earth has come to an end. And so you must go back from where you came. You see? I'm still mad that they had to kill off the queen in Wakanda. Lady Angela deserved better. Let's see. They throwing up so many commercials every time she says something important. They try to make Medea a crone. Yes, yes, yes. She everywhere though. The Dark Crystal. I don't know if y'all remember the Dark Crystal. Laden with great grandmother crown energy all over the place, especially when the witch, the little third eye having witch who can see all the stars because she is she's an astronomer and an astrologer. She is the absolute personification of great grandmother crown. I love that little scene. She didn't get anywhere near enough time in the movie, but I love her. The Labyrinth, chock full of The Shining with Jack Nicholson. She everywhere. Even though there ain't no other characters but him, his crazy self, his crazy wife, and they baby. She everywhere up in it. You understand? Pan's Labyrinth. That's a scary one. It's a good movie, but it was real creepy. And she is the diabolical in the movie. The Baba Yaga in not only the Baba Yaga in Pan's Labyrinth, but which was a creepy version, by the way, like scary, creepy version of the Baba Yaga, but also the Baba Yaga in Hellboy, and how she's so crickety, and her titties come all the way down to the bottom of her belly, and she like crickety, and her stomach is all like, and she ugly in the face, just like that, right? And her hair is like sparse. Her hair is like just like little pieces of hair out of a bald ass skull. They did that in Weapons too. Little sparkly, like little sparsely spruce little pieces of hair just coming out of her bald head, and her tongue is hanging out like this. And even if she ugly and crickety, when she talking to Hellboy, she like, in order for me to give you some information, you gotta give me a little kiss. You gotta give me a little sugar. You gotta give me. I said these motherfuckers, these monstrous. They always do that. They make them a little super ugly, but like that stereotypical shit they be saying about black women. They gotta make them super ugly and super scary on the one hand, but they gotta make sure there's just enough of what we say about them black women that's up in there. So every time she gonna be hypersexual. Give me a little sugar. Her titties all the way down here. She naked. Give me some kiss. Get kiss. These monstrous bastards. This shit is so gross and wicked when you see it. When you recognize it, right? I talked about The Witchers. The movie, the TV series, The Magicians, which I love. I could watch the entire series all over again. It's chocked full of her symbolism everywhere. The Librarians, Twilight. Once you see it, you can't unsee it. You're going to be like, God damn, how I missed this. Get Out. Nope. Because these are some of her signs. Let me say this, and then I'm gonna shut the fuck up. I had Adventures of the Spree of the Witch, and the Never Ending Story is huge too. Now let me go back. I'm gonna show y'all 3 things, and then I'm gonna stop here because now it's almost 11 hours. I don't even know what the hell I've been talking to y'all about all this time. Hopefully, I see it's something profound that can be of use to you. So, Saturn as a planet. Let me say one more thing about it. No, I'll save it for another day. I'm gonna do my deep dive on the movie Weapons by itself and just revisit and implement all this Saturn iconography when I talk about about weapons. But one thing I'm gonna say about weapons that was really interesting in terms of my Saturn study. So the evidence to me, when I first saw the little review, I was like, oh, she got red hair and she got a clown face. They put her makeup on her very clown-esque. Plus, a little boy in the movie has a little clown face. So clowns are always a telltale sign that what you are seeing is not what you are actually seeing, that there's a deeper story hidden in what you're seeing that is about your great-grandmother Crown. They dress it up in fear and terror so that you do not get to the essence of this condemnation of the great-grandmother Crown. Okay? So red hair, 99.9% of the time, if the character has red hair or brilliantly red hair, like they made it an issue for her to have red hair, start looking for the icons around her to confirm that the character that she is playing, whether she's has red hair or whether she's wearing a lot of red. This is a character that they are making synonymous with great-grandmother Crown, aka Saturn, to elicit an emotional response of either fear or hatred towards this character. Start looking for it right away. Red hair or perpetually wearing red clothes. Second thing, the clown thing. Any clown, anywhere, I do not care what they doing, if they good, if they bad, if they evil. Clown, synonymous with great-grandmother Crown. Period, point blank, exclamation point. Okay? Next, after this girl presents, after the evil, wicked woman presents with her red hair as she enters the scene and her weird, like, makeup, you feel me? Oh, yeah, John, that's why I put all the Marvel movies, because I was thinking about all of them. Jean Grey, the Phoenix, and many, many, many others. You can run down a line of Marvel movies and just pick her out. And she is actually the center through which all the other planets, as the characters, are revolving around her. She's the center, the evil, the reckless, the out of control. Because Jean Grey and the Phoenix, what was their story? You got to control your power. In order for you to be good, you got to be disciplined enough to control your strength. You got to let me embed spells in your skull so that I can control yourself. That you are not capable of controlling this amount of power. Right? Or the Marvel movie that I love so much, Apocalypse, when the ancient comedic deity comes back to life, but because y'all are so arrogant, y'all cannot recognize the difference between a mutant and a deity. They refuse to say that he is a god. They was like, maybe he's just one of the first mutants. All the shit he able to do that none of them are able to do, but they in their arrogance cannot concede that maybe we got it wrong. Maybe he ain't a mutant. Maybe he a god. Maybe he is God, and maybe he is the one that made us the way that we is. They can't concede that. And so Apocalypse is purple. Apocalypse is male. But as soon as Apocalypse started speaking, I was like, this motherfucker was supposed to be a female. And they was like, that's too much. That's too far. We can't be giving none of these bitches no ideas. We're going to write him as a male. But the stuff that he was saying, the action that he was taking, they deliberately wrote this dude a male because, had me tell it, somewhere in the past, Apocalypse was a female. And they was like, we got to rewrite this character. We can't do this. Watch Apocalypse again, and then imagine the character of Apocalypse saying every line exactly the way that it is. But imagine Apocalypse being purple. Who else is purple? The Whore of Babylon. Who else is purple? Mystery Babylon. Who else is purple? The usherer in of a new age, a new eon. So why they got the usheress of the new age who is with these harmed, hurt mutants who've been traumatized by the quote humans? She step on the scene, not only heal everybody that's working for her, but upgrades all their power in an instant. Don't she do that with everybody that she came into contact with? Because we ain't accepting that Apocalypse was a male. I don't accept it. The whole time I'm watching the movie, I'm like, the only reason that Xavier is going so hard against Apocalypse, even as she is displaying all this power that he can recognize, like, this is something else that we dealing with. Everybody, Magneto, they all like, damn, this is something else. But none of them dare say the bitch is God. This bitch God. And been God for longer than they can conceive of in their consciousness. And everything that she is saying, even when she talked about what she tells Magneto, listen, I'm gonna funnel my power through you, because your power too is peculiar, and I can funnel my power through you. You feel me? And we can wipe all this shit off the face of the planet in an instant. All these institutions of opulence, all these institutions and monuments of brigandage, war, disease, oppression, and despair. I'm telling you what she say in the movie. We can wipe this shit in an instant, and just as quick as we destroy everything, you and I, we, the evolved of the world, can erect something radically new just as quickly as we decimated the decadent ass edifices of the past. We can do that. And all of them mutants fought for the past, betrayed themselves and betrayed the world to fight for the past because they could not accept that God was a black bitch. Okay. All because none of them could accept the idea of God being a black bitch. Anyway, so be looking, okay? So Saturn, as a planet itself, Saturn has 7 main rings. The rings that they have, quote, like assigned a quote numerical letter, alpha numerical code to is 7 rings. Okay, there's 200 and I think it's 272. No, 274. 274 as of now. Yes, I was thinking about Akasha too. 274 moons. All of the moons of Saturn they have called Titans, which goes back to the relationship between Saturn and the Titans. Okay. So all of the moons are identified as Titans, her satellites. Okay. You know that one of the controversies, the Illuminati, scary, satanic controversies about the planet Platurn is because of the visible geometric atmospheric anomaly on the North Pole of Saturn, which is a cloud formation that has always been visible as long as we've been able to see Saturn. This geometric atmospheric cloud formation that literally has 6 sides. The hexagon, yes, literally has 6 sides, right? So the whole 666 thing is associated with Saturn. Saturn is the 6th planet. Saturn is the 6th planet. It's got the 6-sided hexagon on the North Pole. And there was one more thing. I forget the last actual reason of the 6, So the first two sixes is about its actual number in the solar system. It's number 6 planet. The hexagonal number 6 thing at the top. And there's one more thing I can't think of right off the top of my head. But the reason I say that is because when she do her little juju as the planet Saturn, she do her little juju and she picks up a bell, right? And on the bell, there is a little number 6, clook, and a little upside down triangle with a little line through it. It is the alchemical elemental symbol for the planet Saturn and the element related to the planet Saturn. The element related to the planet Saturn is the periodical table element lead. Lead is the metal, aka element, associated with the planet Saturn. And so that's what I was telling y'all earlier. But back in the day, if you experience lead poisoning, the symptoms that lead poisoning presents, they called it Saturnism. Okay. So this little alchemical symbol that you see on the top corner of my book. Let's see if I can turn this around in a way that there's no glare. Okay, so see that little downward facing triangle with the little line through it, that little alchemical symbol? The name of the symbol, I was having a whole ass moment. The name of the symbol is Cassiel. Cassiel. My whole life, people have called me Cassie. I said, what? Cassiel. Cassiel is the name of the elemental symbol for lead. Okay? Guess what the etymology of the word Cassiel is? Cassiel. Guess what the etymology? That is the name of the element. Guess what the etymology of the word is? The keeper of sacred secrets. That's the etymology of the name of the element. The keeper of sacred secrets. Y'all ain't rocking with me because y'all ain't up in here having the same kind of motherfucking moment I was having. The keeper of sacred secrets is the name of the element that is ruled by Saturn. I can tell I don't wear y'all out. And I'll be honest, there's still so much I could continue to go on and on. Let me find this thing up in here about the bell though. Maybe I can still tell y'all that. Because I was up in here. You know what? I'll save it. I'll save the bell since I am going to do a breakdown. Yeah, I'm gonna save it. It's almost 11 hours, which is the most insane thing ever. So yeah. So I'm gonna go because I'm hungry again. And I'm gonna put all this study insanity away after all these days and like attempt to do things that are now productive, I guess. And yeah, that's what we're gonna do. This has been extraordinarily eventful, I must say. It's been eventful. And thankful for you all. It was good to catch up with you all. And make sure to share the link for the GoFundMe. Make sure to make whatever contributions you can make to the various ways that you can do that. Be sure to like, share, and subscribe. Share. Like. If something moved you, I promise it will move somebody else. So share it. And like I said, be on the lookout for some pretty drastic changes to my YouTube channel over the next couple of weeks because I'm going to be deleting a lot. I'm going to be deleting a lot. Some things will remain as live or videos that you can only access as a paid member. Some of those things I'm just going to snatch up off of here. And then some of those things, I'm just trying to clean up my YouTube channel, remove a lot of stuff that I know has been the basis for them shadow banning me. Um, because it did, like I said, it didn't occur to me until a couple of weeks ago that I don't have, I have maybe 10 more followers today than I had a year ago. I didn't even realize that I had 4,200 followers a year ago, and today barely 4,200 followers. So that is the obvious evidence of shadow banning. And, I've been saying it for years, but I know the only thing that I talk about that would have me shadow banned is my explicatives, my language seasoning, that they are too fickle to allow because we aren't talking to grown folks, and so we have to self-censor and all of that shit. But now I might have to concede, try to anyway. I didn't do it in this 11 hours, but I might have to try to concede to this bullshit of self-censoring so that my channel has the capacity, which it does. Our channel has the capacity to at least pay my rent, but at best pay all of my bills, so that I can focus my primary attention on initiating and running this electoral campaign over the next 6 months. So yeah, I thought about that, Zahara, but listen, in the absence of me being able to, with ease and security and confidence, keep my rent paid in a way so that so my landlord breathing over my shoulder don't become a perpetual state of normal. I cannot afford that while I'm running a camp. This shit that I'm about to do, that I'm actually about to finish up tomorrow. I cannot, I can't, I just can't. I cannot be worried about things that that should not require my attention at all, to be the thing that takes up space while I'm attempting to initiate and run a political campaign in this city. So anyway, so that's it. So that's what y'all gonna be doing. Y'all are gonna be helping me solve these problems, solving these conundrums, coming up with inventive and ingenious ideas to lighten my load and streamline my process of thought, so that I can kick ass in this city. So I can kick ass during this next 6 months and win something for all of us. So I can kick ass in the next 6 months. And I'm gonna tell you, there's a breakthrough at the end. I didn't even know because it wasn't even on my radar of things to research. I'm doing this to stage a contest with the city. But this woman gave me some paperwork to read through before we have mandatory classes to run. If you've never run for office, there's mandatory classes that you have to take, and like with the Ethics Commission. So those start next week. So you're like, you really want to read up through these books. Let me tell y'all something. I didn't even have an idea. I didn't even know. So I'm looking at the page where they're talking about the salaries of all of the seats that are currently open. I think they said there's like 12 seats that are currently open to run for different types of office. So there's like, LAUSD, the school system. There are a couple of seats open on the Board of Education. There's several districts who have city council seats that have opened up. I think there's maybe 2 district judge seats that have opened up. So I think total it ended up being like 12 open seats, right? For this round of elections. Okay. And so when you're looking at all the seats that are open to run for, it's showing you that upon winning, what the salary for each seat is. All of them. I didn't have a clue. And I don't even think this is normal everywhere. I don't think this is like the norm, but it may very well be. I didn't have a clue. The quote salary of the quote lowest seat, which is like a school board seat, I think, The lowest salary for a school board member, because they're not considered full-time school board, is $57,000. I think that's the lowest C. But outside of school board, if you are on the city council, that's considered full-time employment all the way up. So anything from the city council all the way up to the mayor is considered a full-time position. If you're on the school board, I think that's considered a part-time position. That's why their salary is $57,000 a year. Okay. Guess what the salary for and when you if you win like a city council position, or like what's the other one? City controller is coming up this year, right? So when you get any of those offices, city council salary in this city for any seat on the city council in the city. And there's several city councils, by the way, because even though LA City is its own, like as a city, it still has district council seats because it's so massive that they're like little mini cities that are still considered LA, but still have their own city council on top of the city council. And I'm looking through this shit. Do you know that a city council member, that if you were elected city council, you have that position for 4 years before you can either rerun or, abdicate and let somebody else run? The salary for a member of city council for those 4 years is $184,000. $184,000 a year is the salary for a member of city council. For the city controller, the salary is $227,000 for the 4 years that you occupy that office. The mayor of Los Angeles, the salary for the mayor of Los Angeles, salary for 4 years for the mayor of Los Angeles is $384,000 a year. $385,000 a year. I was like, is this normal? Is this the normal type of salary for city elected officials everywhere? Or is this some peculiar thing that is peculiar to big cities in California? $385,000 a year. Oh my. And this bitch ain't produced shit in them 4 years. That you can sit there and collect a salary of $384,000 a year for 4 years and produce no beneficial results and collect it to be in office anywhere. To be in office anywhere, to go to your job. See, if you go to your job, right? You go to your job today and you decide that you are not going to produce any results, but you in your mind got a guarantee of the receiving of your income because you showed up and you occupied the space. But at the end of the day, you don't have to produce no measurable results as evidence of your job title. Your boss be like, bitch, if you don't get the fuck up out my place, you don't get it. We got benchmarks you need to meet, bitch. We got benchmarks you need to meet. In your period occupying this space, year 1, year 2, quarter 1, quarter 2, quarter 3, quarter 4, boom, 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 boom. These are the benchmarks. These are the quotas. And if you don't meet these, you need to go find yourself another job. Ain't no debating about it. And all you got to do is run for office and occupy time and space. Because this monstrous human being that is sitting in the mayor's seat right now has not produced anything but deepened despair and fucking brigandage. I found that shit out the other day. I said, no, she ain't making no $385,000 a year. No, she ain't. They lying. They got to be lying. That the reason she's sabotaging the city is because these motherfuckers ain't paying her right. That's what she. That's why she doing that. She got an attitude. She's sabotaging the shit because they ain't paying her good. $385,000. Monstrous. Anyway, now I'm gone. I'll see y'all some other time. I don't know how long it's gonna be before I do another live, but I'll see y'all sooner than the last time. I promise. Y'all have a good night. Sleep well, and yeah. Speak conspiracies of certainty over your minister's life. I'm gonna need that shit in the coming week. Okay. Yeah, that part, Royal. That part. So keep me in your conspiracies. Say my name out loud as you descending into your theta state of sleep. Speak my name in the morning when you in your theta state. May our mother as personified through the body of Cassandra-Floyd be the most blessed in all of those things. Because I'll be doing that for y'all. May the temple be prosperous so that everybody who comes into contact with it be blessed tenfold, be blessed 100-fold. I'm going to need y'all to be speaking these conspiracies over my life. I'm going to need this shit over the next week or two in particular. Okay? All right, peace. I'll talk to y'all later.